Anyone who had stepped into the divine mountain knew of the might of the 8 mountains. Lightning bolts fell, and they were turned into way of the heavenly thunder. They brought about greater lightning powers in them. The attacks would grow even stronger next time. As such, many who were out to withstand the might of the heavenly thunder at the divine mountain were unable to bear it toward the end. Unless the one in question was compatible with the infernal thunder of Wutu, enabling the seeds to be planted and completely meld within their body, causing them to develop talents for training in the ways of the infernal thunder of Wutu. They would have then inherited one of the 8 orthodoxies of the way of the heavenly thunder of Wutu. Even so, they would be unable to withstand strikes that were just too powerful. As the ordeal went on, the might grew to increasingly terrifying proportions. That legendary genius outside of the divine mountain had been able to withstand 900 bolts of the heavenly thunder, gaining the attention of a Renhuang, and was taken in as a student of Emperor of Purple Underground. As such, at that moment, many who wanted to plant seeds that were not all that powerful, which were available at earlier phases, needed to purge all other heavenly thunder as attacks other than the lightning seeds that were intended to be worked on. Doing so enabled them to throw others off of the divine mountain, and that would have enabled them to reduce competitors. The process was to be continued until later phases before working on the seeds of infernal thunder of Wutu to fulfill the requirements of the purple underworld. This would then give them the right to train under the purple underworld, making them part of the lineage of the infernal thunder of Wutu. As such, the phenomenon where countless unleashed attacks at the same time were seen on the divine mountain. Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and the others were also attacked by lightning bolts brought about by those around them. The one who attacked them was a member of younger generations of some significant forces, who had exceptional talent in lightning manipulation. He was determined to train under the Emperor of Purple Underground on that trip to the divine mountain. Being accepted by the Emperor of Purple Underground implied that one would have acquired the true lineage of the infernal thunder of Wutu. To those who trained in the way of lightning, other than the Violet Heavenly Palace, the 8 true lineages of the way of thunder descending from the Violet Heavenly Palace would be the perfect choice. Yi Futian flashed and held Xia Qingyuan up and asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" Xia Qingyuan shook her head. She did not train in the way of lightning, so she was having a hard time on the divine mountain. Yi Futian let go of her and glanced at the one who had just attacked them. That other person simply shot him a glance before continuing to make his way upward. He held his hands up and continued to attract lightning bolts, causing terrifying destructive powers to be contained on his hands. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot through the air, and Yi Futian disappeared from where he stood right away. That person seemed to have sensed something, and his brow twitched. He turned around and lashed out right away. The lightning in his hands turned into a huge kuei of lightning. It was extremely raging. It charged at Yi Futian while basking in divine lightning. The might of thunder shrouded the sky, enveloping Yi Futian's surroundings. Boom! The might of Yi Futian's deed of thorough comprehension burst with a rumble. The furnace of the great path turned into an extremely holy god of thunder, standing tall in the sky, bringing thousands of lightning bolts as it stood, tearing the space all around it. That kuei of lightning roared in anger. The lightning bolts bursting from its body shrouded the place altogether before thousands of lightning will burst through it, which then continued blasting until they hit that person. An intense beam of light was seen, and that person shuddered violently. The flash of lightning was seen bursting again. Yi Futian appeared right before him and lashed out with an attack. Boom! A rumble was heard, and the might of lightning burst within that person's body, who was then sent flying and spitting up blood. Intense fear was seen in his eyes. Being severely injured on the divine mountain would have been possibly lethal, and one could very possibly perish on the mountain from it. "Look out!" Xia Qingyuan warned. Yi Futian looked up. A bolt of lightning fell and was immersed within his body. Yi Futian felt as if his body was about to explode. His will rattled, and something seemed to have been triggered within him, causing the might of that lightning bolt to grow more intense. His body ground to a halt. He felt as if there was an intensely brilliant light in his body. It was like a seed of the great path, causing the lightning on the divine mountain to course all over his body in a frenzy. That would have resulted in the next attack becoming even stronger. A seed of the infernal thunder of Wutu, huh? Yi Futian muttered deep down. The Violet Heavenly Palace was a top-notch force in that supreme imperial realm. They were simply unbelievable for being able to rain down lightning bolts on the 8 divine mountains to filter out those who would inherit the ways of lightning. A shriek was heard by Yi Futian's side. He turned to look in that direction, finding the one whom he had injured before being struck by a lightning bolt and was unable to take it. That man's internal organs ruptured, and he kept spewing blood. His body continued to fall from the divine mountain. However, no one else looked at him. One could have been a genius of superb talent, but once a person ventured into the divine mountain, they would simply be just a face in the crowd. There were simply too many geniuses around, making him looking insignificant. Even if he were to die at the mountain, he would only have his incompetence to blame. Everyone knew of the dangers on the Wutu divine mountain. One had to weigh the pros and cons as they moved. Even with the dangers lurking around, countless came to the divine mountain nonetheless. However, a lot of people were forced to get off of the mountain, and others were injured within a short time. There were even others who had been like that man and suffered a horrible end. If another bolt of lightning were to hit him, death would have probably claimed him. You guys don't train in the ways of lightning, so it'd be enough for you all to just have your bodies tempered. If you're unable to take it, feel free to get off of the mountain, Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan, Yu Shang, and the others. Xia Qingyuan nodded. People who did not train the ways of lightning were at a considerable disadvantage at the divine mountain. The attack from that man before had attracted a bolt of lightning right away. Tapping into the lightning will throw out the divine mountain. I'll head up, Yi Futian said, and his body shot up as soon as he finished, taking to the sky and heading for higher places at the divine mountain. Thousands of thunderous beams of light appeared on Yi Futian, looking endless and spreading out like a formless net. Boom! Lightning rained from above, and boundless lightning bombarded all over the sky. Heavenly lightning shot into his body. His life palace unleashed a mystical aura, seeping out into his body. An ancient tree appeared, extending throughout his body, making it seem as if his body had become the trunk of the tree. Lightning powers flowing through his body was consumed right away by that tree, melding into it bit by bit. That lightning seed was also absorbed by the root of that ancient tree, causing lightning to sparkle at the root. Yi Futian seemed to have become very used to something like that happening, and he did not feel anything to be out of place at all. Lightning from the divine mountain surged throughout Yi Futian's body, causing the might of lightning all around him to grow increasingly intense. His body, which was continuing to go upward, surpassed many. He gradually became one of the handfuls of people who made it really far. As he went higher and higher, the might of the lightning bolts became increasingly strong. The lightning construct, shrouding the entire divine mountain, felt stifling. Boom! A young man dressed in a blue robe was not far away from Yi Futian. A bolt of lightning hit that young man, and his blue robe billowed loudly. His body expanded, and the might of lightning extended throughout every single part of his body, so much so that even his eyes seemed to sparkle with lightning. He looked up at several people before him, and his expression turned solemn. Those eyes sparkling with blue light were filled with determination and edge. He was not only there to join the ranks of the purple underworld and train, he was also there to become the most dazzling being in the entire divine mountain of Wutu. He was a descendant of Ren Huang and inherited the path of Ren Huang, enabling his lightning powers to be tremendous. Joining the ranks of purple underworld alone was hardly of any meaning to him. Thunderous noise sounded at his side. He turned around and saw Yi Fuqian, who continued to rise, and that other man who was about to surpass him. It was obvious that he was not the only one with such intentions. "Stay down." A thunderous, overwhelming voice was heard. He took one step, causing the sky to shake. Yi Fuqian felt an extremely overbearing pressure come down on him. 5 bolts of lightning of different colors gathered, appearing on top of Yi Fuqian's head. The true ways of 5 thunder. Many looked up. They recognized who that young man was when he attacked. "Look out. That's the true ways of 5 thunder, capable of killing anything they touch," someone reminded from afar. Yi Fuqian turned to look at the one who talked, finding a familiar face. That person was none other than Prince Qiyu, son of Emperor Qi. When Emperor Qi invited them to head out with Qiyu, he was talking about to Wutu Divine Mountain. He had initially hoped that Yi Fuqian and his people would challenge the mountain with Qiyu, but they were there early due to something related to Gudonglu, and they met at the Divine Mountain. "Down!" The blue-robed young man pointed downwards, and the might of lightning throughout his body burst. 5 bolts of lightning were conjured and seemed to have taken the form of a matrix as they rained down. Those 5 colored beams shrouded the entire place and had engulfed the space where Yi Fuqian was as well. That was indeed a case of 5 thunders raining down on his head. His surroundings rumbled. Everything was to be crushed under the true ways of 5 thunder. Qiyu looked at Yi Fuqian's direction and felt rather concerned. The true ways of 5 thunder were descended from a very formidable ancient being. Yi Fuqian clasped his hands together, and powers of the great path gathered. An ancient god of thunder appeared within an instant. Its tall, majestic body was forged of lightning, and it held a hammer of thunder, which was then brought down and clashed directly with the true ways of 5 thunder. A beam of light burst through the air, suppressing the true ways of 5 thunder. That ancient god had thousands of lightning bolts running throughout its body, which was then unleashed throughout its surroundings and brought down on its target. Zzz. Lightning coursed throughout that man's body, causing him to shudder all over. That god of thunder's weapon was brought down again, which caused the 5 thunder to be suppressed further before being thrown back into the conjurer's body. A massive rumble was heard, and that man's body seemed to be about to explode, blood splattering everywhere. Yi Fuqian nodded to Qiyu and took another step forward as he continued his way upward. The path from then on was clear, and no one else stopped him. It was obvious that that one attack had shocked and made everyone else think twice. Qiyu looked at Yi Fuqian's back with a troubled look. He was wondering if that man, who Qi Shang claimed to be the #1 genius throughout Crimson Dragon Realm, was about to reach the top of the Divine Mountain as well. Yi Fuqian's immense talents put even Qiyu to shame. That attack which Yi Fuqian just pulled was not something that powerful. Still, it was that his ability at tapping into the power of ambient lightning was far superior to his opponent's. Yi Fuqian went up one step after another, and the mark left inside of him grew increasingly powerful. Lightning bolts throughout the Divine Mountain shrouded the vast space around him, with him at the very center. Every single bolt of lightning that smite was earth-shattering. Every part of his body was baptized by lightning. Even that ancient tree within him had boundless lightning coursing through it, but at the same time, it was also consuming the power of lightning. Is the power of the source of the great path? Yi Fuqian searched within himself and muttered. His body became a furnace when the deed of thorough comprehension was cast, refining the divine lightning of his surroundings, melding them with the lightning within his life spirit. That was the meaning of the existence of the 8 divine mountains, passing down the teachings through the lightning bolts themselves, enabling the ones taking in the bolts to develop will of infernal thunder of Wutu within them, which in turn enabling them to develop talents for that element, paving their way for training within the Emperor of Purple Underground. Imparting the way through the lightning bolts was something that only top-notch forces in Supreme Imperial Realm were able to do. It was unimaginable to the lower worlds. Yi Fuqian's body had formidable adaptive abilities. With the world tree life spirit and the deed of thorough comprehension at work, it resulted in him melding quickly with the lightning around him, causing all lightning found within his body to gradually be developed into the will of the great path of infernal thunder of Wutu. With that, he became able to withstand thunderous might of greater power as he became compatible with them. No one would have been able to sustain smiting from over 100 lightning bolts alone otherwise, as Yi Fuqian kept moving up and overtaking a greater number of people. Eventually, there were only 3 people left before him. Lu Yu, a descendant of Sword Emperor of Shocking Clouds, the Thunderbird, a descendant of a demon emperor, Zhu Qi, daughter of the Bamboo Emperor. The Thunderbird continued to consume the lightning of the great path around. The lightning sheen on it shrouded the sky, shining on a vast area. Its eyes were extremely pointed, looking at Lu Yu, who was at the absolute highest point, leaving it and Zhu Qi in the dust behind. Presently, even the Thunderbird was enduring extremely great pressure. That was the same with Zhu Qi. Her body was moving extremely fast like an illusion, but when lightning bolts flashed, she would have been hindered. Yi Fuqian gradually caught up with them from behind. His steps were steady as he followed, heading towards the peak of Wutu, Divine Mountain. The millstone-like thundercloud above raged on, making it seem like doomsday for those witnessing it. Boom! A rumble was heard. Countless on the Divine Mountain looked up and saw a figure walk to the peak one step after another, holding a sword in his hand. The figure was none other than Lu Yu. Some speed indeed. Many shuddered to find that Lu Yu was actually about to get to the top. It was as speculated by many. Lu Yu indeed became the first to get to the top of the Divine Mountain. That descendant of the Sword Emperor of Shocking Clouds, who was capable of attracting lightning with his sword and had incredible proficiency at the ways of lightning, was indeed a cut above the rest. He looked like some god of the sword. His back faced the ones below him as he made it up one step at a time. Boom! Yet another flash of lightning blasted. His sword hung above him, and the bolts blasted onto the sword right away, which was then refined by the sword as it passed before finally surging into his body. He looked up in the sky and lifted his legs, continuing to move his way upwards. His sword aura was towering and boundless lightning glimmered on his sword, making him looking dashing and legendary. That indeed is the number 1 among descendants of the Sword Emperor of Shocking Clouds. Lu, you will probably be able to study under the Emperor of Purple Underground, some muttered deep down. Many found themselves inferior, looking at legendary figure beneath the thunderclouds. It was not that those people were looking down on themselves, but that it was a glaring fact proven by the powers of the one they were comparing themselves to. The ones who were capable of fighting him were probably the handful of people right below him. He's at the top. Lu Yu stepped out at that moment and reached the peak. The thunder bird glittered as it moved below him, pulsing with towering flashes of lightning. Zhu Qi took an illusory form and continued moving upward. Her many bodies of lightning melded into a single entity eventually as she moved while stepping on the lightning bolts, making her look impossibly beautiful, like a goddess. Yi Fuqian continued moving steadily right behind them, and he was not all that far from the peak anymore. Lightning bolts flashed again, but they were not able to shake Lu Yu one bit. He refined the bolts as he looked up. There had been a person who withstood 900 strikes and became a personal student of the Emperor of Purple Underground, becoming revered by countless and lauded as the orthodox of infernal thunder of Wutu. That person was to become one of those who would inherit one of the 9 thunders of the Violet Heavenly Palace. However, Lu Yu did not think so. Who came first had no bearing when it came to cultivation. What the other person had been able to do back then, he was able to do now as well. No one else had been capable of fighting him. He believed that no one below would be a challenge to him, either. For lightning bolts struck from above at the central region of the millstone-like thundercloud. Lu Yu waved his right arm in a dashing manner. The sword hanging above him was quickly turned into 4 swords, appearing in 4 corners and stopping the lightning bolts. Boom! The bolts hit the swords, which made it so that they were hitting Lu Yu as well. His clothes billowed, and the lightning flashed in a glittering manner. The might of thunder on the 4 swords surged towards his body. His bearing at the moment was nothing short of legendary. Lu Yu was able to stop the bolts and consume the path of lightning of others. Many looked shocked at what he did. That was a testament to the immense confidence he had in himself. It was as if he were to withstand being baptized by the heavenly bolts all on his own. He was the only being, and no one would have been able to compare to him. You all could stop now. Lu Yu looked down below him and continued, "The Divine Mountain is open today, and I intend to break the past records. I shall withstand 1,000 strikes, and you all can train where you are. There will be no problem for all of you to enter the purple underworld to train." He knew that everyone wanted to reach the top, to stand at the peak of the Divine Mountain, and have themselves rained on by the lightning bolts, enabling them to become beings revered by all. But he deemed that the peak of Divine Mountain could only have one person stand on it, or it would look less than perfect. He had no intention of seeing any who came to the Divine Mountain as rivals. His rivals were those people outside. However, he was competing with them through time and space, as they were not of the same generation. How boisterous! The Thunderbird said in human speech, "I intend to try as well at the peak and be struck by 1,000 bolts. How about you step down instead?" The bird continued moving upward as soon as it was done saying that. The huge Thunderbird cast towering beams of lightning from its humongous body. Lu Yu shot a plain look at it and did not say anything. He then pointed at the sword hanging in the air. The swords rang and howled under the thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts flashed and struck down again as if the sword guided them. It was as if he had been attracting the bolts with his sword. Will of lightning in the vast area of the Divine Mountain gushed towards the sword in a frenzy. A towering flash of lightning of the sword glittered in his surroundings. The scene looked very harrowing. "One sword shall command the thunderclouds," Lu Yu, descendant of the Sword Emperor of Shocking Clouds, uttered. The voice reverberated in the air. It was extraordinarily overbearing and sharp. The thunderclouds had indeed moved as the sword was drawn. A sword came down from the sky. The clouds moved with the sword as it zipped past his surroundings, tearing through the sky and coming right before the Thunder Bird's body. The Thunder Bird howled loudly, and having taken its original form, its body was humongous. That huge body gathered boundless will of lightning, and it fired a bolt of lightning from its beak. Boundless will of lightning that it had consumed before was quickly turned into 81 beams of lightning, tearing through space in a fearsome manner. The 2 attacks clashed on top of the Divine Mountain. The resulting flash was so blinding that many struggled to keep their eyes open. All 81 beams of lightning seemed to have turned into 81 thunderbirds, howling through the sky. Yet its opponent remained using only a single sword to retaliate. The sword commanding the clouds tore through the incoming attacks, continuing to move forward at the body of the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird let out a shrilled howl, and its huge body charged forward. Its huge wings brought terrifying flashes of lightning to bear, which were sharper than blades as they lashed out at the person at the peak. Lu Yu snuffed coldly and pointed his finger at the sky. 9 swords materialized, and it seemed that their powers were 9 times greater than before. The 9 divine beams of light rained down and tore through his opponent's attacks, tearing right through the sky and heading straight for the Thunderbird. Boom! A huge rumble was heard, and the sword will penetrated its huge body. Blood spilled, and it crashed into the mountain. Its huge eyes glared at the swords in the sky. The 9 swords remained hanging there instead of raining down. The bird would have probably suffered a worse fate otherwise. "Thank you," the Thunderbird said in human speech. Although its opponent injured it, it remained grateful to its opponent for showing mercy. It had to accept that it had lost. Lu Yu's name was known throughout the region, and he indeed lived up to his fame, proving that his powers were supreme. "What about you all?" Lu Yu looked at those who continued to move up. The ones who were near the peak were Zhu Qi, daughter of the Bamboo Emperor, and Yi Fuqian. As such, one could assume that he was addressing those two. Zhu Qi's eyes gazed upon Lu Yu, who was in the sky. While she was indeed extremely confident in her powers, the powers of the sword shown before made her realize that she was still unable to take him on. If Lu Yu were to bring his swords down, she did not know how she would have resisted them. Even if she managed to stop them, she would be injured nonetheless. He was attracting lightning bolts with his sword, and Lu Yu became the absolute king in that place for doing so. "We shall see how many lightning strikes you can endure," Zhu Qi said. It was apparent that she gave up. She remained where she was and trained. Lu Yu nodded slightly to her. The world would then witness him taking on the lightning bolt soon after, and he would break the record. It was his goal to take on 1,000 lightning strikes. Some power indeed. He seems invincible. Many who were climbing the mountain were in awe. The Thunderbird lost, and Zhu Qi gave up. They had all been of the same renown before, and all of them had been very famous. At that moment, however, it was apparent who among them proved superior. Lu Yu was a cut above everyone else, and no one had been able to make him budge. Everyone would have only needed to sit around and witness how many lightning strikes he could endure to see if he would be able to break the record of that insane genius. Lu Yu's expression was calm and composed, getting ready to be struck by the lightning of the great path. However, just when he was about to look away, he found another who continued to move upward, which caused him to frown. He made himself very clear and had shown mercy. Yet there seemed to be someone who refused his kindness still. Many at the Divine Mountain noticed Yi Fuqian as well, because he was the only one near the peak who was still continuing to move upward. The Thunderbird and Zhu Qi had both stepped down and gave up, letting Lu Yu take all the glory. They were all wondering, what was Yi Fuqian trying to do? Is he really going to challenge someone as legendary as Lu Yu? Is he capable of taking on Lu Yu's swords? Who is that guy? Many were wondering deep down, and some voiced the question. Who knows? Everyone shook their heads, as none of them knew of Yi Fuqian. Qi Yu, son of Emperor Qi, however, knew who he was. He looked at Yi Fuqian and felt rather concerned. Yi Fuqian's immense talent made him renowned as the #1 genius in Crimson Dragon Realm. But then again, that sword attack from Lu Yu was simply too extraordinary. If Yi Fuqian were to be unable to take one such attack, he would have to pay a heavy price. Getting to the peak of the Divine Mountain was not child's play. No one who was anything less than a cut above the rest would be able to do so. Many were wondering if he was only a saint who did not know his place. Yi Fuqian, however, did not care about what the others thought of him. The lightning bolts rained down, and yet he continued moving upwards, getting closer and closer to the peak. He was moving at a very high speed, and it did not take him long to overtake the Thunderbird. That scene caused a hint of coldness flashing in the proud eyes of the Thunderbird. It found it difficult to swallow that Yi Fuqian had been able to walk past it so easily. The bird had halted its steps. That sword attack from Lu Yu before made the bird stay where it was to train instead. It had no problems acknowledging Lu Yu's strength, but it was baffled to see Yi Fuqian simply walk past it. "Stay where you are," Lu Yu, who was at the peak of the Divine Mountain, said plainly. His voice was devoid of any emotions, telling Yi Fu-Tian to just stay below the peak. His sword remained hanging in the air and attracted lightning from above. It was as if he was about to bring a lightning strike on Yi Fu-Tian's head if he insisted on continuing to move forward. Thunderous rumbles were heard at that moment. A lightning bolt blasted onto Yi Fu-Tian's body, causing him to shudder. However, he had already gotten used to it, so he remained calm, and there was hardly any expression seen on his face. "Get down!" Yi Fu-Tian looked up at Lu Yu and said plainly. Lu Yu saw that Yi Fu-Tian scolded him instead of stopping. It was a show of pride like none other. Lu Yu was not the only one caught off guard. Everyone else on the Divine Mountain was baffled as well. Yi Fu-Tian told Lu Yu to get out even after seeing his sword attack. It was indeed a tremendous show of confidence. Even the Thunder Bird seemed to be unable to take it anymore. It glared at Yi Fu-Tian with its proud eyes. "Get lost," the bird said in human speech. Its eyes were extremely unruly. Demonic beasts were born prideful. Even if one were to become a saint, it was still difficult to change such inborn nature. It was even more so when such beasts were monsters, as they were the most unruly of all. The Thunderbird had only lowered its head after losing to Lu Yu. At that moment, however, Yi Fu-Tian was about to get ahead of it as well. Yi Fu-Tian shot a glance at the bird, and a cold glare was seen in his eyes. An extremely intense will of the great path shot into the bird's eyes. Yi Fu-Tian's eyes seemed like the eyes of a god. In that instant, it was as if the bird saw nothing else with its huge eyes, only Yi Fu-Tian. Its spiritual will balked as if it did not belong to itself any longer. The bird's huge body was unable to help but tremble. Yi, a long, shrill cry was heard from the Thunder Bird. It was as if it was sustaining some kind of intense pain. It struggled intensely, but quickly saw the flashes of lightning in Yi Fu-Tian's eyes shooting right into its eyes. "Kneel!" Yi Fu-Tian uttered in a cold voice as if he was giving an order. The people at the Divine Mountain were wondering who he was talking to. Kneel. They were all wondering who he was talking to. Boom! Thunderous might shattered, and the dazzling Thunderbird's eyes became dazed. Its legs began to bend slightly. It was as if it was about to kneel after being yelled at by Yi Fu-Tian. Boom! Another terrifying purple bolt of lightning streaked through the sky. Flashes of lightning were unleashed from the bird's eyes as well, but it seemed that it had come to its senses somewhat. It shook its head for a little. It seemed to have stopped thinking just a while ago, and its brain seemed rather fried. It was shocked to find itself really about to kneel down to Yi Fu-Tian. It looked extremely glum within an instant. It was only one step away from being enthralled back in that instant, and the bird deemed it to be unforgivable. The bird was wondering if Yi Fu-Tian was humiliating it. When such thoughts ran in its head, the silhouette in that pair of huge eyes expanded exponentially. It had a shocked look in its eyes as it expanded its wings and was about to close them. Yet that silhouette was simply moving too quickly. Stifled rumble was heard, and thousands of lightning strikes hit the bird's body, causing it to shudder violently before being thrown away. The Thunder Bird collapsed to the ground and rolled off the mountain. Yi Fu-Tian did not pay any further attention to the bird and continued to move upward, ignoring it altogether as he was about to reach the peak. The millstone-like thundercloud raged and rumbled. Stifling, devastating might shrouded the area. Lu Yu and Yi Fu-Tian were the ones able to sense what was happening the most. The might of the great path of lightning was all over their surroundings. Lu Yu looked at Yi Fu-Tian continuing to move upward, and he began to take him somewhat seriously. Yi Fu-Tian had been able to overwhelm and defeat the Thunder Bird in such a short period of time, so much so that he was unable to even see how Yi Fu-Tian did it. It was apparent that the man before him was anything but weak. But then again, so what, you intend to just throw me off like that? Lu Yu thought. That time when the divine mountain was opened again, he deemed the one who was qualified to stand at the peak of Wutu Divine Mountain was only him, Lu Yu. Lu Yu did not allow any others to fight him for the glory. It was something he was determined to get his hands on. He waved his hands about, and the swords howled. 9 swords appeared above him and attracted lightning of the great path. The thunderclouds moved, and the might of lightning raged on. Every single sword contained true devastating powers of lightning. Yi Futian remained unfazed even after seeing everything Lu Yu did. He extended his hand, and the halberd of time and space appeared. That halberd seemed to have been something conjured out of the lightning of the great path. The mark planted in the world, tree life spirit within his body shone dazzlingly, causing the tree to glitter with tremendous brilliance. Boundless will of the great path surged into his body, which was then directed to the halberd. That was not all. Every single will of the great path of lightning above the divine mountain completely went out of control, materializing as dragons. It surged above Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian, at that moment, seemed to have gathered the might of lightning of the mountain all on his body, which was then refined by the deed of thorough comprehension and surged into the halberd. Everything throughout his surroundings seemed to have been drowned by the flashes of lightning at that moment. That scene was simply too dazzling. "Kill!" Lu Yu uttered coldly, which brought lethal might around him to work. Doomsday-like might of lightning rained down, and the millstone clouds in the sky raged, gathering above the sword as they lashed out. It intended to destroy everything before them. Boom! Countless lightning bolts flashed at the very same moment, blinding many people. In that instant, a bolt of lightning seemed to streak through space. The great path was condensed into a single entity, and only the halberd reigned supreme. The crowd saw the two beams clashing with each other. Intense, devastating light that was so blinding that no one was able to open their eyes was seen soon after. That space was drowned out by that white light. Lightning flashed all around them, and the crowd locked their eyes in that direction. Everything became clear a while later. Someone stood at the peak silently. It was as if he had been there all along. The eyes of many were frozen when they made clear of the one who remained standing. The man's silver hair billowed in the wind. The one who stood at the peak of Wutu Divine Mountain had surprisingly been Yi Futian instead. Cough, cough, coughing noises were heard, and it was only then that many saw that someone rose below the peak who was stained in blood all over and had a weak aura. That person was none other than Lu Yu, who looked as if he was a supreme being just a while ago. It was as if heaven was turned into hell within an instant. Wah! Many thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Lu Yu had actually been defeated. Who is he? Many looked at Yi Futian and asked. They were asking who Yi Futian was. Lu Yu displayed legendary might and intended to challenge the Divine Mountain's record. Yet at that moment, someone else emerged and kicked him off of the peak right away. That scene was just too shocking for the crowd. He is actually at the top. Qi Yu was feeling speechless as he locked his eyes on the scene. Yi Futian was the one who had eventually gotten to the peak. Lu Yu, who was right below the peak, looked like he was in shambles. Another cough was heard, and blood sputtered from his mouth. He looked up at Yi Futian, and he completely lost all that air he had been putting up just a while ago. He looked like a complete loser right there and then. He thought that he would not have found any rivals at the Divine Mountain. His rivals would have been on other divine mountains and in records of old. Yi Futian's white garb billowed as he stood at the peak. His expression was extremely calm. Even though he had gotten to the top, he did not show even the slightest hint of joy. His state of mind was hardly phased at the moment. He needed more than just getting to the top. He wanted the Emperor of Purple Underground to notice him. He took a deep breath and looked up. The raging clouds above seemed to be inches above his head. It was as if he could have touched them simply by extending his hand, taking on 900 strikes of lightning. He then put his hands behind his back. A bolt of lightning struck from above the sky. He let the bolt strike him instead of blocking it. Boom! Yi Futian basked in heavenly lightning with a rumble, looking dashing and legendary. His hands remained behind his back, and he did not flinch, standing tall at the peak. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts descended upon him as they shrouded the entire divine mountain, blasting everyone. Yi Futian, who was at the peak, was always the first to take on the strikes. However, he seemed like a statue who just took everything in silence. Many had illusions well up in their minds, seeing that figure before them. They were all thinking that the man before them might have been able to break the record after all. A silver-haired figure stood tall at the peak of Wutu Divine Mountain. Thunder clouds roared above his head, and lightning bolts kept coming down at him, bombarding his body. The scene, when viewed from the bottom of the mountain, was like someone braving the ordeals of the heavenly path. That silver-haired man remained unflinching as he withstood one attack after another. That was not all. No one at Wutu Divine Mountain moved at that moment. All who remained behind at the Divine Mountain took their corners and took the brunt of the lightning attacks in silence. Divine lightning bolts rained down from above in the Divine Mountain. That scene looked like a miracle from the heavens, stunning the hearts of those seeing it. "How many strikes has it been now?" someone at the bottom asked. 127, someone answered. That person's eyes remained locked onto where Yi Futian was. He had been struck by over 100 lightning bolts and remained unflinching throughout. In contrast, many in other corners of the mountain were no longer able to take the attacks and were thrown off of the mountain. A vast, seemingly endless thunder net gradually appeared at the peak, with Yi Futian's body at the very center as it continued to spread below. It was as if the net was about to envelop all of the Divine Mountain. "From the looks of it, it seems like he is truly out to challenge the record," someone said. However, even the thought of taking on 900 strikes was terrifying enough to make everyone shudder. From the looks of how things were at the peak of that Divine Mountain, it seemed as if just one lightning strike alone would strike fear into those witnessing it, let alone 900 strikes. "Let's just see how much of the seed of the infernal thunder of Wutu he was able to refine," someone said at the side. The number of lightning strikes capable of being taken on had an extremely important role in working on the seed. The opening of the 8 divine mountains itself was an act of the heavenly lightning planting seeds on those who would take it, with the process being seen similar to being blessed and reaching enlightenment. To those training in the ways of lightning, that was an opportunity in itself, as one would earn the chance of having the infernal thunder of Wutu being forcefully planted inside them. This would enable them to work and develop the seed. Doing so would have enabled them to manipulate the infernal thunder of Wutu. The greater one's comprehension was, the greater the resistance one would have developed when taking on the strikes. If one were to simply take on 900 lightning strikes armed with fortitude gained from their own training, one would eventually end up dead without knowing how they died. As time passed, fewer and fewer people remained at the Divine Mountain. It was apparent that they were not able to take on the heavenly lightning strikes that had grown increasingly strong. After quite a while later, there were only 3 people left on the Wutu Divine Mountain. Those 3 were Yi Futian, Lu Yu, and Zhu Qi. However, at that moment, even Zhu Qi spat up blood. She looked up at the man above and felt rather impressed, then turned around and descended the mountain. She never expected a cultivator that she never knew would have been the one to challenge the record of the Divine Mountain that day. Lu Yu sighed. He had been there to challenge the record on that day, yet he was injured by Yi Futian and was no longer able to sustain being struck for much longer. He left the mountain in a dejected manner soon after Zhu Qi left. He had been ahead of everyone and acted boisterously before. Everyone thought he would have been the one standing at the peak. At that moment, however, it was evident that he was little more than an accessory. It was as if his existence had been for showing how magnificent that silver-haired young man had been. There was eventually only one person left in the tall, majestic divine mountain. He stood at the peak, enjoying himself being watched by the world and becoming that one absolute being. 820 strikes now, someone mumbled as their heart raced. The man at the peak was not far away from the set record. That man above remained standing tall like an ancient god. At that moment, Yi Fu-Tien was actually under tremendous pressure at the peak. Every single lightning strike that landed on his body would leave a mark. At that moment, there were countless seeds of the mark. His world tree life spirit had turned into a tree of lightning as well, shimmering with dazzling light. What was even more terrifying was that all ways of lightning at the divine mountain resonated with the seeds. The Wutu divine mountain was like a mountain of lightning in itself. He stood at the top and basked in heavenly thunder. Whenever he was struck by a lightning bolt, the mark in his body would be triggered, resonating with the boundless lightning throughout the mountain. The devastating power within that instant was unbelievably terrifying. The strikes grew increasingly strong as they went on. However, his life spirit was capable of consuming every single bit of might from the lightning strikes. As such, he was still able to remain standing, not budging in the slightest. But then again, the fact that he was under tremendous shock every time the lightning bolts struck remained. Yi Fu-Tien felt the boundless lightning will coursing throughout his body. That was the infernal thunder of Wutu. There were also the righteous thunder of Imu, the solar thunder of Binghua, the shade thunder of Guishui, the perilous thunder of Gengjin, the divine thunder of Zhuxia, the demonic thunder of Lucian, and the violet thunder of Xingmie, all of which being part of the other 7 true lineages of the Way of Thunder. One would have wondered just how powerful the other 7 were. The Violet Heavenly Palace was a place that gathered all 8 true lineages of the Way of Thunder. One could have imagined just how terrifying someone who had trained in all 72 layers of the Way of Thunder would be. Boom! Yet another lightning bolt struck. At that moment, the entire divine mountain lit up brilliantly. It was as if the place had resonated and melded into a single being with him. Yi Fu-Tien's body flashed with lightning as well, turning his body into one of lightning. The lightning bolts continued to hit him, and everyone below the divine mountain counted in their minds. 891 strikes. Many shuddered as they stood below. The air was stifling. 892. 893. When the 899th bolt struck, everyone seemed to have stopped breathing altogether due to extreme nervousness. Boom! A brilliant light flashed as a lightning bolt descended from above. The 900th bolt hit the Wutu divine mountain and onto the Yi Fu-Tien's body. 900 strikes of the heavenly thunder. That was the set record from before. The divine mountain lit up as the lightning bolts washed out throughout the entire divine mountain. The man who was standing at the peak remained standing firm. He remained unscathed after being struck 900 times. That meant that he was still far from reaching his limit. The record was about to be broken, many muttered to themselves. Yet another lightning bolt flashed before long, breaking the record set at the Wutu divine mountain. A new record was set at the Wutu divine mountain, and everyone thought Yi Fu-Tien was about to be taken as a personal student by the Emperor of Purple Underground. Everyone wondered if he would replace Zhang Changqing, the man who had set the previous record, and become the true successor of the Wutu lineage of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Everyone thought that there might be an intense competition between him and Zhang Changqing in the future. It was known to all that Zhang Changqing was the one lauded to be the successor of the Emperor of Purple Underground, after all, making him the successor of the infernal thunder of Wutu. Many mighty ones remained outside the divine mountain. Their eyes were fixed on the divine mountain, and Zhang Chongqing was standing with his hands behind his back. "Chongqing, someone broke your record," an elder by his side said. "Records are meant to be broken, after all." Zhang Chongqing's voice sounded calm, and he was hardly fazed. There was no record that would last forever. The elder smiled and said, "Indeed, but now you have earned yourself a competitor for the lineage of Wutu." Zhang Chongqing looked on and said, "It would be great for the Wutu lineage to have yet another figure of this class. As for competition, I do hope that he possesses such talents." "You really are confident." The elder smiled and did not say more. He knew how capable Zhang Chongqing was. Zhang Chongqing's talents in the ways of lightning were superb and second to none. He was the #1 candidate for Purple Underworld and the most valued successor to their lineage. However, no one knew at that moment just how capable the man who had broken the record was. Zhang Chongqing did not say anything else. He changed the subject and talked about something else instead. "More are here now. I don't really get it. How has that one descendant of the Gu clan caused so much commotion with the higher-ups? While it remains true that Gu Tianqing was someone who stood at the top all those years ago, it was just him alone. He was only one man among the Gu clan. Despite being the successor of the Gu clan, he is but a member of all out there. Why is he worth that much of a commotion, I wonder? It is said that even the ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace are here to take him away. Everything happens for a reason. I've heard that the Gu clan was prosperous under the leadership of Gu Tianqing all those years ago. But then again, the Gu clan alone would have been able to represent the celestial gate of vast heaven. And Gu Tianqing had been able to master the mystical methods unique to the Gu clan to the extreme, making it possible for him to break through the bonds of the heavenly path. The Gu clan had also been able to produce 12 mystical ones out of one faction, a pinnacle of their achievements, after Gu Tianqing rose to fame and power, making them almost standing at the pinnacle of heavenly mandate realm. I think there are reasons why those big shots valued him so much. Zhang Chongqing nodded slightly and said nothing else. Heavenly thunder continued to roll where the divine mountain was at that moment. Countless below the mountain looked up, their eyes all locked on Yi Futian. Yi Futian was still taking on the lightning bolts at the peak. The 8 divine mountains are opened and lightning rained from the heavens to bestow foundations of the great path. The number of lightning bolts is 999. Is he trying to challenge the limit? Someone asked, thinking such an endeavor to be insane. That limit was what many called to be the 1,000 strikes of heavenly thunder. All of the 8 divine mountains had only seen 3 have such limits broken, where people took on 999 lightning strikes without falling, remaining standing until the lightning strikes disappeared. At that moment, Yi Futian was at the Wutu Divine Mountain, and many were wondering if he was attempting one such endeavor. Qi Yu looked up in the sky and felt somewhat speechless. Not only was the man whose talents were unparalleled throughout Crimson Dragon Realm about to break the record of Wutu Divine Mountain at the moment, but he also seemed to be out to challenge the limit of the Divine Mountains. 936. Countless people beneath counted in silence. Every single lightning strike seemed to be shocking their hearts. Their fists remained clenched when the 990th lightning bolt flashed, looking on with intense anticipation. It was no longer about breaking the record set on Wutu Divine Mountain. It was about breaking the limit. If he were to succeed, he would make Wutu Divine Mountain be the 4th having such a limit broken. Zhang Chongqing, who was standing outside, no longer looked calm and unfazed like he was before. He looked rather moved at that moment. It was no longer about breaking his record. That man at the peak was about to leave him in the dust and challenge the limit instead. Prior to that, everyone would have still compared Yi Futian to him. At that moment, however, the newcomer had overtaken him by a large margin. The elder by his side looked on with a peculiar look as well, feeling rather excited deep down. They, too, wanted to see Wutu Divine Mountain's limit be broken. 996, an elder mumbled to himself. They were not the only ones. In the royal palace of the Emperor of Purple Underground, far away from the Divine Mountain, a group of people gazed from their platforms, their eyes looking far away. Even the Emperor himself had been present and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes gazed far away. Those eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void as they looked at the Divine Mountain. Boom! Yet another bolt of lightning flashed. The robe worn by the Emperor billowed. There were many top-notch figures around him, some even being Renhuangs. All of them were of other forces of the true lineages. They were all looking far away at that moment. That would be the last, someone mumbled. Another bolt of lightning descended as soon as the line was said. The Emperor flashed a plain smile on his face. On the way, the Purple Underground, which represented the lineage of Wutu, saw the limit of their Divine Mountain broken. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Many bowed slightly to the Emperor, congratulating him. The Emperor of Purple Underground had just earned himself yet another superbly talented student. At Wutu Divine Mountain, the thunderclouds above the sky gradually dissipated, and that apocalyptic scene disappeared. Countless people looked at the Divine Mountain, staring at the white-haired figure standing on the top of the Divine Mountain, leaving the world behind. He seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. Today, Yi Futian broke the pole numbers on the Wutu Divine Mountain and inherited the 1,000 ways of Tianlai. In all of history, out of 8 great divine mountains, only 3 were able to achieve it. Now, someone at Wutu Divine Mountain had done it too. This was a matter of pride for the Purple Underworld. From now on, this pole record would also include the name of Wutu Divine Mountain. Based on this alone, it would not take long for the white-haired young man that no one knew to have his name resounded in this side of the world. In the future, when anyone came to Wutu Divine Mountain, they would think of his existence just as when they entered the Divine Mountain before, they had thought of Zhang Chongqing. Moreover, this pole number was even more impressive than Zhang Chongqing's 900 thunder strikes. Lu Yu looked up at the sky and felt somewhat lost in his heart. Before he came, his goal was to surpass Zhang Chongqing, inherit the 1,000 ways of Tianlai, challenge the pole. However, before he even attempted it, he was kicked off the mountain by Yi Futian. Yi Futian now had replaced him and achieved what he had wanted to do. It seemed to him that his defeat was no unjust. But what a pity that the name Lu Yu could not be known in the world. Many were looking at the figure above the sky. Yi Futian seemed to be standing there still, digesting the strength inside of his body. This time he had gained a lot. At this moment, flashes of figures arrived, and many showed a strange look when they saw the newcomers. That person in the lead was precisely the record keeper before Yi Futian, Zhang Chongqing. He was known to be the most favored disciple of the Emperor of the Purple Underworld, rumored to be the future successor of the Purple Underworld, its most gifted character. Today, someone not only broke his record, but also created an extreme number of poles, eschewing his record. Would he be replaced? It was impossible to fathom what Zhang Chongqing was thinking at this moment. Tianlai training won't need me to elaborate. Everyone clearly understands in their hearts. Those cultivators who stood on the Divine Mountain and comprehended the Wutu thunder seal of the underground and whoever find it into their bodies may follow me to the Purple Underground and pay respect to the Master. Tianlai planted the way, and what was in his request was the screening of the Divine Mountain to select those who were suitable for the cultivation of Wutu thunder of the underground. These people had already had the seeds of Wutu thunder of the underground been planted in them and would be very suitable to cultivate this kind of will. The 8 great divine mountains were selecting the 8 orthodox heirs. The Purple Underworld now represented the orthodoxy of Wutu. Some were happy, some were lost. For practicing the thunder method, The 8 great orthodoxies of Thunder Method was clearly an excellent choice. As for the best choice, there was no doubt that it would be the Violet Heavenly Palace. However, it was not so easy to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. For a person such as Yi Fu-Tian, who had broken the pole numbers, if he wanted to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, he should be able to do so the future. But for others, it wouldn't be so easy. For those in the world of cultivation who didn't want to enter and become part of a great principality. Flashes of figures moved forward and arrived in front of Zhang Changqing and the others. Yi Fu-Tian's figure drifted from the void. He landed next to Xia Qingyuan and the others, then stepped forward. Zhang Changqing's eyes fell on Yi Fu-Tian. His face was calm, but there were waves in his heart. This was the young man who had stared at him before. The head of white hair was very eye-catching, and his temperament was also incredibly outstanding. It seemed that this man had already regarded himself as an opponent and wanted to break the record he set. "Congratulations!" Zhang Changqing nodded slightly to Yi Fu-Tian. To someone who had broken the pole numbers of the Divine Mountain, even as the most valued disciple of the Emperor of the Purple Underground, he still must give due respect. Today our pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain was broken. That's something to brag about in the future, little one. Going forward in the Purple Underworld. Focus on cultivating, and there may be an opportunity to impact the realm of Renhuang. The elder next to Zhang Changqing smiled and said, "Such a good seedling was worthy of good cultivation in the Purple Underworld." "Thanks a lot." Yi Fu-Tian nodded slightly in return, somewhat indifferent. Others felt that he was a bit impudent. He didn't come to the Divine Mountain for the sake of cultivating in the Purple Underworld. It was only because of his third senior brother did he do so. Otherwise, he might not even be able to see the third senior brother. As for him to be fully courteous when facing the person who took away his third senior brother, he was unable to comply. Zhang Changqing naturally felt Yi Fu-Tian's attitude. When he saw Yi Fu-Tian's arrogant indifference, he said, "Breaking the pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain's Tianlei number means that you are highly gifted in the will of Wutu Thunder of the Underground. Your potential in cultivating this method would be infinite, with great prospects in the future. But even so, you should not be too complacent. The Way of Thunder method is profound and broad. There is still a long way to go." His tone was as that of an old-timer. In the future, when Yi Fu-Tian entered the Purple Underground to cultivate, he would be regarded as his younger brother. As such, he was qualified to teach him a thing or two. "Let's go." Yi Fu-Tian spoke lightly and walked off, passing Zhang Changqing. As soon as Zhang Changqing finished speaking, Yi Fu-Tian bumped him and left, completely ignoring him. Zhang Changqing's back was facing Yi Fu-Tian. His face stiffened. Those who faced him could see from Zhang Changqing's face how embarrassed he was. This caused many to experience some subtle emotions. One was the most valued disciple of the former emperor of the Purple Underworld, who set the record for the Divine Mountain, and the other was a new character who broke the pole number. Had they started the competition even before entering the gate? The scene that just played out seemed to foreshadow that these two would certainly be unable to live in harmony. "Let's go." Although Zhang Changqing was a little humiliated, he still managed to speak and turned to walk away. Everyone flickered and moved away from the Divine Mountain. The elders of the Purple Underworld wore a weird expression. They didn't speak. The situation was somewhat delicate. Having left the Divine Mountain, everyone moved forward, walking along the Purple Nether City. Zhang Changqing and others still came to the front to lead the way, while Yi Fu-Tian and the others followed. In the Purple Nether City, there was a sky stairwell with 8,100 steps, which led to above the sky. Over yonder, there was a sky gate. Across the sky gate was the palace of the Purple Nether City, the whereabouts of Purple Underworld. Many ancient halls were standing here, towering and spectacular. At this moment, below the sky stairwell, there were countless many from all places. Some were people from the purple nether city. They looked forward and showed a look of respect. Behind that sky gate, there were many on the high platform. The one in the middle had an extraordinary temperament. He was the emperor of the purple underworld. Beside him, there were throngs of cultivators. In addition, there are many cultivators positioned in all major directions. They were not from part of the purple underworld, but were from other regions. Today was not only the opening day of the Wutu Divine Mountain, but also the opening day for other divine mountains. However, all of the 8 major Orthodox forces had sent cultivators here. Obviously, it was not only because of the opening of the Divine Mountain. Purple Underworld. Now that the preaching of Divine Mountain had ended, it's time to talk about the matter regarding the descendants of the Gu clan. When will we see them? Someone asked. He was extraordinary, and in his movements he seemed to be one with the great path. The person who could talk to the emperor of the purple underworld on equal terms had to be also existence of Renhuang, and one of the 8 figures who controlled the thunder method orthodoxy. That's right. There was another who broke the pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain today, and congratulations are in order. But this matter still needed to be dealt with. Another Renhuang piped up. It was as if they all had some ideas of their own in today's attendance. The emperor of Purple Underworld understood that Gu Tianxing, regardless of his extraordinary method, was just one step away from the heavenly path. Even Renhuang, who did not desire to gain the method of Gu Tianxing's cultivation. If this Gu Donglu who was captured was the only descendant of the Gu clan, who wouldn't want to discover something from him? It was just that he had already tried to no avail. The man who was captured didn't seem to know who he was and didn't understand the magic cultivation of the Gu clan. Even his genius seemed to have been vaguely imprisoned. And it was unknown whose doing it was. Perhaps it was an attempt to leave a bloodline for the Gu clan, to let him live quietly in the lower world, and continue the name of Gu clan. It was just unexpected that he still came to the heavenly mandate realm. No need to worry, I will take care of it myself, the emperor of the purpose underworld replied lightly. He already had a plan. Since he couldn't find anything useful himself, the attraction of the descendant of the Gu clan was naturally not as great, so he would take the initiative to turn him in. Purple Underworld, honestly, what are you going to do with him? Someone asked. They had all knew some things vaguely, and now, beside them, many people had also arrived. They have already arrived. Let's first see the one who broke the pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain, the emperor of the Purple Underworld said. As he looked down, he saw a group of people walking along the sky stairwell. Among Yi Futian's party, he was the only one who went up. Xia Qingyuan, Qin Shengang, and the others stayed below. They were not allowed to step on the sky stairwell to enter the purple underworld, and could only observe the ceremony from below. Yi Futian glanced at the endless sea of people, then stepped onto the sky stairwell. He passed over the sky gate and saw those who were above the sky stairwell. The man at the center of this should be the emperor of the purple underworld. Finally, Yi Futian and the group stopped. Zhang Changqing and the others flickered behind the emperor of the purple underworld and stood quietly there. The emperor of the purple underworld lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian and the others. Greetings to emperor of the purple underworld. Your Majesty. Everyone bowed slightly and paid their respects. And so did Yi Futian, even though he was displeased about the fact that the emperor of the purple underworld had sent men to capture the 3rd senior brother. However, the strength and status of the emperor of the purple underworld were what they were, and he had to pay his respects. The emperor of the purple underworld smiled and waved his hands, and his eyes landed on Yi Fuxia. He said, "For many years, only you alone were able to inherit the 1,000 ways of TLA, breaking the pole number of the Wutu Divine Mountain. Would you like to ask me to be your master?" There were endless people below, and when they heard the words of the emperor, they cheered. They were greatly envious of Yi Futian. Right after the conclusion of the trip, to the Divine Mountain, the Emperor of the Purple Underworld would personally accept him as a disciple. How fortunate! Of course, as the first person to break the pole number of the Wutu Divine Mountain, Yi Fuqian also possessed such qualifications. Above the staircase, those Renhuangs in positions around the Emperor of the Purple Underworld also looked at Yi Fuqian. It seemed that today, Emperor of the Purple Underworld would accept a good seedling, which, if given proper nurturing, would not be any less than Zhang Changqing. This person, perhaps one day, would battle Zhang Changqing in the future for the succession of Wutu. Around these Renhuang, they had each brought some descendants here, and they looked at Yi Fuqian with some interest. They were all characters who had created the glory of the 8 major divine mountains. What was the true method of this person who had broken the pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain? Yi Fuqian looked up at the figure above in the sky. He bowed to the Emperor of the Purple Underworld, saying, "Your Majesty, I trespassed in the Divine Mountain of Wutu so that I could meet your Majesty and ask for a favor." "Oh!" The Emperor of the Purple Underworld revealed a strange look, and everyone around him was a little curious as well. "Tell me," the Emperor of the Purple Underworld said. Since he intended to take in Yi Fuqian as a disciple, he would agree to most requests. "Forgive me, your Majesty," Yi Fuqian said, bowing again. "Previously, the people of the Purple Underworld took away a person from Emperor Qi's territory. I heard that this person is now at the Purple Underworld. His name of Gu Donlu. He is my senior brother. Although I don't know my senior brother's past, and neither does he cultivated step by step in the lower world until today. I hope that your Majesty will not make it difficult for my senior brother and will set him free. I am sure whatever it is that your Majesty desires to know, my brother will tell you." What Yi Fuqian said made the vast world fall into quietude. Today, 2 of the most important events in the Purple Nether City were the opening of Wutu Divine Mountain, and the other was how best to deal with the descendant of the Gu clan. Now they found out that the one who broke the pole number at Wutu Divine Mountain had also come for the descendant of the Gu clan. Moreover, the 2 were brothers. This world was really a small place. The senior brother had an extraordinary family prestige, and his junior brother was also exceptionally talented. Perhaps there was some kind of connection between extraordinary people. Zhang Changqing also revealed a strange look. He looked at Yi Fuqian and finally understood that Yi Fuqian's indifferent attitude toward him was not because he wanted to challenge his position. It was because he was the one who took Gu Donlu. Yi Fuqian broke the pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain, and if he had made any other demands, Zhang Changqing thought that the master would have agreed to them. However, he proposed the release of the descendant of the Gu clan. Clearly, this was simply impossible. Even the master could no longer dictate this situation. Looking at all 8 major Orthodox of Renhuang who arrived today, who did they come for? Furthermore, Yi Fuqian made this request to the Emperor of the Purple Underworld on this occasion, which more or less put the master in a tough bind. After all, from the standpoint of common sense, to order people to go after a junior figure was not an honorable thing to be done by the Emperor of the Purple Underworld. If Yi Fuqian pleaded for his release, he should agree. After all, Yi Fuqian had said that even Gu Donlu knew nothing of his heritage, just like every other ordinary cultivator. So why would a Renhuang give him a hard time? But precisely because of it, it would be difficult for Emperor of the Purple Underworld. Presumably, you are also not too clear about the affairs of the Gu clan, although he is your senior brother. As a descendant of the Gu clan, there is too much involved that can't be clarified. I won't be hard on your senior brother, but at present I cannot release him to you. And even if he's really in your custody, perhaps you cannot keep him for long. The Emperor of the Purple Underworld spoke to Yi Fuqian. Yi Fuqian had already guessed this outcome. He knew that with just a few words from him, the other party couldn't release the 3rd senior brother. However, At least he needed to find out their stance. Your Majesty is a Run Huang, one of the 8 orthodoxies of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Like the rest of the elders, you transcended from the world. I had heard a thing or two about the events involving the Gu clan in the past, but my 3rd senior brother knew none of it. He was just a bearer of the name. It was said that those of the Runhuang realm possess the ability to tolerate all things of the world, and so I ask all your majesties to let go of what happened in the past. Yi Fuqian bowed down, and his tone was extremely polite from the beginning to the end, without any disrespect. He was simply pleading. He knew who he was facing, and he clearly understood the gap between him and the others. Although his reasoning may be superior, the fist was the ultimate decider of everything. If he dared to run in blindly, he wouldn't even know how he died, never mind saving the 3rd brother. The Emperor of the Purple Underworld looked at Yi Fuqian. This young man appeared polite and respectful, but he could see that Yi Fuqian was quite calculating. Expressing his case in such manner, it would not do to keep Gu Donglu in his hand for long and make things difficult. Otherwise, it would make them look bad. It was only that Yi Fuqian had ultimately underestimated the influence of Gu's descendants in the Heavenly Mandate realm. You have no inkling of what happened with the Gu clan. The Purple Underworld will take care of it ourselves. Now, Master asked if you were willing to be part of the Purple Underworld and cultivate under the Master as his disciple. At this time, Zhang Chongqing, who was behind Emperor of the Purple Underworld, spoke up. The fact was that everyone could see that because of Gu Donglu, Yi Fuqian might not enter the gate of the Emperor of the Purple Underworld. Zhang Chongqing's question was forcing Yi Fuqian to answer directly. If His Majesty could release my brother and let him stay in the Purple Underworld to cultivate, then I would also be willing to join the Purple Underworld and cultivate under His Majesty. Yi Fuqian bowed and said respectfully. If the Emperor of the Purple Underworld were willing to release the 3rd senior brother and protect his safety, then he would have proven himself as trustworthy, and there would be no impropriety for him to cultivate under him. The Emperor of the Purple Underworld looked at Yi Fuqian, and the Ren Huang of the other 8 orthodoxies also revealed a look of interest. Yi Fuqian was making things difficult for the Emperor of the Purple Underworld, the person who broke the poll number of Wutu Divine Mountain, but refused to enter the door of the Purple Underworld just because the Emperor was unwilling to release Gu Donglu. It would perhaps cause much gossip among people. How dare you? Zhang Chongqing chided coldly. For the Master to accept a disciple is a great event, but you take it as an exchange. The people of the Purple Underworld were staring at Yi Fuqian. The Emperor was accepting a disciple because of Yi Fuqian's talent. But Yi Fuqian only wanted the Emperor of the Purple Underworld to release the prisoner, his brother. Yi Fuqian gave Zhang Chongqing a cold glance. This Zhang Chongqing was deliberately provocative, making the situation worse. Your Majesty, it was not my intention. I only wanted my senior brother to be safe and sound. Yi Fuqian explained to the Emperor of the Purple Underworld. The Emperor waved his hand and said, I understand what you mean. You may go. For the person who broke the poll number of the Divine Mountain, he was naturally willing to accept him as a successor and nurture him so that there would be another powerful existence in the future for the Purple Underworld. It was just that, as far as Gu Donglu was concerned, this could not be done. Especially now, it was difficult to even for him to keep Gu Donglu. When Yi Fuqian heard the words of the Emperor, he understood that there was no hope for the Emperor of the Purple Underworld to release Gu Donglu today. He looked at the Emperor, then nodded slightly and retreated. If others are willing, you may cultivate in the Purple Underworld. If you don't want to, you may leave now also, the Emperor said to the rest of the crowd on the stairs. Everyone knew that because of Yi Fuqian's request, the Emperor was not in such a great mood. Let them decide themselves without any nonsense. The vast majority of people were willing to cultivate in the Purple Underworld, but only a few had refused. Yi Fuqian returned to the ground below, standing there silently. Obviously, even if he had broken the pole number of the Divine Mountain, it was still not enough weight. Even talent such as this was not enough for the Emperor to release the man on his account. "You've done all you can. Leave it to destiny." Next to him, Qin Xiangang whispered. Xia Qingyuan also looked at him. Yi Futian was already doing his best. It was just that his status today, compared to those Ren Huang, who were high above him, was still too far apart. It was not enough to affect the others. Even if he had inherited the 1,000 Way of Tianlei, he had created the history of Wutu Divine Mountain. Yi Futian nodded slightly, said nothing. With his current ability, this was all he could do, and even he dared not ask anything further, for this was the gap in strength. What a pity! Although this was the time when the others decided whether or not to cultivate in the purple underground, even more people were still paying attention to Yi Futian. He had inherited the 1,000 Way of Tianlei, planted the seal of Wutu Thunder of the underground, and it was in his best interest to enter the purple underground. However, because of his senior brother, he did not, which was kind of a pity. This was perhaps the first time in history that someone who had set a record but did not submit under the discipline of the 8 orthodoxies. Purple Underground, what are you going to do with the descendant of the Gu clan? Someone finally asked. Yi Futian and the others were staring at the Emperor of the Purple Underground. How would the Emperor of the Purple Underground plan to deal with Gu Donglu? "Don't worry, it should be here soon," said the Emperor, which shocked the rest of the Ren Huang. It seemed that Emperor of the Purple Underground still intended to hand him over. They probably couldn't touch him in any way. They instinctively understood that if the Emperor were to deliver him, it would only be delivered there. The Thunder Method Orthodoxy of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Violet Heavenly Palace. If the Violet Heavenly Palace were to take him away, it would be impossible for them to step in again. Before, when they asked the Emperor of the Purple Underground if he had obtained anything from this descendant of the Gu clan, he did not give them an answer. So far, it was an unknown suspense. At this moment, there was lightning shown above the sky, and out of the endless clear sky, divine light of thunder had appeared. Countless many looked up at the sky. Their hearts were shaking. Flashes of lightning sailed across the sky, and in the next moment, figures appeared in the sky above the crowd. The group seemed to come by lightning, so it appeared out of thin air, and the group in front emitted a terrible breath, especially the one who led the group, who stood above the void and gave everyone a sense of irresistibility. It was as if he was one with heaven and earth, and the way of the thunder. Ren Huang of the 8 orthodoxies stood up and looked above with a solemn look. Violet Heavenly Palace. Below the stairs, countless people trembled in their hearts. The world's thunder methods were all from the Heavenly Palace. The 8 major orthodoxies of the thunder method were, in fact, passed from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Now the Violet Heavenly Palace descended in person. "Purple Underground, where is the man?" the leader of the group asked. "Bring him out," the Emperor of the Purple Underground said. Below, Yi Futian appeared a little pale. The Violet Heavenly Palace arrived, and with just a few words, the Emperor was about to hand the prisoner over. In the Purple Underworld, a group of people appeared with one man in custody. Below the stairs, Yi Futian looked up there, and the man in custody was Gu Donglu. Donglu. There was a faint flow of knife while on the knife saint. At this moment, Gu Donglu appeared to be slightly tired. Those who cultivated were usually full of energy, especially when they entered the realm of saint. Under normal circumstances, they would not appear tired at all, unless something had happened to him. Although the Emperor of the Purple Underworld would not do anything drastic to Gu Donglu during these days of capture, it was impossible that he would do nothing at all. What did these people want with Gu Donglu? Gu Donglu looked up at the figure above the sky. His eyes were filled with indifference. Until now, he still did not understand just what he had done. After these people captured him, They interrogated him and even wanted to pry into his spiritual world forcibly. And now they were going to hand him over to some other people. No one asked him, and he did not expect that even with his cultivation to the saint plane, that he would be this powerless. As for the principles that they believed in, they were as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of absolute power. The people of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked at Gu Donglu from a distance and thought that his temperament was outstanding. "Release your life spirit," the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace commanded Gu Donglu from the sky. Gu Donglu looked up at the man and remained indifferent. Seeing him remain silent, a mighty pressure descended from the void and directly landed on Gu Donglu. Feeling this pressure of might, Gu Donglu remained standing quietly and looked up at the other without compromise. The Renhuang, who was the head of the group, frowned, and a terrible divine light shot from his eyes. This divine light penetrated Gu Donglu's eyes and rushed into his body. At this moment, the breath inside of Gu Donglu's breath roiled. His spiritual was not under his control, and his soul shuddered. Boom! The light of the life spirit appeared, and it was an illusion of an immortal. 9 ancient characters surrounded the illusion and seemed to echo with heaven and earth, which caused sounds of whistling in the space. Indeed, the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace secretly exclaimed, "He was undoubtedly the descendant of the Gu clan, but this soul would be more befitting in an ordinary person." But compared to the Gu clan of yore, its power was far from impressive. In the past, when Madman Gu released his life spirit, it had eclipsed the glory of heaven and earth. The cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace stepped forward, and the divine light in the eye bloomed once again. It was like thunder shocked the world, and it rushed into Gu Donglu's body again. Boom! Gu Donglu's body shook. His long hair was flying in the air. His spiritual willpower seemed to bloom uncontrollably, and the breath of life spirit was even stronger. The cultivator did not stop there, but stepped forward again. Gu Donglu groaned. His face was ashen. It was as his life spirit had been released to its limit. But it seemed that it still did not meet the expectations of that Renhuang character. "I tried it already," the Emperor of the Purple Underground said. Gu Donglu's life spirit seemed to be limited at this point. Unless there was a second awakening, this was indeed a considerable gap with the people of Gu clan in the past. The elder is of the Renhuang plane and is bullying someone his junior thusly. This is conduct unbecoming of someone of your stature. At this time a voice was heard, and everyone followed the sound and saw that Knife Saint looked up at the sky, his hand holding the hilt of the sword. At the moment he relaxed his hold on the handle, but the movement seemed a bit stiff. Although knowing that the gap between them was like heaven and earth, seeing how they had treated Gu Donglu as his elder senior brother, he couldn't help but comment. The other glanced briefly at Knife Saint, and his eyes were sharp. It was as if divine thunder bloomed from his eyes. Knife Saint felt a flash of thunder, and lightning blasted his spiritual will. The lightning in his head roared with humming sounds in his head. With a groan, he stepped back. The man still looked indifferent. It was as if he hadn't done anything at all and didn't explain anything. It was as if no explanation was needed. Elder brother. Yi Futian was witnessing all this. His fists were clenched tightly as he raised his head to look into the void. He saw that Gu Donglu looking at them and said, "Don't interfere." Gu Donglu understood very well how powerful these forces were. Even though there were anger and unwillingness in his heart, he knew very well that they could not resist. If they insisted on fighting them, it would be akin to committing suicide. "I'll go with you," Gu Donglu said to the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace. The cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked rather casual. This was not a choice that could be made by Gu Donglu. From the beginning to end, he had no choice. The prosperous and renowned Gu clan of yore was now extinct. The era of Gu Tianqing was the golden age of the Gu clan. He cast a glance at the other positions above the sky and said, "Since everyone is here now, show yourselves." Obviously, he did not take Gu Donglu away because of the opinions he had expressed. What was more important was that it was not the violet heavenly palace that had arrived today. Below the staircase, countless looked up at the sky. Their hearts were shaken. Previously, there had been rumors that the supreme forces of principalities had entered the purple Nether City. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Forces that could attract the attention of the violet heavenly palace were naturally forces of the same level, standing at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm, because it's the last descendant of the Gu clan bloodline of our celestial gate of vast heaven. He should be brought back by us. At this time, an ethereal voice came from the void, and then there was a fairy light falling from the sky, and a line of elusive figures came from the sky and appeared in the sky above the purple underworld. This group of individuals was transcendent in their temperaments. Fairy lights were released around them. It was as if they were one with the great path surrounding them, holy and ephemeral. South vast heaven of the heavenly mandate realm had arrived. The celestial gate of vast heaven, one of the top principalities in the heavenly mandate realm, was equally renowned as the violet heavenly palace. Furthermore, in the past, Gu clan was one of the 3 peak clans of the celestial gate of vast heaven and was in charge of it along with the other 2 peak clans. Later, when the Gu clan was destroyed, the celestial gate of vast heaven was greatly impacted by it. However, the other 2 major clans were equally powerful, so they were still standing at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm. You compromised back then, so what are you doing here now? A taunting, sarcastic voice was heard, and in the other direction, another group of cultivators appeared. The individuals who made up this group each had their different temperaments and were not as domineering and aggressive as the violet heavenly palace, but also not as unearthly as the celestial gate of vast heaven. Though the temperaments of these cultivators all varied, they were all very powerful. 10,000 Divine Mountain, many people exclaimed. 10,000 Divine Mountain on the eastern region of the heavenly mandate realm had also appeared. Today, would the top 5 forces all come for the occasion? This was all just because of the resurfacing of a descendant of the Gu clan. What profound lesson did Gu Tianqing leave for the heavenly mandate realm? So much so that just one descendant of the Gu clan was enough for these cultivators to gather together. What game do you guys at 10,000 Divine Mountain want to play? A cultivator of the violet heavenly palace asked aggressively. We like to have fun too at the 10,000 Divine Mountain, said a Runhuang figure clad in a black and white robe with a smile. And we can also catch up with all the friends of Brahma's pure sky. When he finished speaking, in yet another direction, an elusive divine light shone. A group of dazzling figures appeared above the void. This group was made up of all women, and what was even more amazing was that all were extremely beautiful. When they appeared, heaven and earth seemed to lose their beauty in comparison. Jiutian Goddesses has arrived in person. The cultivator of the violet heavenly palace said lightly. The woman who headed Brahma's pure sky was a peerless goddess who seemed unattainable. She was one of the Jiutian goddesses of Brahma's pure sky. Beside her were all virgins who cultivated under her. Brahma's pure sky. Yi Futian looked up in that direction and saw that all the goddesses' temperaments were ephemeral, and their appearances were not of this earth. They all served under the throne of Brahma's pure queen from the ethereal Brahma's pure heaven. That was also Yi Futian's target. It was a place where he wanted to go. When Xia Qingyuan saw the presence of the cultivators of Brahma's pure heaven, she looked at Yi Futian, who was beside her, wondering what he was thinking at the moment. Yi Futian really would like to step toward them and ask them some things, but those ethereal goddesses may not even bother to answer him. Furthermore, the gathering of the top principalities today was because of the third senior brother. The situation seemed to be more and more complicated. At this time, Yi Fu-Tian felt faintly also just what kind of character Gu Tianqing of the Gu clan really was. The goddess of Brahma's pure sky looked in one direction, one last principality, and the 5 peak forces of the heavenly mandate realm all arrived. The descendant of the Gu clan belongs to us. In the direction where the goddess was, a figure came out. From the sky, a group of noble figures descended. Its majestic imperial power enveloped the world, and the light released from their bodies seemed to demand worship. Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The people below the staircase trembled violently. Today, the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm had all arrived. The God of Heaven was named after the Heavenly Mandate. They were the oldest forces among the 5 major principalities. It was said that many years ago they were the absolute bosses of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty ruled the central region of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Many royal dynasties were ruled by it, and it was the greatest power in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Its roots were deep and unfathomable. The extinction of the Gu clan was because of its confrontation with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. "Does anyone disagree?" said the Ren Huang character of the Heavenly Mandate realm who had descended. It was as if he was certain that he would be in possession of the descendant of the Gu clan. The men of all forces were looking at him. They were the clearest on the confrontation that happened between the two. At the height of his golden age, Gu Tianqing had made rivers of blood at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. He became an immortal and climbed up the ladder of the Divine Dynasty and slaughtered his way to the Divine Hall of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. That battle was Gu Tianqing's most brilliant one. The emergence of the old emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and joining forces with the current ruler of the dynasty led to the demise of Gu Tianqing. It was said that Gu Tianqing was injured in that battle, which subsequently led to the fall of Gu Tianqing and the extinction of the Gu clan. But for that, the price paid by the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was the death of the old emperor, a godlike character who ruled a generation. One could imagine how terrible Gu Tianqing was. The whole Heavenly Mandate realm was shocked by the aggression exhibited by Gu Tianqing in that battle. His presence made the entire Heavenly Mandate realm uneasy. In those days, Gu Tianqing was the other. His actions were unpredictable and unrestricted by rules, and he did whatever he wanted. The sins created by that battle were too heavy. The blood stained the dynasty so that the Heavenly Mandate realm no longer had a place for him. It was obvious what those from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were trying to do. Gu Tianqing and the dynasty had serious scores to settle with each other, and it was thanks to the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty that the Gu clan was destroyed. At present, knowing that there were survivors from the Gu clan, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty naturally saw fit to take them away. While the dynasty suffered terrible losses all those years ago, many lives from the celestial gate of vast heaven were lost as well, and the Gu clan was totally destroyed. The feud between the dynasty and the Gu clan ended at that time. And right now, are you telling me that you people from the dynasty are unwilling even to let one descendant of the clan off? A mighty one from the celestial gate of vast heaven said coldly, "We will bring this person back with us, whatever it takes." "I dare you to try," a mighty one from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said coldly. There was no point in trying to sort out the mess that happened all those years ago. Be it the celestial gate of vast heaven or the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, both parties had suffered considerable losses in the end. Due to the existence of the Gu clan in the celestial gate of vast heaven and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty having a deep history and background, those two forces were at the pinnacle of Heavenly Mandate realm back then. Both of them had been magnitudes of order higher than the other 3 supreme forces. However, that one battle caused both pinnacle forces to be considerably weakened. That was probably the situation that the others wanted to see. The man is now in the custody of the purple underworld, and he is to join the ranks of the purple underworld. You all claim to want to take the man, But did any of you bother asking what the purple underworld thought about this? A mighty one from the violet heavenly palace said at that moment. They had already arrived before and knew that the other forces actually had their own agendas. They knew that it would not be easy to take Gu Donglu away. At present, any action would trigger a cascade of events. His emergence caused the 5 pinnacle forces to show up at the same time. All of them wanted to take him away. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty's claim of wanting to take him away due to vengeance back then was but a ruse. Instead, they were waiting to see if there was anything of Gu Tianxing left on him. The dynasty would not have bothered with just another descendant of the dead Gu clan otherwise. As for the celestial gate of vast heaven, no one knew how sincere they actually were. They might have been up to no good as well. You could ask if the purple underworld is willing to give the man up to the violet heavenly palace then. The Jyotin goddess of Brahma's pure sky said at that moment. All eyes were on the emperor of purple underground within an instant. The emperor shot a cold glance at the Jyotin goddess, wondering if she was trying to have the others target him. The ones from the violet heavenly palace naturally knew that even if the emperor of purple underground were truly on their side, he would not have easily made his stance clear right there and then. Offending the 4 major pinnacle forces would come with dire consequences. There was no way he would have made his stance clear. All sides wanted to take the man away, putting the situation in a deadlock. Well, if all of you want the man so badly, let's duke it out and let the winner take the man away then. It'd be nice for me to see how capable those top-notch forces in Heavenly Mandate Realm are. That middle-aged man from 10,000 Divine Mountain, who wore black and white striped robes, continued to smile and said, seemingly out to make things into a bigger mess. Furthermore, he also never said that he wanted to take Gu Donglu away. It was apparent that they were not all that interested. It was as if how he put it before. Those from 10,000 Divine Mountain were simply there to see how the event would turn out. The ones below felt rather speechless at what that mighty one from 10,000 Divine Mountain said. All of those people had tremendous power. Things would be unimaginable if they were to truly fight for the sake of one man. The scene would be utterly terrifying, enough to bring down the sky. All of the few pinnacle forces of Heavenly Mandate Realm were rather reserved when it came to having Renhuangs among them clash. If any conflict arose, the fight would be something out of this world. What happened between the Gu clan and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty back then served as a very good example. Everyone was silent again. The 8 true lineage forces, which included the Purple Underground, were unable to interfere. They simply looked at the 5 parties but heads in the sky above. Yi Futian looked up at the sky as well. All those imposing, overbearing figures were all who stood at the very pinnacle of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. His 3rd brother, Gu Donglu, never knew any of them, and he had no scores to settle any of them. Yet at that moment they were all there deciding what they should do with Gu Donglu, even deciding whether or not to kill him. Since we can't decide what to do with him, we shall end it all right here, right now. Another voice was heard at the moment. That imposing Renhuang from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had spoken. His robes billowed on its own as he cast his gaze upon Gu Donglu. The way he looked at Gu Donglu made it as if Gu Donglu was already a dead man. His eyes were filled with contempt. From the way they saw it, Gu Donglu's fate was sealed. He was to end up dead, one way or another. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty did not allow Gu Donglu to live. Even if they were to take him, it was only a matter of time before they disposed of him. The life of a remnant of the Gu clan was of no worth to them. They were only concerned about possible connections between him and Gu Tianxing. They were wondering if Gu Tianxing had indeed perished back then. That Renhuang stepped out and piled his might of Renhuang onto Gu Donglu. That Renhuang looked down on him and said, "Who is the one who sent you to the lower worlds to train?" The way he spoke made it seem like he was out to make others submit to him. Gu Donglio's spiritual will was rattled, and he began to see illusions. A tall, majestic Renhuang seemed to have appeared right before him, making it so that he was compelled to answer. Gu Donglu grunted and bit his lip, shutting his mouth and refusing to speak. Speak! That Ren Huang of the dynasty continued to press on him. The Ren Huang's voice reverberated in Gu Donglio's eardrums, wearing down on his resistance. It seemed as if the Ren Huang's voice was that of the heavens, utterly undeniable. The others only understood what was going on right there, and then. The 5 forces were out to determine whether or not Gu Donglu lived or died, and they were dealing with him on the spot. Read more chapter on our Vip novel. Calm! Countless voices reverberated in his mind, and his face was twisting in pain. He was able to sense killing intent from the other parties will of the Great Path alone. I don't know. Gu Donglu looked up, and his eyes were open, staring coldly at the one who stood tall and mighty in the air. At that moment, the Ren Huang from the violet heavenly palace cast his gaze below, unleashing the terrifying brilliance of lightning from his eyes. "Have you trained in the mystical ways?" the overlord from the violet heavenly palace asked. Bolts of lightning flashed in Gu Donglio's mind, making his hair dance. His brain felt like it was about to crack. His expression revealed extreme pain. "I'm asking you a question." That person from the violet heavenly palace took yet another step out after seeing that Gu Donglu was not answering. Bolts of lightning pierced through Gu Donglio's spiritual will, causing the limit of his life spirit to be triggered right there and then. He wanted to see where the limit of Gu Donglio's potential lied, and if he had the means of pulling what the Gu clan had pulled all those years ago. Gu Donglio's body was twisted, and his expression was extremely pained. However, he held his head up high and looked at the godlike figures above. His eyes were bloodshot. Those people were of the pinnacle forces of Heavenly Mandate Realm, but they were all leaning on a saint like him at that moment. Nobody stopped them, and nobody dared to stop them. Donglu, the sword saint, had demonic gleam flashing in his eyes, looking at all that was transpiring. Yi Futian's fists remained clenched as well. This was too much. "Your Majesty," Yi Futian yelled, "didn't you say that you wouldn't pressure him or anything before?" The Emperor of Purple Underground took a look at Yi Futian with a plain expression. He was not the only one doing so. All mighty ones from the other 8 true lineages turned to look at Yi Futian as well, feeling pity for him. Yi Futian had broken the limit of Wutu Divine Mountain on that day. He should have been the one to have his name known throughout the world. Yet due to the presence of a descendant of the Gu clan, everyone came to care about Gu Donglu more than him. Not only was he unable to join the ranks of the Purple Underground and train under the Emperor, but he was always forced to witness the cruel scene before him and was unable to do anything. No one said anything, and even the Emperor of Purple Underground was silent. Everything was already out of his hands. "Speak the truth, and your pain shall be lessened," the Jutian goddess of Brahman's pure sky said, feeling pity for Gu Donglu, thinking that he might not know about his birth after all. But then again, his surname was Gu, and he was a descendant of the Gu clan. While it was not clear about what the others would have done, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty at least would not let him live. "Enough, everyone," a mighty one from the celestial gate of vast heaven said, throwing down a powerful will of the Great Path on Gu Donglu. It turned into an image of yin and yang, repelling the pressure put on him by those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. "What are you doing?" the one from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked coldly. He might really not know anything. Piling what happened all those years ago on a member of the younger generation who knows nothing. "Don't you all think you're going a little bit too far?" That mighty one from the celestial gate of vast heaven said coldly. "So long as there is one man from the Gu clan alive, what happened back is still not over," the Ren Huang from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty said forcefully. "Countless from the dynasty perished in that battle all those years ago. Their blood had stained the vast regions of the dynasty. Many had even thought that it would have been the end of the dynasty back then, and that Renhuang saw what a doomsday that day had been. On that day, all of them swore to eradicate the Gu clan. The conversation between the two men caused everyone's hearts to race. The commotion all those years ago affected the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. At that moment, they were wondering if the Heavenly Mandate realm and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would clash once again due to Gu Donglio's emergence. Overwhelming might descended from the sky as the Renhuang from the dynasty spoke, with his will of the great path clashing with that from the Mighty One from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven on Gu Donglio's body. That scene made the Mighty One rescind his power immediately. It would have caused Gu Donglio's body to overload from the stress and collapse immediately. You went to the lower worlds to train. So why are you here now? The Mighty One from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven asked. That probably would have been the very last of the blood of the Gu clan. However, judging from the attitude of those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, they seem to have no intention of letting Gu Donglu leave alive. Spill it. The Renhuang from the Violet Heavenly Palace continued to pressure him. Boundless lightning rained down on Gu Donglio's soul. Terrifying lightning coursed throughout Gu Donglio's life, spirit at that moment. It seemed as if his body would crumble at any given moment. He was out to see if that would have been Gu Donglio's limit, and if Gu Donglu had been hiding anything. Gu Donglu coughed up blood, his head lowered. He looked down and saw the Sword Saint and Yi Futian stepping out from the crowd. He delivered his voice to them using his residual life force. Don't get involved. Dao Sheng and Yi Futian looked up and saw Gu Donglu looking at them with a pair of bloody eyes. He delivered his voice to the Sword Saint. Brother, watch Yi Futian. If the Sword Saint and Yi Futian intervened in this situation, these big figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm would kill them as if they were ants. They were too fragile in front of these big figures. No matter how talented they were unable to bear one stare or one wisp of thought from these big figures, who were much more powerful than them. These predominant figures might have ignored Yi Futian and the Sword Saint's presence, but if the Sword Saint and Yi Futian forcibly intervened, they wouldn't mind trampling them to death because they were weak ants in their eyes. So, in any case, neither the Sword Saint nor Yi Futian could stand out and get themselves killed. Will of Sword surrounded the Sword Saint. Gu Donglu told him to watch Yi Futian, but he couldn't control himself. The Sword Saint reached out a trembling hand and placed it on Yi Futian's shoulder, pressing Yi Futian's body down by force. They both fell to the ground and looked up at everything happening in the void sky. "Brother!" called Yi Futian, looking at the Sword Saint beside him. "Master is not here. It is my fault. I am too useless," the Sword Saint said in a low voice. Their master was not here, so it was supposed to be his duty to protect his brothers. However, he couldn't do anything. Seeing them leave, Gu Donglu raised his head and said to the figures high above the sky, "Hey!" The moment he spoke, all the forces suddenly dispersed. There was only might shrouding his body, as if it could befall him at any time. Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace were all looking at him, waiting for his answer. Did this descendant of Gu clan know about his origin? Were there any other people of the Gu clan still alive? Did he have any cultivation methods of the Gu clan with him? He asked me to tell you that by the time he returns, the dynasty and the palace will be reduced to ruins, Gu Donglu said with a smile, but the smile was quite sorrowful. Say something. What did they want him to say? He didn't know anything. But since these people were scared of a deceased figure, full of fright even after so many years, he had to say something that they expected him to say. By the time he returns, the dynasty and the palace will be reduced to ruins. People ruminated over these words in shock. Even warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace looked pale after hearing his words, doubting their authenticity. Will he return? They wondered. "I will take him," said a Renhuang warrior of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty assertively. A beam of dazzling divine light descended from the sky. He raised one hand and grabbed at Gu Donglio's body. He wanted to take Gu Donglu back and interrogate him. He needed to know more. If Gu Donglu refused to speak, they would find ways to control him, even using some special tactics. "You are asking for your own destruction," a warrior of the violet heavenly palace said coldly. The horrifying will of thunder in his pupils burst into Gu Donglio's body. Boom Gu Donglu just felt that his soul was going to burst and shatter into pieces. He opened his arms, hair messy, his clothes blowing in the wind. Boom! His life, spirit, celestial shadow was being destroyed little by little. But at this moment, from his life spirit, wisps of intimidating life force permeated and rushed into the sky. At this moment, Gu Donglio's life spirit seemed to be resonating with the law of heaven. Beams of dazzling celestial light bloomed from his life spirit and connected with the great law above the sky dome. What happened? This scene made many people's eyes contract. Everyone was staring at the young man. They just saw Gu Donglio's body slowly floating up. It was as if he no longer controlled it. From his body, beams of celestial light rose upward. Every one of the 9 ancient characters emitted an unparalleled aura. These characters rotated around him and gradually turned into 9 celestial shadows. The Emperor of Purple Underworld narrowed his eyes. He involuntarily took a step forward. He was agitated by what he saw. How was it possible? He had already thoroughly examined him. There was nothing hidden in Gu Donglu or his life spirit. But why was this happening? Were there any means that even a powerful warrior like him could not detect? Warriors of those 5 top powers were staring at Gu Donglu above the sky dome. There was an extreme coldness in the eyes of the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. They knew it was not that simple. At that time, what was Gu Tianqing like? If any descendant of the Gu clan survived, how could he not make arrangements for him? Today, their guess seemed to be confirmed. The Renhuang of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven watched the scene in shock, overwhelmed by his thoughts. The sealing technique of the 9 deities. He felt a surge of emotion. Did sealing techniques exist on Earth? When the Gu clan was at the apex of power, there were 12 deity-like figures in the clan. The sealing technique of the 9 deities required the 9 of them to seal their power in him. The power of 9 deities among the 12. Who on earth was Gu Donglu? He suddenly thought of that unprecedented war, during which Gu Tianqing set foot in the court of Heavenly Mandate dynasty alone. He suddenly realized that at that time, numerous warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Celestial Gate of vast heaven seemed to have neglected something. The 9 celestial shadows rotated around Gu Donglu. Among them, a beam of dazzling celestial light shot straight into the clouds and resonated with the sky. Wind and clouds roared above the sky dome as if the might of heaven would arrive. The whole world was changing. The celestial light shrouded the sky. This is. Countless people from the Purple Underworld sect were shocked by this scene. What just happened? How could there be such a powerful force in Gu Donglio's body? "Third brother," Yi Futian murmured. They were all stunned. Qi Shuangguan showed surprise at the scene. He released his mind and could perceive that at this moment Gu Donglu had become one with the heavenly law. Some masterful warrior put a seal on his body, Qi Shuangguan said in a low voice. Yi Futian was perplexed. Was that person Gu Tianqing? If so, why did he do this? Was he afraid that the enemy was too powerful? Did he seal the third brother's talents and power to let him live a simple and ordinary life in the lower realms? Could the seal be removed only when the third brother encountered irresistible forces? But at this moment he saw a wisp of hope. If, as people said, third brother was the last descendant of the Gu clan lineage. Gu Tianqing must have left something to him. Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace looked up at the sky. Wind and clouds were roaring above the sky dome. The beams of celestial light were scorching. Gu Donglio's body kept rising as if it would merge into the celestial light. The Renhuang warrior of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty raised his hand and grabbed toward Gu Donglio's body. A giant palm print of the Great Law appeared between the sky and earth, covering one corner of the sky. It smashed down, trying to directly capture Gu Donglu. Fizz, a beam of celestial light swung down, and the palm print was directly chopped in half. The aggregated palm print of the Great Law fell, but had not yet collapsed. The Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked up at the sky and saw endless beams of celestial light gather into a body figure above the sky dome. This figure was standing on the sky dome amid the endless celestial light. He stood straight with his hands behind his back between the sky and earth. His bearing was peerless in the world. Seeing this figure, warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm all had horrified looks on their faces. Even Renhuang warriors had their facial expressions distorted. Their hearts thumped fast. Overwhelming emotions surged inside them. How was this possible? How could he still be alive? Some people's legs were trembling. This face was a nightmare for warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace didn't feel any better. Their hearts shuddered violently. The Renhuang warrior had lifted one arm, but he could not stretch it out. Even though he was at Renhuang level, he didn't dare attack when he saw this face. The Celestial Lord. Many warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven saluted. Seeing that figure, many warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had the impulse to worship him, no matter what kind of role the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven played in the battle. For the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, Gu Tianqing's existence was a symbol, a mark engraved on the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. He represented an era, a celestial lord who was unparalleled in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Warriors of the Brahma's pure sky and 10,000 Divine Mountain all looked solemn. Regardless of if they were friends or foes, they all paid respect to Gu Tianqing because he was a legend of one generation, a godlike figure. The crowd was enormous below the Purple Underground sect. Even countless people in the city looked up at the sky and were stirred. They all had a rough idea of the identity of the person. Gu Tianqing. Was he alive? Gu Donglu had just said that by the time he returned, the dynasty and the palace would perish. Was he back now? If Gu Tianqing didn't die, it would indeed be a disaster for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. It is just an illusion created by the wills, not the person himself. At this time, the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate realm spoke up. When he spoke, the figure above the sky turned to him and gave him an emotionless glance. The Renhuang was threatened by this one glance and put down his arm, didn't dare take action anymore. Even the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty didn't dare try. Neither did the Renhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace. No one dared to move. Bathed in the celestial light, Gu Donglu constantly rose and landed next to Gu Tianqing. Wind and clouds rumbled above the sky dome. The extremely dazzling celestial light diffused in the air. A beam of celestial light swept across the sky dome, and suddenly these two figures disappeared into the distance. They are gone. The arms of the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty shivered. He just watched as Gu Donglu was taken away. He stepped out and released his mind as if trying to follow the direction in which they had left. The Renhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace also stepped out. They also felt that that was not the real Gu Tianqing. If Gu Tianqing had come here today, perhaps nobody of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would survive. Everyone knew the grudge between Gu Tianqing and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, which would not cease without another slaughter. During the battle of that time, countless corpses of both sides lay on the battlefield. The Emperor of Purple Underground took a deep breath. He didn't even figure out the sealing force hidden inside Gu Donglu. What did that mean? However, he also secretly felt glad that he did not. Otherwise, he would have had no idea what situation he would have to face today. Gu Tianqing's appearance would probably lead to another bloody storm in the heavenly mandate realm. Was he really alive? The appearance of Gu Tianqing made many people think about a question. Who is he, this Gu Donglu? Was he just the last descendant of the Gu clan's bloodline? When the Gu clan was exterminated, all people of the Gu clan were killed by the heavenly mandate dynasty. Nobody survived. How did Gu Donglu leave alive, and why did he have such an intimidating force in his body? The only possibility was before Gu Tianqing died, he had started to make arrangements and sent Gu Donglu away. Then Gu Donglu must be an essential person for Gu Tianqing. Gu Jiangnan. This name occurred to many people. At the beginning of this storm, he was a peerless, gallant hero in the heavenly mandate realm many years ago. He was known as the most talented warrior of all time in the Gu clan and broke all speed records of the celestial gate of vast heaven. He was also Gu Tianqing's son. At that time, everyone believed that Gu Jiangnan would become another Gu Tianqing in the future. The Gu clan was flourishing at that time, and it also had a very outstanding successor. During that period, it seemed that all good fortunes of the world had gathered in this clan. However, maybe because of this, many people said that the heaven was jealous of the Gu clan's prosperity. So the Gu clan's fortune began to wane from its apex, and what happened after that indeed confirmed this prediction. Gu Jiangnan and his wife were both peerless figures of that time. When the conflict erupted between them and the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, they were besieged by many warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The heavenly mandate dynasty might be afraid of Gu Jiangnan's potentials and ordered their warriors to behead this couple. At that time, the heavenly mandate dynasty was also extremely powerful and was hailed as the strongest force in the heavenly mandate realm. At that time, they did not expect that Gu Tianqing would be so intimidating when he went mad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to kill them. It was because of the Gu Jiangnan couple's death that Gu Tianqing stepped into the court of the heavenly mandate dynasty alone. The battle trembled the sky and earth, making ghosts and gods weep. Gu Tianqing took revenge on the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. In front of all warriors in the court of the heavenly mandate dynasty, he slew the prince in the cruelest way and put his head on top of the temple hall of the heavenly mandate dynasty. And now, the appearance of Gu Donglu had to make people wonder whether the Gu Jiangnan couple had any offspring before they fell. No one had ever heard of it. But the thing that happened today seemed to indicate this possibility could be great. If Gu Donglu was really the child of Gu Jiangnan couple, Gu Tianqing's grandson, and his sealing had been removed after he cultivated for a while, there will be another bloody storm in the future. Many people thought to themselves. The grudge between the heavenly mandate dynasty and the Gu clan was far from over. Yi Futian, however, felt relieved at this moment. He didn't know the third brother's life story, but it was fortunate for him to be able to leave unharmed. Was the person who took the third brother away really Gu Tianqing? When they planted the sealing force in his body, maybe they had expected that the day would come. In the void air, Emperor of the Purple Underground looked down and glanced at Yi Futian. Gu Donglu was Yi Futian's elder brother. Yi Futian went to the Wu Divine Mountain just to meet him and plead for Gu Donglu. Their relationship must be unusually good. However, since that powerful figure could take Gu Donglu away, there was no point in capturing Yi Futian, and the Emperor of Purple Underground had no need to incite hatred for no reason. Yi Futian himself certainly had not expected that his brother had such a background. Would you like to cultivate in my sect? Emperor of Purple Underground asked Yi Futian again. It was the second time he invited Yi Fuqian. Yi Fuqian looked up at Emperor of Purple Underground. The emperor stood there with an imposing bearing. His deep-set eyes looked unfathomable. No one could speculate what he was thinking. However, since his third brother had a grudge with the Violet Heavenly Palace, it was very unfavorable for him to cultivate in the Purple Underground sect. People fixed their eyes on Yi Fuqian again. Everything that just happened was so shocking to them that they almost forgot about Yi Fuqian, who just broke the record of the Divine Mountain because of Gu Donglu. Yi Fuqian was also a very rare, talented figure. It was the second time that Emperor of Purple Underground invited him to be his disciple. However, since the Emperor of Purple Underground refused to release Gu Donglu, Yi Fuqian might have felt estranged and would not cultivate with his guidance. I am grateful for your appreciation, Your Majesty. It's just I am not specialized in thunder laws, so I am afraid I will not live up to your expectations, said Yi Fuqian, bowing. No matter what he was feeling at this moment, he would not show it. Many people had expected that he would decline the offer, but this guy even claimed that he was not specialized in thunder laws, which was too a genius with thunder attribute, who had just broken the record of Wutu Divine Mountain and gone through 1,000 streaks of divine thunder, said that he cultivated in thunder laws just for fun. One could imagine how the people around him felt. What would those practiced warriors who had made great accomplishments in thunder laws think of him? Too presumptuous, Zhang Chongqing said in a low voice behind the Emperor of the Purple Underground. Yi Fuqian's tone was polite, but his words sounded particularly jarring to him. He once had also broken a record and endured 900 streaks of divine thunder. He was also very good at using thunder laws. Not only Zhang Chongqing, but cultivators of the 8 orthodox sects in thunder laws were all staring at Yi Fuqian. Yi Fuqian's words sounded too arrogant. If I am not wrong, he should be the first person among the 8 orthodox sects who broke the record, but was reluctant to enter sects to study thunder laws, right? A Renhuang figure said with a smile at this moment. He looked toward the Emperor of the Purple Underground and said, Ziming, your Purple Underground sect does not seem very attractive. The Emperor of the Purple Underground looked unconcerned and glanced at him. Of course, he understood the slight irony in his tone. For many years, there were not many people able to break the record of the 8 great divine mountains. Only very few. Since you could break the Heavenly Thunder record of the Wutu Divine Mountain, how about coming to the Violet Heavenly Palace to cultivate? At this moment, a warrior of the Violet Heavenly Palace in the air looked down at Yi Fuqian and suggested. His words shocked countless people. Pairs of eyes looked towards Yi Fuqian. People were all stirred by these words. Even the Violet Heavenly Palace sent an invitation to him. There was a strange look on the face of every Purple Underground sect warrior. Zhang Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. The Violet Heavenly Palace had never invited him to cultivate there. All thunder laws of the world originated from the Heavenly Palace. The Violet Heavenly Palace was the precursor of all the 8 thunder law orthodox sects. Entering the Violet Heavenly Palace meant that one could practice all kinds of thunder laws, including the Wutu infernal thunder. What one would learn depended on how strong one's talent was. Even any common disciple from there was surely an extremely talented person. However, Gu Donglu might be part of the reason that the Violet Heavenly Palace invited Yi Fuqian to cultivate. Would Yi Fuqian agree? What he said was also out of Yi Fuqian's expectation. He looked up at the figure above the sky and said, Thank you for your offer, but I am afraid I don't deserve entering the Heavenly Palace because of my limited talent. He didn't deserve it. Yi Fuqian's reply made many people feel speechless. His reason to decline the offer was a bit too pretended. He had just said that thunder law was not his field. However, this was also Yi Fuqian's attitude. Even though it was the highest force in the heavenly mandate realm, he still refused to join it. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace above the Sky Dome took a glance at Yi Fuqian. The speaker looked away and didn't say anything. Who could expect he declined the invitation of the violet heavenly palace? A young man, standing next to that warrior, looked towards Yi Futian. His stare was sharp. It was as if thunder was hidden inside. He took a glance at Yi Futian and said calmly, "You inherited the thunder laws of the heavenly palace, but refused to cultivate in thunder law sects. Since then, don't let me see you cultivate in thunder laws of the heavenly palace." His tone was calm but firm. The Wutu infernal thunder of the Wutu divine mountain was also a heritage belonging to the violet heavenly palace. The violet heavenly palace established the tradition of the arrival of the heavenly thunder in the 8 divine mountains, which was designed to pass the thunder laws through the world. The event was intended for cultivators with thunder law talent to cultivate in respective sections. There was no requirement to enter a sect during inheritance, because those who own the talent of thunder laws would basically all be willing to enter, not to mention those who gave the best performance. But Yi Futian first rejected the Emperor of Purple Underground and then even rejected the invitation of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Since then, he should just give up using the thunder laws of the Heavenly Palace in the future. The leaders of the 8 orthodox sects around the Emperor of Purple Underground were thinking about inviting Yi Futian to join them and seeing if he had other thunder talents, but now it seemed that there was no need. Although Yi Futian was exceptionally talented, he was also an arrogant person. Now he had nothing to do with the thunder laws. "Let's go," said a warrior of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Soon his group turned into lightning and disappeared directly into the sky. The rest of the forces were also preparing to leave. The goddess of Brahma's pure sky turned around, but suddenly heard Yi Futian shouting at her, "Your Excellency, may I talk to you for a moment?" The goddess of Brahma's pure sky turned her head and looked at Yi Futian. There were strange looks on many people's faces. This guy refused the invitation from the heavenly palace, and the next moment turned to the goddess. What did he mean? "What's the matter?" the goddess of Brahma's pure sky asked in a calm tone. "Your Excellency, may I ask that among all cultivators in Brahma's pure sky, whether there is a cultivator named Huajiu who once cultivated in the lower realms?" Yi Futian asked. He looked quite nervous, his eyes fixed on her, his heart thumping fast. This was the first time he approached a person from the Brahma's pure sky. He might get news about Jiu. The goddess still looked calm. She took a glance at Yi Futian, then turned around and walked away, leaving a word, "No." After the word, warriors of the Brahma's pure sky gradually all left and soon disappeared from sight. Yi Futian heard her answer and froze in the void sky. No. He heard from Xia Qingyuan that Jiu might be alive, so he came to the heavenly mandate realm with a wisp of hope. Finally, he met a person from the Brahman's pure sky, but she just told him no. If Ji was not in the Brahma's pure sky, what did that mean? Was she really alive? Yi Futian's face looked quite pale. The wind blew on his face. He felt a little cold. People around him looked at him. Yi Futian was a bit strange. He refused the invitation from the heavenly palace, but wanted to socialize with Brahma's pure sky. However, the Brahma's pure sky ignored him. No matter how talented he was not in good favor with the goddess of Brahma's pure sky. Xia Qingyue came beside Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian's pale face, she also felt quite lost. "Maybe she was not clear on what you were asking," Xia Qingyuan whispered. "But shouldn't she be glad? Why did she also feel sad?" Many people looked up at Yi Futian, who stood there with his back facing them. The atmosphere became a bit depressing. The person he mentioned must have been significant to him. But why did he think she would cultivate in Brahma's pure sky? Suddenly, Yi Futian laughed at himself with a tinge of bitterness. Perhaps that wisp of hope had just been an illusion he created. Was it even possible for her to have survived the battle of the ultimate Holy Palace? If Xia Qingyuan hadn't told him this message, he would have lost all hope. With that in his mind, he came all the way to the heavenly mandate realm. However, now it seemed that it was nothing but his chimera. Even if Jeyu's soul had not dissipated, why would the exalted lord of Brahma's pure sky in the heavenly mandate realm have to help her? To her, people in the lower realms were nothing but insignificant ants. Yi Futian turned around and walked back. Xia Qingyuan looked at his face and followed him quietly. Although she tried to comfort Yi Futian, she also thought Hua Jiu had died upon hearing the answer from the goddess of Brahma's pure sky. The hope that Yi Futian had built over several years had shattered. He must have been devastated. His heart was filled with only despair, without any room for happiness. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuqin, and others were all looking at Yi Futian. They knew best about the relationship between Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. They were in each other's company since they came from Qingzhou City until Hua Jiu lost her life in the Battle of Ultimate Holy Palace. Whatever hope they thought was there faded away. They all understood how Yi Futian felt at this moment. "Let's go," Yi Futian said softly with a low voice. Soon he walked away. Everyone nodded and followed him without a word. Only time could heal their wounds. The crowd involuntarily gave way to them. By breaking the record of Wutu Divine Mountain, Yi Futian's extraordinary talent earned him the respect of the cultivators who came to attend the event today. It was a pity that he missed the great opportunity to join the Purple Underworld sect and even declined the invitation of Violet Heavenly Palace, perhaps due to his brother Gu Donglu. Even though Yi Futian had outstanding thunder talent, he was now no longer able to deploy it. He said that the thunder was not his forte, and people of the Violet Heavenly Palace claimed that they did not want to see him use thunder laws in the future. He inherited the thunder laws from them, but was banned from using it. Yi Futian's future in thunder skills might have been ruined, and he might hardly have achieved anything within the district of Violet Heavenly Palace ever since he had offended those top forces. People wouldn't have pitied Yi Futian if he was just mediocre. They pitied him because he broke the record and had the opportunity to enter top forces, but he missed his chance to do so. He missed the chance to enter Violet Heavenly Palace because of his relationship with Gu Donglu. Since everything about Gu Donglu was left unknown, other top forces wouldn't have taken him as a disciple either. In this case, Yi Futian could only cultivate his rare talent on his own. After Yi Futian left, the crowd also gradually dispersed. On this day, the Wutu Divine Mountain was not the only place where divine thunder fell. Each of the 8 divine mountains in the Violet Heavenly Palace district of the Heavenly Mandate realm all held such events. Many talented warriors performed excellently in the 8 divine mountains. Among them, there was another warrior aside from Yi Futian who broke the record of a divine mountain and became a Renhuang's disciple. Many opportunities laid ahead of him. Compared to him, Yi Futian of the Wutu Divine Mountain looked even more pitiful. However, Gu Tianqing's appearance stole the spotlight of all the Thunder Law events of the 8 Divine Mountain. People in the Heavenly Mandate realm talked more about Gu Donglu and Gu Tianqing. Was the person who showed up that day actually Gu Guxing? Was he still alive, or was it just his remnant soul on earth? Gu Tianqing's appearance directly intimidated many Renhuang figures of the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm. His peerless bearing was admired by countless people. Many people hoped that he was not dead so they could have the opportunity to see what kind of person he was. Gu Donglu was also mentioned most frequently in people's conversations. He was said to be the only descendant of Gu clan and was sent to the lower realms for cultivation at an early age. Even his life spirit was sealed by an overwhelming force, suppressing his talent. He did not know of his own origin until he was captured by people of the Purple Underground sect. Now, there were several voices in the Heavenly Mandate realm speculating that Gu Donglu was Gu Tianqing's grandson, the rare talent Gu Jiangnan's son. If so, many people would have felt uneasy. especially the two top forces, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. At the time, they mostly contributed to cleansing the Gu clan. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Gu clan were especially deadly foes. At the time, they killed the Gu Jiangning couple and forced the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to kill Gu Tianqing, but the latter had killed the former emperor and the current emperor's crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The father and the most beloved son of the emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty both died in the hands of Gu Tianqing. Nothing could break the deadlock unless more people died. Soon, a message was released from the Heavenly Mandate realm. On that day, Gu Tianqing showed up and took Gu Donglu away. People of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty followed them and learned that Gu Tianqing and Gu Donglu went to the zone in the west of the Boundary Stone of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The news caused another uproar. In the west of the Boundary Stone of Heavenly Mandate realm, the territory didn't belong to any of the 5 top powers. Several years ago, wars kept erupting in the Heavenly Mandate realm, especially between different races who had brutally killed each other. Back then, corpses were everywhere on the battlefield during battles between the Demon Emperor of Demon Realms and Renhuang Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Numerous corpses were left in the Heavenly Mandate realm until the world was unified and Emperor Qin conferred the title of Lord of all demons and worshipped by demons. From then on, the situation somehow improved enough for the human race and the demon race to coexist in the world. Even so, the divergence between races was still ubiquitous. The Heavenly Mandate realm was also demarcated from other areas, of which the border was set by a boundary stone. The west of the Boundary Stone was the main force of the demon realm. Humans could also go there to cultivate, but royal members of the human race were not allowed inside, or the demons wouldn't have been responsible for their deaths or injuries. Similarly, the other side was the territory of the human race. Over the years, both sides had infiltrated each other to some degree, but each side would not interfere with the other side's ruling. Demon warriors were cultivating on the east side, while many human cultivators entered the western region. However, the Renhuang-level figures usually did not enter the other race's area since it was risky. This was especially true after Emperor Yi Qing passed away. Renhuang-level warriors must have been extremely cautious about the decision of entering the western zone because they might have not been able to return. Human cultivators called the land in the west of the Boundary Stone of Heavenly Mandate realm a place of chaos. It was the barren land where a variety of demons, ghosts, monsters, and spiritual creatures existed. Furthermore, it was the main battlefield of the chaotic war of that year. With countless ancient sites and mass graves, it was far more complicated than the human zone. Because of this, even though there was more chaos there, countless cultivators still went there to cultivate and go through trials despite the growing chaos. The complex environment could have made them more powerful. Now, Gu Donglu disappeared in the land to the west of Heavenly Mandate Boundary Stone, which made it hard to follow and kill the Renhuang figures of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace. Once the news rang out, it was said that top powers began to send their disciples there to investigate Gu Tianqing and Gu Donglu. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were especially concerned about this. Both Gu Tianqing's fate and Gu Dongliu's future would have greatly influenced the situation of the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. During the past conflict between the human race and the demon race, both sides conceded. Renhuang-level characters generally didn't lay a hand on lower-level warriors. Therefore, only cultivators whose levels were below Renhuang were to be deployed this time. As the news spread, warriors of all forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm began taking action. Several people began heading toward the land to the west of Heavenly Mandate Boundary Stone, the territory of the demon realm. Yi Futian also heard the news. It seemed that the third brother had safely left, but the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace were still unwilling to let him go. If they had known where the third brother was, they might even have deployed their top figures. During these days, he had also been collecting information about the demon territory of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Although the human race and the demon race cultivated together, there was always hostility between them. The demon Peacock Emperor's realm was a very special case in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Now, they were somewhere far away from the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the demon Peacock Emperor's realm. In a majestic demon imperial palace, a peerless woman stood there. In front of her was a very sharp-looking demonic beast with black and golden feathers. Its eyes looked keen, and its body was heavily shrouded in a demonic aura. My father told me that the demon zone in the Heavenly Mandate Realm is one of the gathering places for demons among the 3,000 worlds of the Great Law. Compared to the Crimson Dragon Realm, top figures of the demon clan are more willing to go there when they are strong enough, said Kong Xian, her eyes fixed on the demonic beast in front of her. Do you want to go to the Heavenly Mandate Realm? I have cultivated here for many years. Now I really miss my master. Your Highness, could you please ask His Majesty a favor for me? It would be better if Your Highness can also go with me. My master must deeply miss you, too, the Black Wind Condor said, blinking hard. Kong Xian looked at him without emotion. She didn't forget what that guy had done to her that year. She wished she could have killed him in the empty realm. However, she did want to go somewhere like the Heavenly Mandate Realm. What would it have been like to see so many demon clans gather? Yi Futian went there with Qi Shang, the prince of the Crimson Dragon Realm. She neither cultivated in the Regional King Palace nor was listed in the Regional King ranking list, so she was not invited to travel with them. Now, she really wanted to go there and see. Thinking of Yi Futian, she thought to herself, would that guy leave her behind that far away? If she had the opportunity to meet him again in the future, she didn't want to be mocked and disdained by him. With this in mind, Kong Xian said, I'll go ask my father. I can tell that Your Highness missed my master as much as we do, said Black Wind Condor. His way of speaking was the same as before. He always needed someone to teach him a harsh lesson. The life force started to flow around Kong Xian's body as she stared at the Black Wind Condor. No, it is my master who needs Your Highness. He is in the land of the demon clan, after all, Black Wind Condor said, immediately changing his tone. Kong Xian had been used to this jerk's loose lips. She just ignored him and turned around, walking towards the palace hall. Since she wanted to go somewhere as far as the Heavenly Mandate Realm, all she could do was ask her father for help. To the west of the Heavenly Mandate Boundary Stone was the barren land where few human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm set foot on. Only the best cultivators dared to enter this chaotic area. Although the land of human cultivators was also cruel to those who failed, at least there were some social rules to follow. Thus, humans felt more secure to live amongst their kind. The demon realm's territory was full of unknowns, and people needed to be more cautious about anything they didn't know. However, a large number of human cultivators had recently stepped into this barren zone. The 5 top forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm took the lead, with countless people following them. At this time, there was a group of people in the vast wilderness steering swords and swiftly flying in the vacant sky. They were Yi Futian and his companions who came from afar. Even though the Purple Underground sect was located in the west of the Heavenly Mandate Realm and thus adjacent to the barren land of the Demon Realm, the Heavenly Mandate Realm was too large. Thus, it still took them a while to arrive. When they sometimes looked down, they could see a demon beast or 2 come into view. However, most demon beasts chose to hide from them as they perceived the sword will in the air. Just like in the world of human cultivators, the vast majority of demon beasts in the demon realm were the weaklings. The world of cultivators was always pyramid-shaped. The higher the level was, the fewer the cultivators were. Yi Futian always met with the most powerful cultivators only to get stronger and meet people of his level or greater. Otherwise, it would have been so easy for him to find a place and be a lord. Furthermore, Many demon beasts lived together in clans within the barren lands of the demon realm. Some of them built caves and mountains as their dwelling places. Yi Fu-Tien had traveled for so long without seeing a city. Demon beasts who could turn into human shapes were also very rare. Disregarding the descendants of powerful demons who had the innate ability to transform, ordinary demon beasts were able to do it only after they reached the Saint Plane. There is a very strong demonic aura ahead. There should be a powerful demon, Qi Xiangang said while steering a sword. He looked serious, with a pair of eyes looking through the mist and into the distance. "Let's go and see," said Yi Fu-Tien. They had lost their way since they came here, as if they were chickens with their heads cut off. Although he had controlled demon beasts before, ordinary monsters had no idea how vast this barren land was. They had never left their territory, but knew how vast the demon realm was. Demon saint-level powerful beasts certainly knew about something. Their swords suddenly accelerated, roaring above the sky dome, flashing across the void sky, and piercing through the sky like a lightning. A battle broke out on a plain. Many corpses were scattered on the ground. Yi Fu-Tien and his companions steered their swords and stopped in midair. They looked down and saw a group of warriors besieging a lady. The lady looked dainty and beautiful, but now her body released a chilling life force. She held a sword. Wherever the sword arrived, a rain of swords would rise between heaven and earth. Each of the falling swords contained horrifying, penetrating power, shrouding the surroundings. This lady had the Saint Plane cultivation ability, but now several powerful demons were besieging her, their roars destroying one's spirit and willpower. When they raised their hands, they aggressively attacked the lady. She kept bleeding, the bloodstains on her body growing. Bang! Another loud noise arose. The lady was hurt by a sharp claw that pierced through her delicate body. Her white dress was stained with bright red blood. A burly, powerful demon beast with a stout stature was standing nearby, watching the battle. He stared at the woman with intimidating and emotionless eyes. "Qingyang He, you enjoy disguising yourself as a human and studying human cultivation methods. His Highness likes human beauties, so I assure you he will pamper you very well," the powerful demon beast said loudly. "Guys, don't hurt the verdant gazelle goddess." The people encircled the lady. That powerful demon beast raised his head and took a look at the vacant sky and said, "Friends, please ignore our business." He figured that these travelers were human cultivators. As a powerful demon beast of his level, however, he had grown used to this. Yi Fu-Tien's companions looked at him and wondered if he would intervene. At that moment, Yi Fu-Tien looked down and saw the lady named Qingyang He, raising her head and looking at them. Her mouth was stained with blood. She looked quite sorrowful. "I am Qingyang He from the Verdant Gazelle Palace. Can you please help me?" she said to Yi Fu-Tien. She knew very well that if she was taken away, she would, unfortunately, become an evil beast's plaything. "Ma'am, you should be able to tell that we are human cultivators. We're not supposed to get involved in the business of the demon realm," Yi Fu-Tien replied. Even though he sympathized with her, he didn't dare to take arbitrary action within the demon realm if he offended any demon emperor-level beasts. Not to mention that he might not keep himself safe. He could not only put himself in danger, but also bring misfortune to people around him. He had to be careful. "I'm the daughter of the Lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace. I don't know why you came here, but I'm sure the Verdant Gazelle Palace can help you. These people are beasts in training of the White Tiger Castle in this territory. The lord of the castle is just a demon saint. He can't do anything to you." That lady hastily spoke. Yi Fu-Tien thought about leaving, but stopped. This was quite a dilemma. "Trust me, please," Qingyang He pleaded, looking up into his eyes. Yi Fu-Tien saw the plea in Qingyang He's gorgeous eyes. He took a glance down and said, "Let her go and leave." "What?" The human-shaped demon beasts frowned. The beast in training who took the lead stared at them fiercely. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. Suddenly his head turned into a terrifying, large tiger head. "We serve under the throne of the Holy Lord of White Tiger Castle. Humans, are you sure you want to mess with our Lord?" The tiger demon said fiercely. A very strong, baleful force flew out from his body and turned into a horrifying aura that shrouded the area. "Begone!" Yaya took a step down, her sword while enveloping the space and letting out shrieking wind whistles. Her sword flows directly purified those baleful air streams and shielded Yi Fuqian's side. Having perceived Yaya's sword might, he glanced at Yi Fuqian and his group, taking an especially long time looking at Qi Xiangang. Although little life force was released from this person, his intuition told him that this human being was the most dangerous one. "Let's retreat." Once the tiger demon immediately ordered an evacuation. The demon beasts directly released Qingyang, and retreated. These demon beasts were pretty quick. He let out a howl and rose into the sky. These great demon beasts made rumbles at the same time. There seemed to be anger hidden in the roars. They would keep the grudge in mind. Yi Fuqian raised his head and watched them before he heard Qi Xiangang whisper, "They can't go now." As Qi Xiangang finished speaking, an old man with a white beard and a white robe arrived at where the tiger demons departed. Suddenly, an appalling killing will enveloped the sky and earth. The faces of those tiger demons suddenly turned pale. The old man with the white beard moved forward step by step, and the chilly killing between the sky and earth progressively increased with each step he took. Virum. The old man's body suddenly turned into a broken shadow, flashing rapidly. The tiger demon's howls terrified the sky, but one could only see the blood rain splashed in the sky mixed with their screams. "We didn't touch Qingyang He. Those humans did it," that great demon yelled. The old man with a white beard ignored him. His body turned into a broken shadow, and the sword was swept across space like a shower of falling stars. It looked as if he only brushed that beast's shoulder. The old man with the white beard continued to move forward as the body of the great demon turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. "A Nirvana saint," Yi Fuqian said to himself while looking at the old man. He saw that the old man was turning into a white shadow like a drifting cloud, directly approaching Yi Fuqian and the others. Everything happened before he could react to any of it, but Qi Xiangang had already made a palm strike. The old man's sword was coming, and a giant palm print turned into a light curtain shielding Yi Fuqian and the others. "Father, stop!" Only then did Qingyang He's shout ring out. The old man with the white beard swiftly retreated and looked at Qingyang He. "They saved me," Qingyang said hurriedly. The old man with the white beard restrained his life force and took a special look at Qi Xiangang. He cupped his hands and said, "Just now I was too hasty and took impertinent action. Please forgive me." "It doesn't matter," Qi Xiangang replied, looking at him in amazement. Not only did he resemble a human, but his behavior was no different from that of human beings, even his courtesy. This was the one who arrived was the Verdant Gazelle Holy Lord, the master of the Verdant Gazelle Palace, and the ruler of the territory. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord flashed beside Qingyang He and asked, "Are you all right?" Qingyang He shook her head and said, "Yes, thanks to their help. I don't know how to repay your kindness. Please follow me to the Verdant Gazelle Palace." Verdant Gazelle Palace, Lord said. "Sure." Yi Fuqian nodded without declining his offer. His party set off directly, and the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord led the way. "Sir, have you been to the other side for cultivation?" Qi Xiangang asked the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord into the empty air. "Yes," said the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord, nodding. "Human beings are the primate of all beings. Bloodline is more important for demon beast cultivation, but I am just a goat beast with limited talents. Thus, I went to the human realm and cultivated there for many years." When the verdant Gazelle Palace lord was young, he was unable to transform in human shape and even served as a mount for Saint Plain humans. He had become the man he was today after years of acquisition. I am under my father's influence and have been wanting to go to the other side of the heavenly mandate realm to study. My father would never allow it, so I have to stay here and gather information on human cultivation, Qingyang, he said softly. Yi Futian also found out that Qingyang he wore a long dress and acted elegantly as if she were a human lady. It must have been very difficult for you to have accomplished what you've done today, Qi Xiangang said. The verdant Gazelle Palace lord must have taken more effort than other demon beasts. Indeed, the verdant Gazelle Palace lord said and nodded. Did you also enter the demon realm for Gu Tianqing? During this time, countless cultivators from the other side of the heavenly mandate realm had come. Of course, he was also aware of their movements and knew something from the humans' mouths. Yi Futian said, nodding, Sir, we need your help. Most areas in this district are overrun by chaos. The land was separated by many great demons' regimes. My verdant Gazelle Palace and the White Tiger Castle are both under the control of the Celestial Demon City, the largest demon city near the heavenly mandate realm. Maybe you can inquire about something there. You can briefly rest at my verdant Gazelle Palace first, and then I will accompany you all to set off for the Celestial Demon City, the verdant Gazelle Palace lord said. He wanted to repay the kindness of Yi Futian and his companions. The barren land of the demon realm was vast and boundless, with countless groups of demon beasts. Similar to how the verdant Gazelle Palace guarded its territory, several powerful demon beasts dominated the land around the White Tiger Castle. Additionally, battles happened constantly between different demon clans. The strong devoured the weak, and the strong ultimately survived. No matter how these monsters fought, they needed to obey the order of the Demon Emperor of the Celestial Demon City. The Celestial Demon City was the largest in this boundless area, as well as the ruling regime of this territory. They guarded the territory closest to the world of human cultivators and attracted the most powerful demon beasts nearby. At that moment, Yi Futian and his companions were steering their swords and flying in the air at the outskirt of Celestial Demon City. The verdant Gazelle Palace lord and Qingyang, he also accompanied them. The Celestial Demon City is ahead, the verdant Gazelle Palace lord said, pointing forward. Yi Futian looked at the magnificent city. Compared to human cities, this demon city had a more primitive atmosphere. It was not very delicate, but looked majestic, with buildings directly piled up by giant stones. The demon aura is so strong. Yi Futian looked up at the sky above the Celestial Demon City. An appalling demon aura enveloped the boundless sky and earth as if nobody could cross the sky. As the main city of the demon realm closest to the heavenly mandate realm of human cultivators, the Celestial Demon City is the most dangerous area during times of war. Since aristocrats of demon clans are unwilling to stay here, the Celestial Demon City is often regarded as an exile destination within the demon realm. Some powerful demon beasts who had committed crimes were exiled and guarded here, said the verdant Gazelle Palace lord. So the 4 demon emperors who are now guarding the Celestial Demon City are all exiled? Yi Futian asked. The verdant Gazelle Palace lord had introduced the 4 demon emperors of the Celestial Demon City to them. This Celestial Demon City was different from what he expected, not because this main city on the edge of the demon realm was weak with only 1 demon emperor. On the contrary, this demon city was as powerful as the Purple Underground sect. The 4 demon emperors used to be in charge of different places, but their descendants all convened here. I'm not sure why they came here, but rumor says that the Taotai demon emperor with a fierce temperament disobeyed orders and committed crimes. The demon emperor of the Thunder Clan is said to be implicated in Emperor Yi Qing's affairs at that time, so it is unclear who the Feather Men clan offended. As for the overlord of the Celestial Demon City, he is believed to be extremely fierce, the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said. Yi Futian looked surprised. He looked at the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord and asked, "What is the relationship between the Thunder Clan and Emperor Yi Qing?" "It is rumored that one of Emperor Yi Qing's mounts at that time was a thunder beast," the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord replied. Suddenly, Yi Futian's thoughts seemed to go back to many years ago, when the Thunder Dragon laid on the ground in front of the statue of Emperor Yi Qing in Qingzhou City. He remembered that his Thunder Dragon's spirit appeared in the Qingzhou Academy that year all because of a wisp of the Thunder Dragon's soul. All the monsters that were directly related to Emperor Yi Qing met terrible fates, and other powerful demon clans were silenced afterward. The overlord of the celestial demon city, Zhu Tian the Demon Emperor, is said to have a great relationship with the Ape Clan. He might also be affected by this, the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord continued. Yi Futian listened carefully. The overlord of this celestial demon city was Zhu Yan the Demon Emperor, and the 3 royal demon clans serving under his throne were the Taotai Clan, the Thunder Clan, and the Feathermen Clan. These 4 demon emperors' descendants are all ill-tempered and domineering. The whole celestial demon city is under their orders. Once we enter the celestial demon city, try not to offend them, the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord reminded. Among the 4 demon emperors' descendants, Zhu Yan the Demon Emperor was the most influential. Ordinary demon beasts had shivers run up their spines upon hearing his name. They continued chatting and soon reached the celestial demon city and entered. Several demon beasts walked on the street of the celestial demon city amongst the horrifyingly demonic atmosphere. Many demon beasts that were walking resembled humans, while others were half human, half beast. They had either a beast head and a human body, or a human head and a beast body. For example, Yi Futian just saw a fair-looking middle-aged man whose upper body appeared human, but his lower body resembled a white horse. The weird scene looked like a human was riding on a horse. Such scenes were common within the celestial demon city, and soon Yi Futian began to get used to it. Demon beasts also had their preferences and lived their lives in different forms that they liked. Yi Futian and his companions were human cultivators, but most of the demon beasts ignored them. Although there were far fewer human beings than demon beasts in the celestial demon city, it was common to see humans. Their presence was nothing special to demon beasts. Warriors of all forces should have reached the celestial demon city, Yi Futian said. Although they set off directly after receiving the news, those influential figures shouldn't have departed later than them. When people enter the demon realm, their usual first stop is by the celestial demon city to inquire information. With so many cities in the demon realm, it's pointless to walk around aimlessly, the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said with a nod. I have old friends in the celestial demon city. I'll take you there and ask if there is any news. All right, Yi Futian said, nodding. It was much easier for them to be led by the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. They soon arrived at a demon residence of the celestial demon city. The one they visited was a powerful demon beast. It had a human body, but also a beast's head with 2 horns on top. Brother Qingyang, are these humans? The bull-headed demon beast asked the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord in a rough voice. Yes, the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord replied, nodding. They saved Qingyang his life. Otherwise, my daughter, he would have fallen into the hands of that white tiger. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. That tiger's nature is ferocious and overbearing. So be careful, the bull-headed demon beast reminded, nodding. You may ask him questions, the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and said, Sir, you must have heard about human cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm who had come here recently. Have you heard anything about Gu Tianxing in the celestial demon city? Nowadays there are many human cultivators in the celestial demon city, and most of them should be gathering in the celestial demon arena. Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yan set up 3 demon matrices there for human cultivators to challenge. He will tell the news to those who succeed. but he'll also ask those who fail to leave behind their belongings and cultivation method. The bull demon said to Yi Futian, "You can go there if you want your answer, but I advise you to be mentally prepared. The demon crown prince will personally go there and take charge, so you won't have any chance. If you want to try, you must be mentally prepared to submit all your belongings." So far, many people have tried only to have met terrible fates. Some people refused to hand things over and were beaten to death. Despite this is totally voluntary, and the rules have been set to follow. The demon crown prince didn't force them, so... "I see," Yi Futian said, nodding. He had heard from the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord before that the demon beasts of the Zhu Yan demon clan were all quite obstinate, which he could tell from how they did things. "If that is the case, we shouldn't stay here and bother you. We should go now." Yi Futian showed his intention to leave, and the bull demon nodded, looked at the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord, and said, "I'll go with you." "Sure," the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord answered, and they together departed. On their way, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said, "The demon crown prince Zhu Yan and the other 3 demon princes, also known as the 4 tyrants of the celestial demon city, are often found together. The Zhu Yan demon crown prince may be violent, but he is also sincere and principled. Otherwise, the other 3 demon emperors' descendants wouldn't be willing to follow or be around him. The Zhu Yan demon crown prince is also very talented. He probably set the rule so he could collect the top human cultivators' cultivation abilities and learn the essence from them," the bull demon said. He sounded as if he quite appreciated the Zhu Yan demon crown prince. "We demon beasts' abilities rely more on talents. From this perspective, there is much for us to learn from human cultivators," said the bull beast. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord nodded. Had he not focused on acquisition, he would never have become as achieved as he currently was. However, some top powerful demon beasts were born with unparalleled talent. As they talked, they quickly headed straight to the central area of the Celestial Demon City. The Celestial Demon City was the main demon city in the vast and boundless district. The Celestial Demon Arena was located in the central area of the Celestial Demon City. At the moment, this area was full of human practitioners and demon beasts. A person was soon shaken out from the Celestial Demon Arena and fell to the ground. Suddenly, appalling roars came from the area, from which one could tell the demon beasts were very excited. His human companions were very embarrassed. These people were cultivators of Purple Underground Sect, one of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhang Chongqing was also in the crowd, his face sullen upon watching the scene unfold. "Stupid animals," Zhang Chongqing whispered coldly. He raised his head and looked towards the Celestial Demon Arena. 3 figures sat beside one another on the stairs in front of the Celestial Demon Arena. On the left side was a Tao-Tai big monster with a human head and Tao-Ya's body. His huge body leaned there lazily, but his eyes looked extremely fierce. In the middle sat a beautiful woman with a pair of pure white wings behind her. She was the princess of the Feathermen clan. The demon beast hovering around to the right had a human head and a dragon's body, with horns and long beards on his head that looked overbearing. He was the prince of the Thunder God clan. Right above them, a body in flames leaned lazily on a throne. He looked like an ape and appeared there in the form of his original body. His eyes seemed to contain golden fire. His lazy gaze swept down, making him look arrogant. He was the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. "Can you do it or not?" The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince took a contemptuous glance down at the human cultivators below and asked in a disdainful tone. The prince of the Thunder God clan sitting below him said, "So far, I haven't seen any qualified warriors yet. We haven't even challenged you in person yet, but you still can't do it?" His voice was loud like thunder, his words resounding between the sky and earth like thunder. There were even wisps of thunder whirls permeating in the air. emitting purple thunder aura. The Tao Tai made a deep roar and opened his mouth wide. The sight of it looked awful. Demon beasts below them were thrilled to watch the scene unfold. The faces of Zhang Chongqing and other warriors turned even gloomier. In this case, only the top figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace could get rid of them. At that moment, a cultivator stepped into the vacant sky, looked at them above the stairs of the Celestial Demon Arena, and said, "These 3 demon matrices are devised by many demon saints and performed like one. As challengers, we are put in a passive position when we enter the matrix. It is not fair for us." These 3 demon matrices respectively contained 3 different matrix methods targeting warriors of 3 different levels of Saint Plane: the Doctrine Saint, the True Self Saint, and the Unblemished Saint. The Nirvana Saint Plane was not included since Nirvana-level top demon beasts were also hard to find. Had the matrices not been in charge of 4 royal members of the demon clan, it would have been extremely difficult to make them so large. If you don't want to enter the matrices, fine. You can choose to challenge the 4 of us. "Defeat us all, and you can also pass," said the great demon beast of the Thunder God clan, its sonorous voice booming like thunder. The cultivator glanced at the 4 demon beasts in the sky. Their descendants were the so-called 4 tyrants of the Celestial Demon City, who were also extremely talented, especially the Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yan. Upon inquiring about them, it was said that this Crown Prince was such a skilled fighter that all of the Celestial Demon City was under his control. Moreover, since those 4 demon beasts' planes were all very high, challenging them would mean being affected by their planes. One person had tried it before and ended up severely injured. If he failed to challenge the Matrix, they would at least show him some mercy if he submitted his belongings and cultivation methods to them. The main thing was that their most core characters had not taken action because there was no absolute certainty. If they failed, they had to hand over something along with the cultivation methods they used. Before then, the Zhu Yao Demon Crown Prince killed those who refused to hand over the cultivation methods they used during the matrices. They couldn't even say anything. The rules had been set, and it was their territory. All they could do was obey. If they didn't comply, they couldn't blame anything for their deaths. At that moment, the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince got up lazily from the throne, stretched out like a human, and glanced down toward the warriors with a pair of golden eyes. He said, "It seems that you are not being serious today either. Fine, let's call it a day and continue the game tomorrow. You can go back and discuss what to do. If tomorrow you still behave like you did today, then please get out of my sight." The other 3 demon beasts followed him and stood up. The demon matrices on the Celestial Demon Arena were removed as they left. The human cultivators looked emotionless. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was an extremely proud person, using them as training dummies while plundering their treasures and cultivation methods. I have heard that human beings are cautious by nature. It seems that it is true. Aren't all the 5 supreme forces in your human cultivation world here? The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince jeered. He swept his eyes to the crowd and soon left. Demon beasts of the demon clan were all thrilled. The cultivators of the top forces in the human world must have been the most talented ones. It seemed that the Demon Crown Prince of the Celestial Demon City was seeking the strongest opponent. In Celestial Demon City, the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was notorious for his fierce and tyrannical nature. Many monsters were in awe of him, but none of them could surpass him. Although this was the most famous main city in the demon realm that bordered the human world, everyone had heard that Zhu Yan the Demon Emperor was not a simple demon emperor. He was well known within the demon world as a powerful demon emperor. Had it not been for this, the other 3 demon emperors would not be so willing to follow him, leaving their offspring to follow the Demon Crown Prince to spread chaos. "It seems that no one has received the news yet," said the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. "Let's go visit the Demon Crown Prince." "Qingyang, Even though you are the head of the verdant gazelle palace, the demon crown prince may not even bother. The bull demon beast said to the verdant gazelle palace lord. It's worth a try, the verdant gazelle palace lord said nonchalantly. To him, there was little hope for Yi Futian to pass through the demon matrix. If he wanted to return the favor to Yi Futian, he could only visit the demon crown prince. As the lord of the verdant gazelle palace within the celestial demon city, he served the demon emperor. He could at least talk with him. Of course, if he failed, all he would lose was his face. The verdant gazelle palace lord went to a side road where the demon crown prince and his party were heading. After a while, they appeared below the stairs. The verdant gazelle palace lord cupped his hands and said, Your Highnesses, verdant gazelle palace lord is here to salute you. The crown prince Zhu Yan fixed his golden eyes onto the verdant gazelle palace lord. He said, I have heard about the verdant gazelle palace lord for a long time and have always wanted to meet you. What brings you here today? It was said that the demon crown prince Zhu Yan was obstinate and ferocious, but he was by no means incompetent. He knew about many powerful demon beasts in the territory. The verdant gazelle palace lord was of the Nirvana Saint Plane, which was very rare among demon beasts. His fighting skills were also marvelous, which was worthy of learning from. The verdant gazelle palace lord looked toward the people around him, and immediately the crown prince Zhu Yan also noticed Yi Futian. Human cultivators, the demon crown prince Zhu Yan asked. Yes, the verdant gazelle palace lord said, nodding. When my daughter was in a dangerous situation, these cultivators rescued her out of kindness. Thus, I ventured out here to inquire if your highness could show mercy and reveal anything about the news. The crown prince Zhu Yan looked untroubled without reacting. You want to return the favor to them, but you have seen what has happened today. Why bother to ask? The Taotai demon beast next to him said. Although his skull resembled that of a human, his complexion still looked very ferocious. His beast body looked extremely tall and sturdy, giving him an intimidating appearance. The crown prince Zhu Yan waved his hand and said, It's fine for the verdant gazelle palace lord to ask, but they need to wait after the thing is gone. Speaking of them, he swept his golden eyes towards Yi Futian and others and said, I know there are many merits to being human, but sometimes you are too clever and prefer to use surreptitious approaches. If you want news, you can go directly to the celestial demon arena. Yi Futian looked at him and felt an almost divine flame burning from his eyes. The demon crown prince Zhu Yanyao was just as the rumored said. He promised to answer the verdant gazelle palace lord's request, but he didn't give a real answer. Once he finished speaking, the Zhu Yan crown prince turned around and left. The other demon princes all looked at him from behind. With his massive eyes, the demon prince of the Thunder God clan fiercely stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian just looked at him with a smile and said nothing. Actually, he and the Thunder God clan had a long history. The prince of Thunder God clan seemed to have sensed the kindness in Yi Futian's eyes. With a doubtful look, he stared at him and then left. Thank you, your highness. The verdant gazelle palace lord saluted and said behind them. The demon crown prince's promise was already a big favor to him. Qingyang, his highness, usually never agrees to such a request, but this time he did it. I guess he must have a good impression of you, since he has heard of you before. If you didn't mention this request, maybe he will help you more in the future, the bull demon beast said. For example, maybe he would let you cultivate with him. It doesn't matter, the verdant gazelle palace lord said in apathy. He looked back at Yi Futian and said, This is how the crown prince is. You don't need to worry too much about going to the Matrix. Since the prince had said that he will talk about this once the thing is over, he has granted the request. Of course, if any human cultivator succeeds in passing the Matrix and hears the news, it may spread by itself. Indeed, Yi Futian said, nodding. Anyway, thanks a lot, sir. He knew that just now the bull beast demon was actually talking to him. The demon beasts in the surrounding area gradually all dispersed. Nearby was a group of people standing there and looking this way. Yi Fu-Tian seemed to be aware of it. He turned his eyes and saw several people there looking at him. They were from the Purple Underground sect. Zhang Chongqing was also there. Somewhat unexpectedly, he encountered Yi Fu-Tian here. Was Yi Fu-Tian also inquiring about his brother? It seems that you are not only talented in thunder laws, but also very clever, Zhang Chongqing said. They were all finding solutions in unraveling the demon matrix. But Yi Fu-Tian was unusual. He got into the game by asking a demon beast for help. This way, he learned of the news from the Demon Crown Prince. There was irony in his tone. The Demon Crown Prince was rather abrasive towards them, and the demon matrices were obviously aimed at dealing with them. Even so, Yi Fu-Tian tried to flatter the Demon Crown Prince, and he disdained the behavior. Yi Fu-Tian glanced at him with no reply. Just then, a group of warriors came, all of whom were from the 8 Orthodox forces. Zhang Chongqing, who is this? Someone asked. The person who broke the record of the Wutu Divine Mountain, Yi Fu-Tian, Zhang Chongqing replied. There were strange looks on all their faces. Some people even released fighting will from their bodies. People of the 8 Orthodox sects were all talented cultivators in thunder laws. When the 8 great divine mountains were opened, many people were there. Among them was only one person who broke a record like Yi Fu-Tian. Some of them even tried once the last time when the divine mountains were opened. Yi Fu-Tian, the person in front of them who broke the record, could be said to not only have surpassed all the cultivators who entered the Wutu Divine Mountain, but even almost outperformed all challengers of the 8 divine mountains. Even though Yi Fu-Tian was not taken as a disciple by the Purple Underground sect because of Gu Tianqing's appearance that day, his name still weighed enough for all warriors of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects to have at least known his name. Seeing him in person was no better than hearing his name, someone said in slight disappointment. They all wanted to see what kind of person could break the record of the Divine Mountain, reject the invitation of Purple Underground sect, and even the Violet Heavenly Palace. Now that they saw him, they discovered that Yi Fu-Tian wanted to flatter the demon clan. They no longer thought well of Yi Fu-Tian. Seeing this scene, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord looked toward Yi Fu-Tian with amazement. It seemed that Yi Fu-Tian was also renowned among human cultivators, or he wouldn't have attracted so many people. His decision to visit the Demon Crown Prince earned him some criticism that affected his reputation. He just wanted to return Yi Fu-Tian's favor, but the situation was now what he expected. Everyone has their own choice. Let's go and discuss how to pass the demon matrices tomorrow, another person said in a calm tone. Yi Fu-Tian was just a passenger to them, and he didn't have much effect on their states of mind. What was imperative now was to break the demon matrices. People nodded and gradually departed, flashing away from the scene. Yi Fu-Tian did not care much about others' opinions. The Violet Heavenly Palace prevented him from using thunder laws, so he wouldn't run into those thunder law cultivators in the future. It didn't matter what others thought of him. It seems that I have brought you trouble, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said to Yi Fu-Tian, standing at his side. What he did seemed to have some influence on Yi Fu-Tian. It doesn't matter. Sir, please don't pay it any mind, Yi Fu-Tian replied. He understood what the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord meant. He was trying to help him, so no matter whether it worked or out, it was a favor. Besides, he held no hostility towards those demon princes. This was the demon realm's territory. Instead of harming any cultivators who came here, they set up a demon matrix in the celestial demon arena for those who wanted to challenge. It would have been the same if demon beasts came to the world of human cultivators. It was perhaps because of Emperor Yi Qing and the old dragon that he even felt close to the fierce-looking Thunder God clan. Let's find a place to rest first and come again tomorrow, Yi Futian said. Soon the whole group left. The group of demon beasts and the group of human cultivators scattered. After leaving, many human cultivators gathered to prepare to break the demon matrix. These 3 demon matrices were carefully designed by the 4 demon royal clans of the celestial demon city to be challenging to pass. Unless they were the warriors of the highest forces like the Violet Heavenly Palace, anyone who challenged it alone would fail. If they instead united as one, their chances of breaking the matrix would have increased. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord helped Yi Futian find a place to settle. In the courtyard, they sat there and casually spoke to each other with Qingyang, he also present. She kept asking Yi Futian about their cultivation methods, then eventually talked mostly with Qi Xiangang. She discovered that among these people, Qi Xianzhang was the most proficient in cultivation practice. Miss Qingyang likes to learn, Yi Futian said with a smile. She always wanted to go to the human world for cultivation, but I don't allow her because it is too risky. Now that she has met you, she would never pass up this opportunity, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said with a smile. I also have a demon beast friend, but he is very foppish and hates learning. He should be here today, Yi Futian said laughing. He and Little Condor could mentally connect with each other, so he knew he was on the way. The demon Peacock Emperor took them here in person. Now they had reached the Heavenly Mandate Realm and were approaching the Demon Realm. It wouldn't have been long before they arrived. Xia Qingyuan suddenly turned her eyes to Yi Futian and asked, Is that guy coming? Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan's expression. What was that reaction? Why did it feel so weird? Thinking of Little Condor's tragic life in the Emperor Xiao's palace, Yi Futian didn't know how he would act upon seeing Xia Qingyuan again. Well, Demon Peacock Emperor His Majesty took them here personally. Little Condor said that the Demon Peacock Emperor His Majesty wanted to travel here, too, Yi Futian said. Demon Peacock Emperor had unified a large demon realm and claimed kingship there. He must have felt lonely sometimes. Here was the real domain of the demon clan. In other words, Kong Xian will also come, Xia Qingyuan said. Yi Futian looked at her. Women's angle to observe things was always special. Was it because of Kong Xian's beauty after her transformation that made her feel uneasy? At that time, Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian were compared by many people. They also attended the Battle of Empty Realm of the same year. Yes, Yi Futian said, nodding. Xia Qingyuan's eyes moved away from Yi Futian with a strange look. She thought to herself, what would Kong Xian be doing here? As the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord beside them heard their conversation, he began to feel that Yi Futian was unusual. Even a demon emperor came here in person for him. It seemed that Yi Futian was not simple at all. After a long while, Yi Futian stayed in the courtyard and quietly cultivated. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked up into the distance, smiling. Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord's body flashed, and soon he arrived. After some time, Qi Xiangang and Xia Qingyuan and others also came out. They all felt the presence of an unusual life force. A rush of life force came from a distance. Soon, a gust of wind passed by, and a group of people showed up in the sky above the courtyard. The man who took the lead had an unusual temperament, standing in the vacant sky with his hands behind his back. A slender, beautiful lady and a demon beast stood to the left and right to him, with plenty of warriors behind them. The Demon Peacock Emperor was here. Yi Futian stood up and took a bow as a salute. Yi Futian is here to salute Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord and the warriors saluted. They all needed to show respect for a figure of the Demon Emperor level. The Demon Peacock Emperor nodded slightly and said, I didn't expect that you would come to the territory of the Demon Realm. During this trip, I sent Kong Xian and Condor here. Kong Xian can stay with you for some time while I go somewhere in the Demon Realm. Aye, Yi Futian answered and nodded. The demon peacock emperor must have also been acquainted with some other demon emperors. "Take care of the princess," the demon peacock emperor said to the demon beasts behind him. Afterward, he lifted the sleeve and shined the divine light, allowing him to instantly vanish. After the demon peacock emperor left, Black-winged Condor turned his head to confirm that he had already left. Seeing he had left, the condor finally let out a breath. His sharp eyes blinked as he flapped his wings and flew in front of Yi Futian. He said, "Boss, did you miss me?" "Do you think I did?" Yi Futian said, smiling. "Why don't you transform?" Little Condor now was a demon saint. He had become a big demon beast. "Nah, my human face is too handsome and will outshine yours," said the Black-winged Condor, laughing. Yi Futian smiled. He was cheeky as always. Black-winged Condor looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "Haven't seen you in so long, Your Highness. You still look as stunning." He keenly looked around her to make sure no warriors of the Emperor Xia's realm were around. After he confirmed this, he added, "and manly as always." Xia Qingyuan raised her eyelids and blankly glanced at Black-winged Condor. He had gained more confidence since he became a demon saint. "Where is Your Highness's mount, Green Phoenix? I was planning on talking with him about life," said Black-winged Condor, gritting his teeth. He could never forget the humiliation of being repeatedly ridden. He had sworn he must ride on it one day. "You can go to Emperor Xia's palace and talk with it when you have time," Xia Qingyuan said with a disdainful look. "Sure," Black-winged Condor replied pretentiously. He took a glance back at Kong Xian and then said to Yi Futian, "Oh yeah, boss, Princess Kong Xian missed you so much. She kept asking me when I would come to you. Had it not been for Princess Kong Xian, I would have been cultivating for a longer time." Yi Futian was dumbfounded. This bastard. Behind him, Kong Xian was also speechless. Since when did she always want to come to Yi Futian? What was he talking about? "Don't listen to his nonsense," Kong Xian said coldly. This guy was too. Yi Futian was also speechless. He knew enough about Little Condor's character to think he did it for a reason. "It's not nonsense. Didn't Her Highness always miss my master when she was in the Demon Emperor realm? Her Highness talked about my master in front of His Majesty every day, about how outstanding my master's talent is and how she hoped to go outside for cultivation. Otherwise, why did His Majesty leave directly after he escorted Princess here?" Black-winged Condor said seriously. His Majesty was trying to create this opportunity for Her Highness. Kong Xian was dumbfounded. How could he tell lies like this? Just then, Xia Qingyuan suddenly cut in. "You have entered the Saint Plane and become a saint in the Demon Emperor's realm. You must have made great progress." Black-winged Condor raised his head and said proudly, "Of course. Let me test how your cultivation abilities have grown over these years for your master," Xia Qingyuan said, walking towards Black-winged Condor. Black-winged Condor still held his head high, thinking he wasn't a coward. Did she think he was still the same as before? Light flashed by, and a divine instrument showed up in Xia Qingyuan's hand. It was a dazzling golden lotus flower, and the life force emitting from it contained a wisp of Renhuang will. The might shrouded Black-winged Condor's body. Black-winged Condor blinked and staring at Xia Qingyuan with a stunned look. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" "Since Lord Condor's talent is so outstanding, I have to choose a special way to test your ability," Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Black-winged Condor felt the pressure and nearly cried. His proud look suddenly disappeared as he said, "I haven't seen Princess Qingyuan for so many years, but you still look so gorgeous. Your beauty is unparalleled among the 3,000 realms of the Great Law." Ahem, the Verdant Gazelle Palace. Lord remained there quietly, but he could no longer help making the sound. This guy was bizarre. Yi Futian rubbed his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Xia Qingyuan, didn't just let Black Wind Condor go and walked towards him step by step. Black Wind Condor, and hid behind Yi Fu-Tien while shivering. Slap! Yi Fu-Tien slapped him on the head and admonished, "If you talk nonsense again, we'll have bird barbecue tonight." Black Wind Condor looked at Yi Fu-Tien pitifully. Had this woman taken away his master's heart when the condor was not here? This brat is getting more and more undisciplined. "Don't take it personally," Yi Fu-Tien said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Fu-Tien and put away the divine instrument before coldly glancing at Black Wind Condor. At that moment, Black Wind Condor had transformed into a human form. Yi Fu-Tien turned back to see him looking like a young man with a sharp mouth, a long nose, and a protruding forehead. "You can just turn back, please," said Yi Fu-Tien. He couldn't bear to look at this guy's hideous face. Even so, his face astounded him. Black Wind Condor was confused. He might have not been as handsome as his master, but was he that hideous? With this in mind, he turned his human head into the condor head, but kept the human body. Yi Fu-Tien nodded and said, "This is much more pleasing to our eyes." Black Wind Condor was speechless. Someone patted Black Wind Condor's shoulder and said, "You are the most special, transformed demon beast that I have ever seen." Irritated, Lord Condor turned around wanting to teach him a lesson, but suddenly fell quiet when he saw the person's face. "Sir, since when did you begin to make jokes?" "Okay, behave yourself from now on," Yi Fu-Tien said. He looked at Kong Xian and said, "Thank you and your majesty for taking care of him over these years." "No worries," said Kong Xian, shaking her head. "In return, may I stay with you for a while?" "Of course, you can." Black Wind Condor cut in quickly, but chose to not speak upon meeting Xia Qingyuan's cold glances. "Isn't it better to have Her Highness help us?" Yi Fu-Tien said, laughing. Kong Xian also brought plenty of warriors with her that could help each other. Since they also belonged to the demon clan, it would have also been more convenient to travel with them in this territory. Early the next morning, several demon beasts and human cultivators had convened at the Celestial Demon Arena in the central district of the Celestial Demon City. Large demon beasts with all kinds of strange appearances were the most prominent amongst the massive crowd, their thick, demonic aura permeating the air. However, the human cultivators who came here were also of Saint Plane and were unaffected by the aura, even though they were not as comfortable in the realm of demon beasts as they were in their own world. Warriors of the Eight Thunder Law Orthodox forces had also arrived and gathered in the same area, and behind them were more warriors from various parties of the Heavenly Mandate realm. A few powerful cultivators had also arrived and stayed in other locations. For example, somewhere far away in the sky, some warriors were standing above the clouds, overlooking everything below them. Their eyes were keen, and the light of thunder reflected off from their bodies. Some warriors stood far behind the crowd and kept their distance from others. They were all gorgeous female cultivators with an unusual temperament. Several figures also stood somewhere else. They all looked aloof and watched toward the Celestial Demon Arena in the distance. However, there were many warriors nearby circling them at the center. It seemed that they were just watching from a distance and didn't want to get involved. Although the Celestial Demon City was huge in the demon realm and being guarded by Zhu Yan, the Demon Emperor, and 3 other Demon Emperors, its level was still far from enough compared with the top forces these warriors belonged to. The same was true for Zhu Yan, Demon Crown Prince. It was still unclear if he was qualified to let them take action. In another direction, Yi Fu-Tien and others had also arrived and joined the crowd. This time they had a stronger lineup. Kong Xian and other warriors from the Demon Peacock Emperor also joined the team. They joined the flow of people and looked up at the Celestial Demon Arena to find a group of warriors approaching them from afar. The 4 figures who took the lead were the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and 3 other demon princes. Just like yesterday, the 4 demon royalties sat down in their seats. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince sat on the throne at the top of the stairs. He leaned there lazily, a pair of eyes containing golden flames sweeping towards the space. A demon beast behind him was whispering something in his ear. He glanced lazily around and found the airborne warriors in the distance, full of contempt in his eyes. He specially designed this demonic matrix to see how the strongest warriors of the human world were like, and these people wanted to get the news without doing anything. Impossible. He wanted to see who could break the demonic matrix. I'll give you another chance. If today is still as boring as before, then maybe you will not see me tomorrow. If you want to get the news, go somewhere else and explore by yourself. Zhu Yan, Demon Crown Prince's voice was cold and slightly threatening. To get the news, they needed to show some sincerity. His time had been wasted by those who made tentative attempts a few days ago. He felt so bored. Although he received several things and cultivation methods from them, he didn't see them as all that valuable. Thus, he just awarded them to subordinates for enlightenment and practice. Aha! Below Zhu Yan, Demon Crown Prince, the Prince of Thunder God Clan let out a dragon roar. Streaks of lightning thunder pierced across the void sky. Rolls of thunder shook everyone's eardrums. Human cultivators all looked cold. Feeling rather presumptuous, the 4 demon beasts of the celestial demon city tried to provoke them again and again. Over the enormous celestial demon arena, the demonic matrixes were in formation. Many demon beasts guarded the demonic matrix, their appalling demonic aura emitting from their bodies. At that moment, the crowd suddenly gave way to a group of warriors emerging from its center. They were from the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects. As they stepped down from the area below the celestial demon arena, demon beasts all gave way to them. They are all of the same levels. The 4 demon princes above the stairs of the celestial demon arena looked puzzled. These human cultivators were all true self saints who had the same cultivation plane. They were clearly selected from multiple forces instead of just one sect. True self saints correspondent matrix was one of the 3 matrices in the same demon level. The demon Thunderdrum matrix arranged by warriors of the Thunder God Clan. The other 2 demonic matrices left the vast celestial demon arena to warriors of the Thunder God Clan. Large demon beasts of the Thunder God Clan hovered over the arena and waited at different locations. Just then, a person jumped up to the celestial demon arena. He first stepped aside, put down a lot of storage rings in a line, and said, "These treasures and cultivation methods belong to me and the people behind me. I have lined them up in order. If one of us fails, you may take one from them." What is he doing? Demon beasts looked confused. Were the 8 Orthodox forces preparing to challenge the demon thunder drum matrix, one by one, to tire them out? "Put the storage rings aside first," the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said slowly. A demon beast instantly stepped out and took all the storage rings away, much to the human cultivator's displeasure. "Don't worry. Since the rules have been set, I will return them to you as long as you made it. I won't covet your belongings," Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said nonchalantly. The cultivator in Thunder Law stepped in front of the celestial demonic matrix as the Crown Prince said, "Begin!" Boom! The moment he spoke, a dazzling burst of fire and thunder broke out from that warrior's body. It was the intimidating solar thunder of Binghua, one of the 8 Orthodox Thunder Laws. A dazzling bird showed up behind him. It was his life spirit, a divine thunderbird called Thousand Thunderbird. The life spirit kept growing, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Its mouth spat out a stream of lightning and fire that directly darted toward the big demon beasts of the Thunder God Clan. The big demon beasts roared and opened their wide mouths, releasing dazzling purple lightning bolts. They collided with the Thunderbird's solar thunder of flame and ignited the explosion of appalling light beams. Meanwhile, enormous bodies of the Thunder God warriors bathed in the appalling might of thunder. Rolls of lightning on their bodies fell, converging into a war drum of thunder on their abdomens. Warriors of the Thunder God clan spat out lightning while chanting in the language of dragons, causing the bolts to converge and crush on the war drum of thunder on their bellies. Boom! The aura of electricity overwhelmed the sky. The human warrior headed straight toward the demon beast, thrusting out his palm as it turned into 1,000 thunderbird. His head shook violently as if the drum sound would shatter his soul into pieces. He groaned as the endless thunder from the war drum came. With a loud noise, his body was directly shaken by the shock and got burned by barely touching a warrior of the Thunder God clan. He looked miserable. Bolts of lightning shone above the sky, overshadowing the sky and sun. The scene was appalling. Another warrior from the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces rushed out, seemingly prepared for this. This time, human cultivators planned to make a series of shots without letting the opponents gain momentum, thus interrupting the attack of the Matrix. The Thunder Dragons of the Thunder God clan ascended into the clouds, their roars shaking the sky. The dragon's body was straight, and the endless thunder light converged in the sky. Among the 9 dragons, a larger war drum of thunder appeared. These dragons spat out divine thunder to the war drum at the same time. Suddenly, the war drum trembled the air. The incoming cultivator snorted and kept moving. However, the other side's attack did not stop. The thunder from the war drum contained the might that could even destroy the Great Law. It came down and penetrated the cultivator's body defense, throwing another cultivator away from the arena. It all happened within a few seconds. Their strategy seemed useless. The advantage of the demonic matrix was too conspicuous. "The matrix is stronger than it was yesterday," someone said. Warriors of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces all looked gloomy. The matrix grew stronger when challengers were stronger. Yesterday, those cultivators made only a few tentative attempts. Was it now the demon beasts' turn to play around with them? These demon beasts were more cunning than expected. Soon, for cultivators had been knocked out. The crowd of the demon beasts scattered, their roars trembling the sky. The Thunder God clan isn't as prosperous as before, but they were once a very powerful demon clan. These selected demon beasts were all pure-blood, outstanding warriors of the Thunder God clan. With the aid of the Matrix and the Law method, their overall power became more than several abilities simply being superposed. Warriors of Thunder God clan are strong beasts who charged headfirst into battle, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord Nexti Fuchin said. In this kind of matrix, the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces don't have a chance to attack. The demon princes seem to be targeting those top figures, Qi Shengang said. The power of matrix superposition was much stronger than an individual's combat ability. Once the matrix was formed, there was no need to waste energy making tentative attacks. Simply attacking them directly with the most aggressive skills would have been the fastest way to victory. This was what the warriors of the Thunder God clan had always done. As more warriors were defeated, others who followed had lost their confidence. "That's enough!" Zhang Chongqing stood together and looked toward the battlefield of Celestia Demon Arena. They knew they didn't have a chance. When the two sides' abilities were vastly different, even adopting the strategy of challenging each one individually still didn't work. Those who had not fought glanced back, looking quite uneasy. "If you don't fight, I will assume you have given in. But I can't return the things to you," Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said as he lazily leaned on the throne. He looked quite nonchalant, idly watching the people below. Zhang Chongqing said nothing. That was why they took the things away at the beginning. The demonic matrix today was stronger than the one from yesterday, so the other 2 demonic matrixes must have been just as powerful. In other words, it was extremely difficult to win by passing through the demonic matrixes. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince ignored Zhang Chongqing and glanced towards the warriors standing in the distance. Why were they still waiting? He wanted to see how long these top forces of the human cultivation world could wait. Zhang Chongqing stood alongside the other warriors of the Eight Thunder Law Orthodox sects. This area was full of their people. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince gave them two choices. Either break through the matrix or challenge the four demon princes. If one won't work, we'll have to pick the other, someone whispered. There were 3 plain options of matrices for them to choose from. If they failed, they would not be in real danger. But if they chose to challenge those 4 demon beasts, their only plane option was the true self-saint plane. These 4 demons were on the same level. 3 of them were true self-saint, and one of them the Doctrine Saint. Regardless of the Doctrine Saint female monster of the Feathermen clan, the 3 demon princes of the true self-saint were their main opponents. Since they had to conquer all of them to win, the challenge would have been too demanding. Moreover, the consequences of defeat would have been significant. Since the Celestial Demon City was the opponent's territory, the opponents could easily kill them. They didn't dare to take that risk. This battle was meant to be unfair, but all they could do was obey the opponent's rules. Among the 3 big demons, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was the most intimidating one. So far he had yet to try. According to what they learned in the Celestial Demon City, however, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince's combat strength was astonishing. He was known as the strongest of his generation within the endless territory of the Celestial Demon City. In that case, it would have been both difficult and risky to defeat all 3 demon beasts. The previous strategy of challenging each opponent individually to tire them out might have worked. However, the warriors who first challenged and defeated them might have been seriously injured. "Let's go with the other plan," said Zhang Chongqing coldly. He didn't believe the united Eight Thunder Law Orthodoxy forces would have been defeated by the 4 demon princes of the Celestial Demon City. "Okay," people answered and nodded. Soon, a person stepped forward in front of the Celestial Demon Arena with a solemn look. He flashed in the air and landed on the Celestial Demon Arena. The man was wearing a golden robe, looking unusually handsome. He looked up toward the 4 demon beasts above the stairs of the Celestial Demon Arena and said, "I am a disciple of the Golden Clan sect, and am here to ask for fighting instructions from your highnesses." The Golden Clan sect was one of the 8 orthodox sects. Their disciples specialized in the perilous thunder of Gengjin and were famous for their aggressive attacks. The warrior who set foot on the Celestial Demon Arena was an extraordinary disciple of the Golden Clan sect who accomplished so much in Thunder Laws. Above the stairs, the 4 big demons looked down toward him sullenly. "Third brother, you want to go?" Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince asked the Tao Tai Big Demon Beast. "Sure." The Tao Tai Big Demon Beast opened his mouth and answered. He had a human face, but when he opened his mouth, it turned into that of a Tao Tai beast. It looked terrifying. Although he had a human head, he also had a Tao Ye's body complete with a tail. As his 4 hoofs stepped down, a ferocious life force emitted from his body. Tao Tai was considered a menacing kind of demon beast. When he stepped onto the Celestial Demon Arena, his head also became that of a demon beast. Within a fierce aura, his sharp teeth appeared as horns grew from his head. He glanced toward that warrior in contempt as golden divine thunders shone on the Golden Clan cultivator's body, resonating with the sky and the earth. The bright golden light of catastrophe appeared in the vast space, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Boom! Golden lightning descended from the sky. An endless stream of sword-like golden beams of light split the void sky, crushing toward the Tao Tai Big Demon's body. Along with the Celestial Demon area, even the vast sky was filled with bright golden lightning rays. They hovered over each warrior's head, threatening several demon beasts. The Taotai big demon glanced at the other side and felt the might of the perilous thunder of Gengjin. As he let out a low roar, his body grew to the size of a mountain standing on the battlefield. One by one, some patterns resembling mouths appeared on his enlarged body. The Taotai big demon beast claimed to be able to devour the great law of sky and earth. When the golden lightning of catastrophe fell, all the mouths on the mountainous body simultaneously opened. The demon aura engulfed the vast world and swallowed perilous thunder of Gengjin. Boom! He stepped on the area, facing forward, and roared again. A demon vortex appeared between the sky, and earth enveloped the Golden Clan warrior directly inside the vortex storm, trying to devour it. As golden lightning bolts exploded directly over the battle platform, the Golden Clan warrior rose to the sky with the power and removed the horrifying vortex. The demonic whirlpool continued spiraling upwards. The warrior looked emotionless as his life spirit bloomed behind him as a golden sword of catastrophe. He waved his palm, and the infinite perilous thunder of Gengjin in front of him integrated with the sword. Numerous golden divine swords suddenly appeared in the sky. The thunderous booms trembled everyone's eardrums. The divine thunder fell, and the great laws became as one. In the middle was a golden sword that seemed capable of chopping down the 9 skies. Warriors of the 8 Thunder Law sects looked solemn. This time the selected challengers were outstanding, top-level figures of true self-plane of the 8 sects. If they were defeated, they should have been able to retreat safely. Letting out a roar again, the gigantic demon beast Taotai, who had transformed back into a huge original beast, stood on his 4 hoofs, with big mouths open at the same time. A horrible, demonic cloud storm appeared above the sky. The huge whirlpool seemed to want to swallow all the skies. The sky over the vast, endless area was full of terrifying clouds. All the phantoms of the Taotai big demon beasts also ascended into the sky, devouring the converged golden divine swords in the sky. Cultivators of the golden sect looked solemn. Golden divine prints were drawn in their hands. The catastrophe thunder of the great law transformed into golden divine swords, piercing through the sky and opening up the world. At that moment, it seemed that all the golden divine swords in the 9 skies thrust down. The golden light rays enveloped the sky, emitting powerful energy. The battlefield was consumed by the perilous thunder of Gengjin and demonic whirlwinds. Rolls of booming sounds erupted above the sky, causing horrifying collisions that shook people's minds. Several golden divine swords seemed to be getting devoured, as phantoms of the Taotai big demon beasts were also annihilated. The strongest golden divine sword thrust towards the Taotai beast's real body, igniting tens of thousands of afterglow rays in the sky. Warriors of the 8 sects looked somehow relieved. The battle was so intense because both sides had fought with all their might. Before, when they challenged the Matrix, they had their abilities restrained with no opportunity to be fully unleashed. Although the 4 demon princes were powerful, the matrices formed by numerous big demon beasts were far more threatening than their individual attacks. However, the risk of challenging them was greater. This demon prince hit hard. Sky-shattering sounds of collision erupted above the sky. Everyone stared at that side as a huge body descended and, following a boom, fell on the celestial demon arena and trembled it. It was the Taotai big demon beast, drenched in blood. On the other side, the warrior of the Golden Clan sect also flew out feebly before falling to the ground with his whole body also soaked with blood. Many warriors with strong abilities had witnessed the finishing blow. The strongest golden divine sword still failed to fatally wound the Taotai big demon beast and only gave him slight injuries. However, the warrior of Golden Clan sect was hit hard and severely injured. After all, the Taotai big demon beast was more powerful than the warrior of the Golden Clan sect. Demon beasts had a natural physical advantage, but human cultivators were better at cultivation methods. At that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the void sky as another warrior from the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox sects came to the arena. He tossed out a storage ring and immediately charged at the Tao Tai big demon beast, the lightning swiftly sweeping across the sky. Above the arena, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince frowned. Did they still want to try tiring them out? In the crowd, Yi Fuqian had been watching this battle carefully. While the Tao Tai demon beast defeated that warrior in the first round, the 8th Thunder Law Orthodox sects were not common forces. If they kept sending elite warriors to fight, these 4 demon princes would be in trouble. As Yi Fuqian had expected, the second battle was still merciless. The Tao Tai big demon beast still defeated the opponent, but with some injuries. In the following battle, the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince let the Prince of Thunder God Clan replace the Tao Tai Big Demon Beast. He was a better fighter than Tao Tai Big Demon Beast, but the opponents he met were also menacing. After several consecutive battles, even the dragon scale armor of his original body was broken and stained with blood. Both he and his opponent were severely injured in battle, but the latter was taken out of the celestial demon arena. Another figure leaped up onto the arena, lightning illuminating the sky. A dragon's voice trembled in the sky like the sound of a war drum, and a huge thunder dragon hovered in the sky. Second brother, come back. Just then, a voice came from above the stairs. When the prince of the Thunder God clan wanted to keep fighting, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince stood from the throne in the sky and stepped forward into the void sky. The prince of the Thunder God clan looked back, then returned his giant body to its previous state. He moved backward, leaving the battlefield to the crown prince. The warrior of the 8th Thunder sects glanced up at the Zhu Yan Crown Prince walking in the void air. With golden flames blazing in his eyes, the Demon Crown Prince headed straight towards him. Thunder light shone from his body and collided with the golden divine fire shot down from the void sky, bright lightning surrounding him. Bang! Zhu Yao Demon Crown Prince took another step forward. The void sky trembled violently as if a mountain was about to drop down and oppress this side of the sky. He stretched out one palm, and endless golden divine fire converged into a huge stick. Bang! He stepped out again, like stepping on that human warrior's heart. As the divine fire approached, its sky-shattering might overwhelmed the warrior of Thunder Sect. He was not the only one. Countless warriors also felt the pressure. It was the first time that Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince showed his ability. Bang! With another step forward, the Thunder Sect warrior's body soared straight into the sky, surrounded by the endless divine thunder. Just then, the long stick in the hands of Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince slashed out. The long stick born from the golden divine fire suddenly grew and slashed down from the sky, covering the sky and hiding the sun as one stick cut through the sky. The Thunder Sect warrior's face suddenly turned pale, and his body turned into thousands of thunder shadows and moved in all directions. Under the might of the stick, the great law came down and slowed him down. Endless stick shadows fell all at once, smashing and collapsing all thunder shadows. Boom! A violent sound came out, and the time and space seemed to be frozen. The flashes of the stick stopped and turned into one. The Thunder Sect warrior's body was directly hit with a violent blow, and then he fell from the void sky feebly, constantly spitting out blood. With one blow, he was badly injured. Perhaps his trip would just end here, and he had to be taken back now. The Law of Stick. Yi Fuqian took a glance at Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and murmured. The weapon looked quite familiar to him. The great demon beasts of Zhu Yan clan were known as soldier beasts, resembling belligerent apes. It was said that Zhu Yan was a kind of ape. Before, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord told Yi Fuqian that the Zhu Yan clan might have been on good terms with the Ape Clan, and thus was implicated and exiled to the celestial demon city. At that moment, Yi Futian felt a little familiar with this martial art of stick. The Ape clan inherited the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques. The 81 strikes of stick techniques were the foundation that the demon beasts of the Ape clan could have their newfound knowledge based on, like the fact that the late Snow Ape Emperor created the 9 heavenly attacks based on the 81 strikes. However, this should have been considered his legacy, and Yi Futian was the only person who inherited it and passed it on to the Golden Apes. Zhu Yan's martial art of stick was probably familiar to him because it was also derived from the stick techniques of the Ape clan, with absolutely overbearing power. It seemed that the Zhu Yan clan was close to the Ape clan. In that case, then it's no wonder he was on good terms with the Thunder God clan. They even called each other brothers. Of course, other people thought from Yi Futian. When countless people saw the warrior of the Thunder sect fall, they looked up towards the Zhu Yan demon crown prince, who stood in the air with a long stick in hand, his whole body shining. The ignited hope of the 8 Thunderlaw sects seemed to have been extinguished again. They had wounded the Taotai beast and the big demon beast of the Thunder God clan. If they continued sending warriors to challenge, it was possible to be victorious. If the Zhu Yan demon crown prince was so powerful, however, how could they fight? With a single blow, he could severely injure and incapacitate a warrior. It was clear that the Zhu Yan demon crown prince was much stronger than the other 2 big demon beasts. Anyone else? The Zhu Yan demon crown prince said coldly and proudly, a pair of golden eyes full of contempt. Boom! Thunder light illuminated the sky. Another Thunder sect warrior stepped out, concentrating the Thunder Law in his hands. Expecting his arrival, the Zhu Yan demon crown prince, Yao, wielded the long stick in his hand as his body hovered in the void sky. Countless shadows of his appeared in the space, alongside tens of thousands of stick shadows. Another strike came, followed by tens of thousands of stick shadows. The might of the great law befell. People stared at where they collided. When the sound of thunder rang out, they saw the warrior's body fly backward and loudly fall back to the ground, his body twitching. Bang! The Zhu Yan demon crown prince stepped into the void sky and landed on the edge of the celestial demon arena. His golden eyes, full of divine flame, swept towards the crowd, fixed on several figures in the distance. Would those cultivators of the top human forces remain idle? Above the sky shone the light of thunder, and a group of people approached from a distance. The leader looked toward the Zhu Yan demon crown prince, his eyes like lightning. At that moment, both demon beasts and human cultivators also looked to that side. Warriors of the 8 Thunderlaw Orthodox sects all looked towards the sky dome. Seeing those people stop their movement right above them in the sky. They were cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. They hadn't expected that they needed to show up at the first stop, the celestial demon city of the demon realm. They thought that the 8 Thunderlaw Orthodox sects would be enough to cope with them, but the Zhu Yan demon crown prince was more difficult to deal with than expected. More people were coming from other directions, to which many demon beasts gave way. In one direction, a group of gorgeous women showed up. They were like fairy goddesses, captivating several people. Many warriors guarded around them, separating those covetous demon beasts from the goddesses in case the latter were affected. Cultivators of the Brahma's pure sky, the excited crowd talked about them. It seemed that people of the top forces were ready to show up. Another group of figures in gorgeous robes also showed up, all of them with a transcendent temperament. Demon beasts voluntarily gave way to them, and the vast space was occupied only by human cultivators. These people were from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Their intimidating gaze swept towards the Zhu Yan demon crown prince in the void sky. As the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, they knew more things than most people. The Zhu Yan clan once was also very powerful. Although the Zhu Yan demon emperor was not a demon emperor of the highest rank, he was still prominent in the demon realm. The demon crown prince seemed to have inherited the demon emperor's talent and was overbearing, but if he wanted to stop them, then he was biting off more than he could chew. The top forces of the heavenly mandate realm would have lost dignity if they personally fought with him. Up in the sky, the Zhu Yen demon crown prince glanced towards these people with a pair of golden eyes as the fighting from his body dripped down. Finally, they showed up. Just then a voice rang out and said, "The 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects of the heavenly mandate realm all inherited from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Is this all you can do?" Everyone turned to find that the ones who spoke were those of the heavenly mandate dynasty in stunning clothes. There were not many people coming from the heavenly mandate dynasty, and the people around them were all talented royal warriors, ruled by the heavenly mandate dynasty. In the central area of the heavenly mandate realm, the heavenly mandate dynasty ruled several forces that once prospered, some of which were similar to the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces, such as the Purple Underground sect. The heavenly mandate dynasty had the right to direct governance and was the strongest power in the heavenly mandate realm. It once stood on the political apex of heavenly mandate realm. However, the heavenly mandate dynasty was brought to ruins after battling with Gu Tianqing, and its power was greatly weakened. Now it no longer had an advantage over the other 4 top powers. There are forces in the heavenly mandate dynasty, but why have I never seen any of you lend us a hand? Zhang Chongqing replied, "Although they came from the heavenly mandate dynasty, the Purple Underground sect was not under their influence. The dynasty didn't dare to touch the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects. Even though the Purple Underground sect was in awe of the heavenly mandate dynasty, he didn't fear them." The warrior of the heavenly mandate dynasty glanced at Zhang Chongqing and said, "This time in the event of the 8 divine mountains, there were 2 people who broke records. Why don't you let them fight?" This time there was another person besides Yi Fuqian who broke the heavenly thunder record of divine mountains in the God-slaughtering mountain. The thunder law inherited by the God-slaughtering mountain was the overbearing power of the demonic thunder of Lucian. The name of the person who broke the mountain was Wang Chao, who is now the direct disciple of the God-slaughtering Clan Renhuang. Now he was also in the crowd. However, the God-slaughtering clan didn't plan for Wang Chao to fight. This person who had broken the record was considered a significant talent that the God-slaughtering clan would especially raise. If there was no guarantee, they did not want him to fight against the Zhu Yen demon crown prince. As for the other person who broke the record, Yi Fuqian didn't even join the 8 Thunder Law sect. Zhang Chongqing looked somewhere else. Because demon beasts had retreated from this area, Yi Fuqian looked quite conspicuous. He was just standing nearby. Besides Yi Fuqian, there was the verdant Gazelle Palace Lord, the bull beast and warriors of the demon Peacock Emperor's realm. They were all demon beasts. The scene made Zhang Chongqing look puzzled. Had he figured out the connections between the other demon clans? Besides, many of the demon beasts around him were quite powerful. Although Kong Xian's life force was not strong, Zhang Chongqing could tell she was of unusual origin from her outstanding temperament and beauty. She probably was a demon emperor's offspring who was born to be able to transform. "You have been forbidden to cultivate in Thunder Law. Now, are you going to join the demon realm?" Zhang Chongqing said to Yi Fuqian. Yi Fuqian, who had been watching the battle quietly, did not expect that he would get involved. He looked at Zhang Chongqing from a distance and said, "I cultivate in whatever fields I like. What does it have to do with you? Also, it's my own business whether or not I cultivate in Thunder Law. Why do I need you to tell me to stop?" The moment Yi Fuqian finished speaking, the warriors' eyes all fell on him. They all knew something about Yi Fuqian. The man who broke the record of Wutu Divine Mountain was now staying with demon beasts. Was it because he knew he had no future in the heavenly mandate realm? "Since you chose not to join the Thunder Orthodox sect, you have volunteered to give up cultivating in Thunder Law," other St. Plain warriors said. Did you create Thunder Law? Yi Futian rebutted. The 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects were humiliated on the celestial demon arena, so they now turned to him. If a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace claimed that he should no longer cultivate in Thunder Law, did it mean he was no longer allowed? Since when did a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace have the right to decide his path of cultivation? All Thunder Laws of the world originated from the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Thunder Law of the Tutu Divine Mountain also belonged to the Violet Heavenly Palace, Zhang Changqing said, staring at Yi Futian. Since you have refused to join the Heavenly Palace, you are not allowed to use the Thunder Law to cultivate. Don't think you can forget about it after joining the demon clan. His tone was jarring and aggressive. Before I entered Wutu Divine Mountain, no one said that I had to join any Thunder Law sects if I entered the Wutu Divine Mountain. Yi Futian responded coldly. Was what you said about Violet Heavenly Palace's tenet of preaching the Thunder Law to the world to let all cultivators learn Thunder Law a lie? You are too presumptuous, the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace said coldly. They looked down at Yi Futian in the void sky. Demon beasts around them looked confused. Were these human spiritual cultivators fighting amongst themselves? The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince also showed interest. He walked back to the top of the stairs of Celestial Demon Arena and watched quietly. Yi Futian glanced up at the people of Violet Heavenly Palace. The light of thunder shone around his body, like the light of catastrophe. Before entering the Wutu Divine Mountain, I had already been cultivating in Thunder Law. Since you claimed the Wutu infernal thunder belongs to you, I will not use it. However, I have long been cultivating in Thunder Laws by myself. It is supposed to be one of the great laws between the sky and earth. Who has the right to keep me from cultivating it? Yi Futian looked at the figures in the void sky and replied indifferently, You, the so-called 8 Great Thunder Laws Orthodox sects, prohibited me to cultivate your Thunder Law. Are you sure I value it? Everyone around him was shocked by his words. Was he showing contempt to the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces? Zhang Changqing stared at Yi Futian. Did he just say that the inheritance of infernal thunder of Wutu was beneath him? It was not just Zhang Changqing, but all 8 orthodoxies of thunder methods were in the vein of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Did this person despise the cultivation of their 8 orthodoxies of the thunder method? Master, who are these idiots? The Black Wind Condor next to Yi Futian said. How could they blatantly forbid his master's cultivation? A group of self-righteous morons, Yi Futian responded. People from the 8 major thunder clans stared at him. A might of authority shrouded the void, and the lightning flashed as if the thunder of heaven might descend from the sky at any time. I'd like to see how you dared to despise and humiliate our orthodox thunder method, Zhang Changqing said coldly, his sight directed toward another man, who stepped out and headed toward Yi Futian. As a saint of true self, he also wanted to see the true strength of Yi Futian, the one who had inherited the 1,000 strikes of heavenly thunder and broke the pole number. Boom! The infernal thunder of Wutu flashed with the sounds of thunder and explosion. Above the firmament, thunder cloud roiled. How aggressive was the might of the divine path that all the cultivators and demonic beasts around it retreated and gave up this space. The demonic beasts emitted a low, excited roar. Something interesting was afoot. These humans were powerless against their demonic crown prince, and now there was infighting. Yi Futian stared at the other with the same indifference. These 8 major thunder clans were brutally beaten to a bloody pulp by the crown prince, Zhu Yan. Now, in an awkward position, they could neither advance nor withdraw. Were they now taking it out on him? Above the sky rang out muted sounds of thunder, and the infernal thunder of Wutu roared continuously, covering the space above Yi Futian. Yi Fuqian stepped forward as starlight flowed and revolved around his body, turning into celestial bodies. The heaven and earth seemed to morph into a world of stars, with each star flowing and dazzling. The cultivator of the purple underworld stretched out his hands, palms facing upward as if to hold up the heaven and the earth. The light of heaven and earth shone brightly and descended on his palms, gathering radiant brilliance. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed through the void. Moving like lightning, he rushed toward Yi Fuqian. Both of his palms flipped and blasted out at the same time. The lightning in his palms instantly exploded, with sharp lights blooming and directly attacking Yi Fuqian. Boom! The sound of thunder broke through the sky as the infinite infernal thunder of Wutu gathered above the palms, blasting inside Yi Fuqian's body. The rolling thunder of the great path above the sky descended at the same time, striking upon Yi Fuqian's starry battle form. The light of the stars was dazzling and bright, but still crackled. However, Yi Fuqian's body remained untouched. Endless lightning rushed into the light of the stars along the cracks, but he remained unshakable. Those who were around looked towards Yi Fuqian. Endless lightning and thunder released 1,000 yards of lightning that flooded the world, but his body was crystal clear as if it were immortal. As he withstood the might of thunder, he remained oddly still. The expression on the cultivator of the purple underworld changed slightly. As Yi Fuqian raised his palm, the sounds of explosions rang out. Endless great path, lightning of catastrophe appeared between heaven and earth, gathering into the palm of his hand. As he clenched his palm into a fist, thousands of thunder and lightning bolts of catastrophe resembling swords tore through the void. Upon sensing the threat, the cultivator from the purple underground withdrew his body rapidly like an afterimage of the lightning. Even so, Yi Fuqian seemed to stick to him like a shadow that also turned into lightning, pushing its limit. The two men's bodies simultaneously crossed the void and appeared above the sky. The crowd saw Yi Fuqian's arms forward, his fists bathed in the light of endless thundering light of catastrophe. Boom! With a loud bang, the body of the cultivator from the purple underground stopped. The fist of thunder blasted on his chest. The devastating light of catastrophe burst into his body, then bloomed from every part of his body. Countless lightning bolts illuminated the void, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. With another loud bang, the body of the cultivator from the purple underground fell instantly to the ground. His twitching body was charred black, with his long hair standing on their ends. Blood seeped out of his mouth, left in a frightful expression. The face of the cultivator from the purple underworld looked unsightly. Although this cultivator was neither too strong nor too weak, Yi Fuqian managed to defeat him in one blow. Furthermore, the attack by his hidden infernal thunder of Wutu could not even pierce Yi Fuqian's defense. Zhang Chongqing and the others looked up at the figure in the void. Yi Fuqian also looked down at them with indifference and said light-heartedly, "Is this the inheritance of the purple underground? It is strong indeed." His sarcastic tone sounded particularly harsh. He was now the figure in the void clad in white. His silvery hair flowed in the air, his handsome visage displaying his apathy. Compared to the time at the purple underground, Yi Fuqian appeared even more unbridled and jaunty. At the time, Yi Fuqian had favors to ask of the emperor of the purple underground. Because of the many Renhuang present that time, he had suppressed his personality and true strength. Another figure stepped out and walked into the void. This person was also the saint of true self, but with even stronger breath. As the thunder clouds rolled, a massive shadow of Thunder God appeared behind him with astonishing arrogance. This Thunder God phantom held a godly spear of thunder, and the thunder gathered above in the sky. With his palms outstretched, a godly spear of the Thunder God lashed out in his hand, emitting a bolt of devastating lightning. Yi Fu-Tien casually looked down at the other. With his palms extended, a long halberd formed. The thundering light of catastrophe gathered again and integrated into the long halberd, leaving space around it to tear all things. Bang! As Yi Fu-Tien stepped in the void, a mighty of the great path fell and shrouded the other. The cultivator with the spear only felt a strong sense of suppression oppressing him from above. Boom! Lightning skyrocketed across the sky and headed toward Yi Fu-Tien. Bang! Yi Fu-Tien took another step. At that moment, everyone vaguely felt that Yi Fu-Tien's demeanor was similar to that of Zhu Yan, the demonic crown prince. A flash of lightning slashed through like a streamer. Yi Fu-Tien's figure headed toward the cultivator of the purple underworld beneath, and the long halberd in his hand made a direct hit. That cultivator of the purple underworld did not evade, but instead ascended into the sky. The overbearing illusion of the thunder god seemed to be integrated with him, and its strength increased multifold. The spear enlarged as the thunder method soared, suddenly colliding with Yi Fu-Tien's long halberd. A destructive glare of light came out. Through the bright beam, the crowd saw the thunder spear crumble and shatter. Yi Fu-Tien's long halberd directly impaled the thunder god's body, as easily as piercing bamboo. With a loud bang, the illusion of the thunder god ripped apart. As before, the body of the cultivator from the purple underworld fell to the ground, unable to move. One strike was all it took. Many people looked puzzled, while the people of the 8 major thunder clans looked extremely embarrassed, especially Purple Underworld. The fight ended with just one strike. If Yi Fu-Tien was merciless, both opponents would have died instantly. This scene was similar to when someone faced Zhu Yan, the demonic crown prince. What method are you going to pass on to me? Above the void, Yi Fu-Tien lowered his head and looked down, looking proud and unrelenting. He was banned from cultivating the thunder method. As Yi Fu-Tien said, did he really want the 8 major orthodoxies of the thunder method? Black Wind Condor's voice uttered from below, "Master, what kind of orthodoxy of thunder method is this? It's so strong." He had morphed into human form, but his head still looked condor-like. Its sharp voice sounded particularly piercing. Just now, they claimed to be the orthodox of the thunder method and wanted to forbid it from this master. How astounding! To them, the orthodoxy of the thunder method was meant to represent the cultivation of the thunder method of the great path. If one was unworthy of it, then they are not allowed to cultivate. Yi Fu-Tien responded sarcastically from the void. All the cultivators of the purple underworld felt their faces blackened. You are out of line. A cultivator from the Golden Clan who practiced perilous thunder of Gungjin stepped out. As his body rushed straight into the void, a divine sort of thunder created by the gathering of all the perilous thunder of Gungjin appeared, converged above the sky, and slashed downward. He was also surrounded by several sharp, divine swords. Yi Fu-Tien glanced at the void, and suddenly there were ancient characters all around his body, which seemed to contain the starry great path that orbited around his body. They flew out and exploded in an amazing power that collided with the divine sword as it came down, shattering the latter. The cultivator from the Golden Clan condensed the seal with his hands. Suddenly, the endless Gungjin divine sword turned into thunder and blasted out as if it wanted to tear apart the sky, rushing toward Yi Fu-Tien. Yi Fu-Tien kept flying forward. The endless ancient characters seemed to contain special rhythms. The starry will exploded in the ancient characters, each resembling a star that kept flowing and rotating before colliding with the endlessly divine sword that continued slaughter forward. The divine sword was pulverized. The cultivator of the Golden Clan yelled in anger, and all the ways returned into one. A large golden divine sword converged, rushing into the clouds and slashing toward Yi Fu-Tien. Boom! Yi Futian stepped in the void with a powerful stance. As he moved, the hundreds of thousands of the ancient characters of the world turned into a huge, starry monument beneath his feet and descended from the sky, pressing down. In an instant, the cultivator from the Golden Clan felt deeply trapped by the starry world. The golden divine sword blasted on the stone monument and slowly shattered. With the starry monument continuing to press down, Yi Futian stepped onto the monument and descended with it. Pressed all the way down, finally unable to bear it, the cultivator of the Golden Clan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell. The ancient character descended one by one, blasted onto his body, and smashed him to the ground. It was still an easy finish. The person who fought on behalf of the Golden Clan was already an extraordinary character, yet he still experienced equally overbearing and instant defeat. They were not on the same level at all. Anyone else? Yi Futian bowed his head and looked down on the 8 major Orthodox Thunder clans below. Who could withstand the fight? The area suddenly fell silent. Most people were watching for the show, but they were also amazed by the arrogance of Yi Futian's fighting power. He could easily defeat even the geniuses of the 8 major Thunder clans. This battle was enough to make the purple underworld unable to lift his head and lose face. Someone looked up into the sky. As the supreme force who inherited the power of the 8 major Thunder clans, also known as the place with the most complete collection of all thunder methods, the Violet Heavenly Palace would come out and fight. People from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked downward towards Yi Futian, who was in the air. Back when Yi Futian had rejected the Emperor of the Purple Underground and the Violet Heavenly Palace successively, everyone thought it was because of Gu Donglu. Now it seemed that there was a bit more to it than that. He was also more than confident in his own talents. He didn't think the Purple Underground would teach him anything, so he wasn't interested in going under the tutelage of the Emperor of the Purple Underground. Among the will that was revealed by Yi Futian in the battle, thunder was just one of them. There were also several different powers of the Great Path. His concentration was not solely in thunder. Entering Wutu Divine Mountain and breaking the pole number of Tianlei of Inheritance was all to meet the Emperor of the Purple Underground and plead for the release of his senior brother, Gu Donglu. He had no interest at all in cultivating the thunder method. When the 8 great divine mountains opened, 2 of them had their pole numbers broken. In this case, let the 2 people who broke them have a chance to exchange, the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace said. Even then, the Violet Heavenly Palace still kept their pride. As the supreme force in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, having to fight Yi Futian wouldn't have been a glorious event even if they won. After all, they were the real disciples who cultivated at the Violet Heavenly Palace. As the voice fell, many looked toward the direction of the God-slaughtering clan before turning to Wang Chao, who had submitted to the God-slaughtering clan. This man was exceptionally talented, and his combat power was just as aggressive. What would happen if the 2 record breakers fought? I came today for the news of Gu Tianxing, as all of you have come for the same purpose. Now, what is this? Another voice rang out as a group of fair ladies moved forward with their robes floating in the air, appearing holy and pure. The lady who spoke was a maiden under the Jiuqin goddess. She glanced at Yi Futian and said, I am aware that you had grievances with the 8 major Thunder Clan, but why bother provoking internal conflict if you came here for the same reason as everyone else? Wouldn't it have been better to break the Matrix or go to the Celestial Demon Arena for a challenge? This maiden, who came from Brahma's pure sky, saw that Yi Futian was an extraordinary fighter who possessed a sweeping power of the 8 clans that was as strong as that of the demonic crown prince Zhu Yan. He and Wang Chao, the 2 people who broke the pole number of the Divine Mountain, may have been able to break the great battle matrix on the Celestial Demon Arena if they worked with the followers sent by other top forces. They might have even been able to defeat the demonic crown prince Zhu Yan. Yi Futian glanced at the maiden who spoke. Like violet heavenly palace, Brahma's pure sky stood on the top of the heavenly mandate realm, emitting an unusually transcendental temperament. These maidens seemed as if they were from another world. To this day, they were still as prideful as the violet heavenly palace, unwilling to dirty their hands. Perhaps they thought that, as maidens of the supreme power of the heavenly mandate realm, fighting against the demonic beasts of the celestial demon city was dishonorable. Such pride was etched in their bones. It also served as the foundation of the supreme power of the heavenly mandate realm. Even though he had crushed several disciples of the 8 major clans, both the violet heavenly palace and Brahma's pure sky believed he was still more suitable to challenge the celestial demon arena. Even if I break the matrix, what's it to you? Yi Fuqian said. From her tone, it sounded as if breaching the matrix needed to be made public. What's more, I'm the one who provoked the infighting. Yi Fuqian asked in return. The woman from Brahma's pure sky frowned, glancing at Yi Fuqian. The black-winged condor came forward, looked up at Yi Fuqian in the void, and asked, Master, who are these fairies so glamorous and unreachable like goddesses from the sky? Yi Fuqian looked down at him. What was this guy thinking about now? Everyone else looked at him, scornfully. The Mount thought that he was such a proud creature, but was just full of flattery. They're cultivators from Brahma's pure sky, Yi Fuqian responded. Oh, the black-winged condor responded. Brahma's pure sky should be very strong, befitting the status of master. He looked at the fairies of Brahma's pure sky and said, Recently my master needs a few maids. Might any of you ladies wish to serve him? My master will certainly treat you well. Everyone looked at the black-winged condor in shock, and for a while many could not respond. Have the fairies of Brahma's pure sky serve Yi Fuqian as his maids? Was this bastard crazy? No cultivator in the heavenly mandate realm would ever dare propose for the fairies of Brahma's pure sky to serve as maids, especially when there were saintly maidens among them. Kongxian also silently looked at the black-winged condor in front of her, taken by a familiar feeling. In the past, she was once so angered by this bastard that Yi Fuqian took the opportunity to gain control over the demonic beasts around her. Because of that, he obtained the ability to direct the battle for the empty realm. Now, she had so wanted to smash the bastard. The cultivators in the heavenly mandate dynasty burst into laughter. Even the royals of the heavenly mandate dynasty could only fantasize about the maidens of Brahma's pure sky serving as maids. Then this stupid beast dared to speak of it out loud. This seemed to pique the demonic crown prince, Zhu Yan's interest. Yi Fuqian and the beasts around him were amusing. Very interesting, indeed, the expression on the faces of the maidens from Brahma's pure sky changed, but a few of them remained stoic. A maiden glanced at the black-winged condor calmly and smiled. Even if we are willing, you should ask your master if that is what he desires. If you fairies are willing to serve, I'll consider it, Yi Fuqian said calmly. Many looked at Yi Fuqian. This guy would have wanted it. Really? A maiden said with a smile, I'm afraid you won't have our services. Saying Brahma's pure sky itself was enough to overwhelm most cultivators in the heavenly mandate realm. He would ask the maidens of Brahma's pure sky to serve him as maids? He was crazy. Whether I can bear it or not, we will know once I tried it, Yi Fuqian replied and turned around. No longer engaged with the other, he walked toward the celestial demon arena instead. He would accomplish what the 8 major thunder clans couldn't. Yi Fuqian descended on the celestial demon arena and looked up at the sky above. The demonic crown prince, Zhu Yan, glanced down at Yi Fuqian, looking somewhat surprised. When Yi Fuqian was with the palace lord of the verdant gazelle palace before, he thought that Yi Fuqian just wanted to obtain information through their relationship. Now, it appeared that Yi Fuqian wasn't the type of person he expected him to be. He already promised the palace lord of the verdant Gazelle Palace that after this matter had been settled, he would consider giving him the information. Even under such circumstances, Yi Fu-Tien still chose to step onto the celestial demon area for the challenge. He didn't care to use such means, but intended to rely solely on himself. From below, the palace lord of the verdant Gazelle Palace looked at Yi Fu-Tien. "Old bull, we've been wrong," the palace lord of the verdant Gazelle Palace said to the bull demon next to him. "Indeed, we were a bit off," the bull demon nodded. "I choose to break the matrix," Yi Fu-Tien said, much to everyone's surprise. Why didn't Yi Fu-Tien directly challenge the demonic crown prince Zhu Yan? Could the superior combat prowess of the demonic crown prince have deterred him? The previous battle matrix was just as mortifying, so it was probably very difficult to break. "Permission granted," the demonic crown prince Zhu Yan nodded. Suddenly, several thunder dragons landed on the celestial demon arena, each thunder dragon letting out a low growl as the area turned into the thunder world of the Great Path. Thunder and lightning fell from above, and Yi Fu-Tien seemed incredibly small on the celestial demon arena. In Yi Fu-Tien's outstretched hand, a long staff manifested from radiant light shining on his palm. The demonic crown prince Zhu Yan glanced his way, and a peculiar look flashed through his golden eyes. Did this human cultivator actually know staff techniques? "To think this couldn't get any more interesting, are you ready?" Yi Fu-Tien said. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan looked surprised. Was he asking them if they were ready? Boom! Terrifying might of thunder condensed and formed, turning into rolling thunder that slashed directly toward Yi Fu-Tien. Bang! Yi Fu-Tien stepped forward and turned into a thunderbolt, instantly disappearing from where he was a moment ago. Space manipulation. The eyes of everyone flashed, but the cultivators of the Thunder Clan still looked calm. Their sharp claws extended toward the sky above at the same time. A light screen of thunder appeared on the sky, and endless lightning struck down in an attempt to track down Yi Fu-Tien. However, everyone saw that Yi Fu-Tien was racing with the lightning. He moved so quickly that his figure was hardly visible. Above the sky, an extremely strong gust suddenly gathered, containing the mighty pressure of the great path within. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan all felt the pressure of its might. Their bodies enlarged, and divine thunder came out from their mouths. Above their heads, an impossibly giant thundering drum appeared. Divine thunder was spat out from the great mouth, converging together and blasting on the drum of war. In an instant, the void seemed to make crackling sounds. The bright light that would illuminate everything bloomed and radiated in all areas of the sky, leaving nowhere to hide. Among the thunderous light that annihilated the void, a bolt of lightning seemed to race through the thunder at the speed of sound. Even so, a thunderous light still hit the moving figure, and a brilliant light burst out. The figure did not slow down and continued flickering with every movement. As the wind and cloud roared, the might of the great path pressed down and shrouded the cultivators of the Thunder Clan. Above the sky, shadows of the staff were covering the sky, with each one appearing to be able to break open the ground. Numerous shadows of the staff blasted out at the same time, covering all the cultivators of the Thunder Clan. The demonic crown prince Zhu Yan shot out golden divine flames from his eyes, staring at where the endless shadows of the staff now covered everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The loud sounds were heard almost simultaneously, and the battle matrix was instantly split up as the cultivators of the Thunder Clan resisted the staff techniques. Above the sky, Yi Fu-Tien appeared and struck out once again with the staff. The staff turned into 1,000 kilometers long and swept across the sky to sweep away all existence. Boom! The thunder dragons, massive bodies, flew out backward. They let out low and angry growls as all of them were blasted out in a flash. This The cultivators of the 8th Major Thunder Clan were intrigued by this scene. They had tried their best and fought the celestial demon matrix with the technique of tag match to no avail. How could Yi Fuqian have done it in only 2 strikes? Even those of the supreme power became sharp. Yi Fuqian must have been quite stronger than expected. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan stood at the 4 corners of the celestial demon arena and took a deep breath. The thunder will upon their bodies were rolling and tossing until it finally made a deep groaning sound of the dragon chanting. On top of the staircase, the prince of the Thunder Clan stood up and stared at Yi Fuqian. It was clear how aggressive and unstoppable the demonic thunder drum matrix from the Thunder Clan was. It was far more difficult to break the matrix than to defeat him. After all, they were set up by the cultivators of the Thunder Clan, so its superior battle power was derived from the echoes of their collective will. Despite all that, Yi Fuqian broke the demonic thunder drum matrix with only 2 strikes. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince also looked over, but he was more concerned with Yi Fuqian's staff techniques than with him breaking the matrix. Like Yi Fuqian, he also felt that his staff techniques were somewhat similar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. These staff techniques seemed to come from the same source as his. Naturally, the 2 cultivations of the staff techniques were based on their own cultivation. Each continued evolving their staff techniques so that they would exert the greatest power in their own hands. Even if they were from the same source, it would have differed as their paths to cultivation went different ways. The final staff techniques would have also been different. Just why would this human cultivate the staff techniques from the Ape Clan? Furthermore, he seemed to have known several demonic cultivators. Will this suffice? At that moment, Yi Fuqian looked up at the top of the stairs towards the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. The eyes of man and demon met in the void. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince's eyes seemed to light up with golden divine flames. Yi Fuqian's eyes were as deep as the starry sky, his expression unchanged. The prince of the Thunder Clan stared at Yi Fuqian, wanting to speak, but he saw that the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince already said, "Yes, I will tell you the information about Gu Qianqing before you go." "Very well." Yi Fuqian nodded, then turned around to walk off the celestial demon arena. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince glanced at the others and said, "What about you guys? Since you didn't come out and break the matrix yourselves, do you plan to get the information from him?" The purpose of him setting up the demonic matrix was to experience the strength of the top forces in the world of human cultivation, but he did not expect Yi Fuqian to be the first to break the matrix. He didn't seem to be a disciple of the top forces in the heavenly mandate realm. On the contrary, he seemed to be quite at odds with them. His combat effectiveness was as strong as that of the top forces. The cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace, Brahma's Pure Sky, and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty all lifted their heads to look at the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. Just as they expected, the Crown Prince was coming for them. The descendants of Zhu Yan, the Demon Crown Prince, wanted to step on them to prove himself, but the idea was somewhat naive. He quickly glanced at the people of the 8 major Thunder Clans below. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace knew that these people were unreliable. None of them could rival Yi Fuqian. Had it not been for Gu Donglu, Yi Fuqian could have cultivated in the Violet Heavenly Palace. This would have been better than the current situation. Since the 8 major Thunder Clans had failed, give it to the Violet Heavenly Palace. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said. The people of the Violet Heavenly Palace glanced that way. "Very well," the leader responded directly without question. His gaze fell on a cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace as he said, "Zimo, you go." "Fine." A young man stepped forward, and everyone from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked at him. It seemed that the Violet Heavenly Palace chose Tan Zimo to fight so they could avoid any further mishaps. This Tan Zimo was a well-known figure in this generation of the Violet Heavenly Palace. In the realm of the Saint Plane at the Violet Heavenly Palace, he was considered one of the 10 most significant figures there. It was known that the Violet Heavenly Palace had countless talented geniuses, being ranked amongst the top 10 there for being the best at the thunder method among all the sentient beings in the Heavenly Mandate realm meant almost standing at its apex. Tan Zimo walked forward, clad in a purple robe decorated with patterns of lightning. He walked onto the celestial demon arena and stood in the void, the robe fluttering in the wind as he gazed at the Zhuyan demon crown prince and said, "Let me try as well." His tone was oddly calm, as if it was simply a trivial matter to him. The cultivators of the 8 major thunder clans glanced his way, worried about this battle. The Violet Heavenly Palace finally came out to fight through Tan Zimo. The 8 major thunder clans were lords in their own right, but as the founder of the thunder method, the Violet Heavenly Palace was a place they can only aspire to go. No matter what position they held in their respective clan or how talented they were, they could only watch and off facing off with Tan Zimo, the genius figure of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Whether or not it was the Violet Heavenly Palace's intention, Tan Zimo's cultivation also came from the realm of the Saint of True Self. The cultivators of the Thunder clan gathered again into the Matrix, but Tan Zimo waved his hand and said, "Since you had fought previously, you make the first move." The sound of dragon chanting continued, and Tan Zimo's proud voice brimmed with self-confidence. The cultivators of the Thunder clan transformed into sacred thunder dragons without objection, their roars piercing the sky. Above the firmament appeared to be an apocalyptic sight as the light of thunder swallowed the sky. Their bodies soared into the sky and flew in circles, devouring the thunder of heaven and earth before opening their mouths to spit them out. Infinite thunderlight converged in the middle, where a boundless giant demonic thunder drum appeared. The demonic thunder drum matrix was designed to gather all the might of thunder on the demon thunder war drum, so it would instantly unleash the power needed to destroy the human bodies and their souls. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky and landed around Tan Zimo. Tan Zimo stood there quietly, seeing that many of the cultivators of the Thunder clans gathered the momentum instead of making the first move. As his mind moved, the light of endless thunder suddenly fell and surrounded him. There appeared 8 rays of light next to him as if they were the divine thunder of the 8 colors. The Violet Heavenly Palace had lofty requirements for the talent of the thunder method. Along with the control of one kind of thunder method orthodoxy, a person also had to control all 8 thunder methods orthodoxy so that they would become as one, all bloomed from one person. Read more chapter on our Vic novel. Come, both sides gathered momentum, hoping to win with one strike. The thunder rolled as the sky was shrouded in light, and countless lightning bolts bloomed in front of everyone. The thunder light surrounding Tan Zimo's body gathered into 8 beams of light and rotated around him. The 8 beams of light pierced through the sky and were integrated with the divine thunder of the great path. He seemed to be a matrix all by himself. The demonic beast and human cultivators watching the battle felt suffocated by its power. The sound of dragons rang through the world. The cultivators of the Thunder clan finally made a move, spitting out the thunder from their mouths and simultaneously striking on the war drums. In an instant, destructive beams of divine thunder light blasted from the demon thunder drum toward Tan Zimo. Tan Zimo's expression remained unchanged. He pointed his palm forward and uttered the word, "Go!" As his voice faded, 8 thunder beams rushed straight at the opponent. The 2 forces met and collided midair. The terrifying sound of the explosion made everyone feel that their mind also trembled, their eardrums vibrating violently. The sky seemed to be drowned in the thunder light, and the 2 collisions intertwined. Tan Zimo stepped forward and pointed his finger toward the sky, where 8 beams of divine thunder light descended from the sky and blasted toward the giant demonic thunder drum. Boom! 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 the divine thunder descended. When the war drum was hit, a terrible divine light burst out and turned its attack toward the great demons of the Thunder clan nearby. They roared as they retreated. Bang! With an ear-shattering noise, the war drums collapsed and shattered. Seeing those cultivators of the Thunder clan retreating, Tan Zimo continued to move forward. He raised his finger to the void and said, "Thunder of catastrophe." As the words fell, a Gangjin divine sword fell from the sky and blasted toward the demonic dragon, whose sharp claws slashed out to resist the oncoming power. But Tan Zimo's fingers continued its strikes and said, "Smote evil, God-slaughtering, life and death." As each word fell, it seemed to contain an orthodox thunder method. The heavenly thunder descended, and the roars of the demonic dragons were heard. Boom! With another loud sound, one demonic dragon was blown to the ground, covered in blood. Soon afterward, continuous trembling sounds were heard as cultivators of the Thunder clan were struck by the divine thunder. Their bodies fell to the ground, their blood dyeing the platform red. It was a shocking sight to behold. Soon, all the cultivators from the Thunder clan were severely injured and unable to fight again. Tan Zimo stood alone in the space above the celestial demon arena, illuminated by the light of the thunder light shining around him as if it will never be extinguished. He looked at the scene with indifference and glanced lightly at the sky above the celestial demon arena. Since they had clamored for the violet heavenly palace to make a move, he could only comply. However, something else needed to be done. Something needed to serve as a warning to the demon crown prince. Although this was the territory of the other, there were some scruples. The people of the 8 major Thunder clans were afraid, but the cultivators of the violet heavenly palace weren't. Since the Zhu Yan demon crown prince himself had set down the battle matrix himself, the violet heavenly palace, as the most supreme force of the heavenly mandate realm, would not be so easy to intimidate if he was defeated and dared to leverage the power. The Zhu Yan demon crown prince stood up and saw the figures lying on the ground. A terrible divine light shone from his golden eyes, a flame burning upon his body. As he took a step forward, the Zhu Yan demon crown prince stepped into the void and walked onto the celestial demon arena. A pressure of might shrouded the heaven and earth. In an instant, Tan Zimo also felt greatly suppressed. Although the Zhu Yan demon crown prince was about the same size as a human, he seemed more like a towering demon whose every step made people tremble. Even so, he remained calm, for he also wanted to know what kind of strength that this most favored prince by the Zhu Yan demon emperor, known as the unparalleled great demon of this territory. That alone gave him the confidence to continue challenging the violet heavenly palace. The heavenly thunder roared as the clouds above the sky tossed and turned, lightning bolts shrouding the entire celestial demon arena. If it weren't for them controlling the power, it would have probably spread farther than where it currently was. Is the Zhu Yan demon crown prince going to fight against the cultivators from the violet heavenly palace? Numerous eyes focused there. On one side was the most talented great demon of the region, the demon crown prince. On the other was the genius disciple of the top forces from the heavenly mandate realm, the violet heavenly palace. How terrible their collision would be. Yi Futian lifted his head to look up at the battlefield. He wanted to see at what level the top 2 cultivators were fighting. Zhu Yan demon crown prince was already standing at the peak in this realm, and there was nothing further to say about those from the violet heavenly palace. The most powerful disciples of heavenly mandate realm were strong beyond imagination. In the sky above the celestial demon arena, the Zhu Yan demon crown prince stretched out his hand, and suddenly a golden flaming staff materialized. He then slung it over his shoulder and continued forward. The look in his eyes was fierce, and an aggressive might bloomed from his body. His demon temperament roared with his will to war soaring. Tan Zimo glanced at the other. The 8 major divine claps of thunder descended from the sky, covering him. Around him, a violent thunder field formed, and this thunder field attracted the divine thunder from heaven and earth. With his body as the center, a frightening thunder field was formed. The cultivators from the violet heavenly palace looked over there, and it seemed that Tanzimo was also extremely cautious about this battle, as he had directly released his life spirit. His life spirit was unique. It was a lightning area that could devour the divine thunder of heaven and earth and could change its form at will. At this time, the lightning area had no fixed form and was shining between heaven and earth. But as soon as his mind moved, the life spirit evolved. At the violet heavenly palace, Tanzimo's body of the Great Path was naturally formed with superb talents, so he cultivated and understood the 8 major thunder methods. There weren't many in the heavenly mandate realm who had stronger talents than his. Those who had superior talents were all geniuses and were destined to enter the top principalities. Of course, there was still a gap with the one from the violet heavenly palace. After all, there were only the very few in the heavenly mandate realm who could possess the supreme body of the Great Path. He was destined to be high above others, ruled a generation, and stood at the peak of the mountain. However, it was thought that Tanzimo's talent was enough to deal with the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. The divine thunder moved between heaven and earth. The lightning area was expanding madly, and the power of thunder was heading toward Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince, as if to cast a huge thunder net. A terrible golden flame was burning on top of the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince, though he did not dodge the flame and simply let the strands of thunder descended on his body, as if the terrible thunderous might did not affect him. Tanzimo didn't care. He stared straight ahead. His thoughts shrouded the heaven and the earth, and the 8 pillars of divine thunder beams shone around his body and spread toward the surrounding areas. The thunder beams continued to appear, seemingly intent on burying the world. "Righteous thunder of Imu," Tanzimo uttered. As his voice faded, beams of lightning descended from the sky. The Great Path roared and smashed toward the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. Golden flames from the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince collided with the thunder in the void and were at an impasse. "Negative thunder of Kuei-Shui Fall." Tanzimo spoke again, and thunder crashed, creating chills, and the golden flames reappeared, trying to block the thunder. But the negative thunder of Kuei-Shui penetrated the divine flames and continued its invasion. Boom! A clap of thunder rang out, and the force of the thunder struck the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. But his whole body shone with the golden flames as if covered with a layer of armor. Tanzimo didn't care. The perilous thunder of Gengjin, infernal thunder of Wutu, 8 major thunder methods descended from the sky in succession, and beams of thunder shrouded the body of the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince, shining on his armor of divine flames. "Amazing defense!" everyone exclaimed. He was indeed the great demon Zhu Yan. Those who cultivated in the same realm couldn't even bear a single thunder method. However, he supported the power of the 8 major thunder methods with his physical body. Tanzimo looked at the others and secretly said that the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was indeed proud and arrogant. Both of his hands were forming a seal. His body seemed to be connecting heaven with earth, and thunder clouds of destruction appeared in the sky, painting a terrifying scene of the apocalypse. Boom! He took one step out, turning into a flash of lightning and moving in the space at will, appearing above the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. The lightning area of the life spirit rushed into the thunder clouds, and a terrible vortex appeared. Divine thunder turned into pillars of light descending from the sky, sheltering all directions. Tanzimo stretched his hands and looked up into the sky, looking solemn. "Fall!" Tanzimo spat out a single word, and the thunder descended. This was the great thunder attack of the violet heavenly palace. The end of days, thunder catastrophe. Its power to slaughter was total and complete. It would annihilate gods and demons alike. All the bystanders were shocked by the rapacious power of this thunder method. It was impossible to achieve this level of thunder spell unless the might of the cultivator was powerful. Such a scene of the apocalypse was akin to a great disaster. Several demon princes who were standing on the stairs were worried for the demon crown prince. This power was too terrifying. The thunder method of doomsday came down and blasted toward the body of Zhu Yen demon crown prince. His body shook, and the golden flaming armor was shattered and broken. The thunder method seemed to be connected with the thunderstorm of the firmament, inextinguishable, and continued its blasts to his body as if to destroy where he stood. The body of the Zhu Yen demon crown prince was bent slightly, and his face had a savage look, terrifying and fierce, as his body trembled slightly. Growl! With a roar that echoed in the heavens, his body suddenly began to grow. Although he was still being forced to bend his body, he kept reaching upward and getting larger, as if he was going to support the celestial thunder with flesh and blood. Is this it? A low, hoarse voice came from the demon crown prince, full of monstrous ferocity, and the demon twirled upward and screamed into the sky. His body continued growing. His arms extended. The long staff was also extending madly, getting longer and longer. He lifted his head, bearing the power of the celestial thunder head-on. Bloodstains appeared faintly on his body, but he seemed to not feel it as the staff in his hand swung toward the sky. Tan Zimo's body flickered and turned into lightning. His body even soared above the thundercloud. He turned both palms downward, and the doomsday thunder continued downward as countless thunderclaps rushed toward the space below. Buzz! The Zhu Yen demon crown prince, who had now transformed into a giant war beast, waved the long staff in his hands, and there appeared endless shadows of the staff above the sky. These shadows collided with the beams of thunder, and under the attack of the doomsday thunder methods, the body of the war beast flew upward. Suddenly, there seemed to be many shadows of him that appeared between the heavens and the earth, and at the same time he struck out with the long staff and collided with the divine thunder in the void. The scene above the void was truly shocking. The attack that was dealt out by the Zhu Yen demon crown prince directly blasted to the center of the violent thundercloud, smashing down with endless divine power. With a loud bang, even the celestial thunder seemed to be destroyed. A figure continued to rise and appeared high in the sky. It was Tan Zimo. Boom! Zhu Yen demon crown prince stepped onto the sky and headed toward Tan Zimo, who was high above the sky. Although he was not as fast as Tan Zimo, for someone in the realm of the saint of true self, this amount of distance was negligible. The staff techniques method wielded, Tan Zimo deployed a shadow of the thunder method and disappeared in a flash again, appearing in another direction. The demon crown prince let out a deep roar, and a demonic air engulfed the space. He stood still, the golden divine staff in his hand, slashed toward the sky. Its dancing shadows enveloped the infinite void and blasted its power toward Tan Zimo. The lightning around Tan Zimo turned into a horrible vortex of thunder, swallowing and crushing the attacking shadows of the staff. He stood on top of the sky and regarded the Zhu Yen demon crown prince, saying, "If it was a real battle, you would be defeated sooner or later." He had an absolute advantage in speed. Even if the opponent's attack was extremely violent, it could not get to him. Those who heard his words secretly agreed that even though the attacks and defenses of the Zhu Yen demon crown prince were impeccable, he was much too slow. Tan Zimo moved with the thunder, and the demon crown prince was unable to keep up. If they fought in the air, the opponent's combat power was equally strong, and he wouldn't be able to destroy his opponent. You dared not fight from the front, and you had the gall to make such wild claims. The prince of the Thunder Clan looked coldly into the void and commented. Tan Zimo glanced at him. The offensive and defensive power of Zhu Yen demon crown prince was indeed amazing. The doomsday thunder was terrible, yet it failed to destroy him. This kind of physicality was definitely at the limit of human strength. Since when is there a limit imposed on the rules of battle? Tan Zimo asked. The fighting power of the Demon Crown Prince was top-notch in the realm, and only a few could match him. But if this is a battle of life and death, I will not lose. Zhu Yan, Demon Crown Prince's immense body, turned into the size of a human, and golden divine light was shining upon his body. He looked to Tan Zimo and said, "Where did you get that confidence?" As his voice faded and his body burst out into golden lightning. What? Everyone's eyes flashed and saw the thunder blasted from Tan Zimo's body, but the golden lightning forcibly carried the thunder attack forward. Similarly, Tan Zimo's body also turned into a thunderbolt, quickly retreating, but the golden light followed closely behind, and many phantasmic illusions appeared. Terrifying and fierce breath shrouded the entire space. As Tan Zimo stopped his movements, the infinite shadow served the staff technique at the same time. He stretched out both palms, and the space around his body turned into a terrible lightning area, locking down all the phantom illusions. A shocking roar was heard, and the immense body of Zhu Yan appeared above him, looking down. A massive long staff swamped the sky, breaking through the bounds of the endless lightning area and slamming at him. Bang! The shadow of the staff struck down. All the crowd saw was a figure falling from the void, spitting blood. It was Tan Zimo. He stabilized his body and looked up at the giant demonic shadow in the void, looking bad. Phantasm movements of human cultivation. Tan Zimo remarked this was not something that would belong to the talents of the great demon Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan, Demon Crown Prince, glanced at him, then went back. His body became smaller once again and looked toward many influential individuals from the heavenly mandate realm. Everyone looked troubled. Tan Zimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace was defeated by the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. The Demon Crown Prince finally fixed his golden eyes in one direction, and the one who stood there was not just any power principalities of the realm. It was Yi Futian. Why did you choose to break the matrix previously instead of fighting with me? The Demon Crown Prince's voice was cold and indifferent, its might filled with overwhelming terror. Since I aimed to extract some news from the prince, naturally I didn't want to ruin the peace between us, Yi Futian responded. What if I wanted to see your real strength? Asked the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. Yi Futian looked up at Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and knew his intentions. Since he felt the staff techniques were somewhat familiar, the Demon Crown Prince must have felt the same way too. Therefore, he wanted to experience his staff techniques. Since the Crown Prince is so interested, I will do my best so that he is not disappointed. Yi Futian responded after seeing the Demon Crown Prince was looking at him, and he agreed to the battle. Many cultivators were looking at Yi Futian. Even Tan Zimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace was defeated by the Demon Crown Prince. How could Yi Futian counterbalance this great demon Zhu Yan? Although Yi Futian's previous exhibition of combat effectiveness was quite impressive, Tan Zimo's power was also witnessed by everyone. The 8th series of the Thunder Method, the divine thunder descended from the sky, and the great path of cloud catastrophe gave way to the final thunder of catastrophe. Even so, the defense of the other was not destroyed. This point alone would render the Demon Crown Prince invincible. What was more, he also seemed to have cultivated in human movement and phantasm spell, with nearly no weaknesses. The people who fought with him would need to be from the top forces of the heavenly Mondade realm like Tan Zimo. Previously, many thought that it was more difficult to break the matrix than do a battle challenge. But after seeing the display of Zhu Yan's true strength, they began to understand that his test was far more difficult than the demonic matrix. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Yi Futian had already walked forward. His body levitated as he walked into the void toward Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. Sacrifice the staff, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said to Yi Futian, holding the divine golden flaming staff. Yi Fu-Tien held out his hand, and a starry long staff appeared in it. So it was his staff techniques that the Crown Prince wanted to see. Those human cultivators saw this scene and understood that the reason Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince did not challenge them was because he wanted to know Yi Fu-Tien's strength. His staff technique is a bit similar to that of the Demon Crown Prince. Maybe it is the same great path. And the Demon Crown Prince wants to see Yi Fu-Tien's staff technique, someone said. It's just that, even though the techniques are similar, but the gap between the practitioners is considerable. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince has such a violent attack, and its power is at its height. Will Yi Fu-Tien survive his staff techniques? This battle will let us see how strong Yi Fu-Tien is and see how far he can persist the other staff techniques. People of the Thunder Clan principalities argued that since Tan Zimo had been defeated, they were hoping that Yi Fu-Tien did not have the strength to compete with the Demon Crown Prince. Otherwise, it would be extremely embarrassing for the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Violet Heavenly Palace was the head of the 8 major Thunder Methods. If Yi Fu-Tien could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, then where would the 8 major Thunder Clans stand? In this great battle between demons and humans, they suddenly changed their alliance and hoped that the Demon Crown Prince would crush Yi Fu-Tien. At least, this would prove that the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was powerful and that Tan Zimo's defeat was not embarrassing. It is unknown how many strikes he can survive, but none of you could bear even one strike of the staff. Yu Sheng's eyes swept over the people of the 8 major Thunder Clans. All eyes focused on Yu Sheng, who looked nonchalant. Even those who followed Yi Fu-Tien were arrogant. At that moment, an overwhelming might hovered over the vast space, and they weren't in the mood to hang around Yu Sheng. Instead, they looked at the sky above the celestial demon arena. The Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince held up a long staff. A flash of lightning crossed the void, and his body rushed straight toward Yi Fu-Tien. Above, a shadow of the staff appeared, and as it smashed down, a row of staff shadows appeared, sweeping through the void. At the same time, a heavy pressure overwhelmed Yi Fu-Tien, and the shadows of the staff covered the sky. Bang! Yi Fu-Tien took one step, and starry lights appeared in the world that surrounded them. The long staff in his hand danced, and a dull sound was made in the void. Like a real star, it swept away towards the sky. Boom! Air waves with extreme violence blasted this space, and the Demon Crown Prince swept downward. A low roar came out, exposing his ferocious fangs. His arms picked up the staff at the same time and swirled it in the void. A violent vortex of the great path appeared on top of it, and when the staff came down, the void seemed to be chopped in half. Yi Fu-Tien did not evade but continued to walk on the sky. His body rose, with a sky full of starry lights. Another strike, and the heavens and stars were integrated into the staff. And then another violent collision. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince's body spun like a top, creating infinite staff shadows in front of him. Buzz! The body came down sideways, and the many shadows of the staff fell without any rules or methods. Yi Fu-Tien also detected that at this moment, the Demon Crown Prince's staff techniques were based on that of the Ape Clan, which he completely integrated into his fighting style. There were no rules to speak of, only the purest pursuit for the most powerful and extreme strength. The staff techniques, which seemed incoherent, exploded out of his hands but was complete in itself. The long staff, as wielded by Yi Fu-Tien, swept out, according to his desire. Bang! Another strike, and the two collided for the third time, but neither of them retreated. Golden lightning flashed across the sky, and the figure of Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince seemed to disappear, except the billowing air currents that were still roaring between heaven and earth. Yi Fu-Tien also twirled and moved, disappearing out of thin air. The crowd raised their heads and looked at the sky above the celestial demon arena, only to see that two lightning strikes were spinning toward the firmament. Boom, 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 each attack collided again, and each collision seemed to break apart the sky and earth, and the sky seemed to be wiped out by those all-encompassing staff shadows. The eyes of those from the violet heavenly palace and the 8 major thunder clans changed. How could it be? Yi Fu-Tian was able to directly collide with the Demon Crown Prince, and all of them were violent frontal collisions. The physicality and strength of the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince were top-notch in the demonic world. For a human to reach such a limit, it was nearly impossible. However, Yi Fu-Tian himself was not shocked into retreat, but confronted the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince violently time and again. How could his divine power so great? However, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince did not transform into a great beast. It seemed that he only wanted to see Yi Fu-Tian's staff techniques without the intention to suppress him. After the Demon Crown Prince morphed into the giant beast, his speed would be reduced, but his attack and defense skills would increase. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the two figures separated. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince and Yi Fu-Tian each stood on one side of the space, and the Demon Crown Prince, looking at Yi Fu-Tian, said, "Great staff techniques." In this confrontation, he just wanted to see Yi Fu-Tian's staff techniques, so he hadn't exerted his best efforts. Yi Fu-Tian's staff technique was indeed from the same heritage as his and bore many similarities. It's just that the strength was still not enough. If I pressed for it, you probably couldn't have exerted the full power of the staff, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said indifferently. His eyes were golden. He had a reputation of being high and mighty, but he had a good impression of Yi Fu-Tian. After all, their staff techniques were from the same clan. Indeed, the people below secretly remarked the Demon Crown Prince had shown mercy. No wonder Yi Fu-Tian lasted so long. So the peace was not broken between us. I kept the power of the staff under control. Otherwise, if the attack was to remain to this degree, I'm afraid your highness would not have been able to persist this long, Yi Fu-Tian replied, which caused the Demon Crown Prince to look amused. He grinned menacingly. There was someone who took his attacking power lightly. That may be the case. Try a strike for me, and let me see just how far you have progressed with your techniques, the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said, unleashing his menacing aggression, and the infinite power above the sky descended. His body dazzled as if protected by a divine golden flame, and an endless stream of light from heaven and earth rushed toward the long staff in his hands, radiating as the rising sun. "I." Yi Fu-Tian responded with a single word, took one step, and a sacred brilliance flashed upon his body. Deed of thorough comprehension bloomed as his body turned into a furnace of the great path, and the endless power of heaven and earth merged into his body. He stretched out his hands with the long staff laying across the palm, traveling in the void. Boom! His clothing moved with the roar. An amazing explosion fused space with his body as if all the power of the sky was at his beck and call. At that moment, Yi Fu-Tian seemed to have entered another realm, and his temperament changed. Growl! The heaven and earth roared and raged, and there seemed to be an immense and incomparable illusion of a Vajra giant beast in the sky. This illusion shrouded the Zhu Yan. Although he had not turned into the great beast, the force he projected was equally unbridled. Bang! The void moved with the steps. The might between the heaven and earth enveloped Yi Fu-Tian. Catch! A deep voice rang out, and a giant golden staff appeared and struck down from the sky. When the staff fell, a divine golden light appeared between heaven and earth and cut through the sky. Bang! Yi Fu-Tian's body moved again as he took another step. The sacred light of the deed of thorough comprehension rose, resonated with the great path, and integrated into the staff. Moving with the staff techniques, unified with the great path, the techniques became one. When the staff techniques integrated, they countered the golden divine staff that was slashing toward him. Many stared at this scene, would Yi Fuqian be vanquished by this strike? Boom! Above the firmament, the shadows of the two staff collided, and as quickly as they touched, they separated immediately. At the moment the two staffs collied, the crowd saw a figure immediately fly backward. When the identity of the flying figure was discerned, countless eyes below seemed to be fixed on it. A figure surrounded by sacred radiance with the staff techniques, whistling and dancing, stood in the sky. This figure was Yi Fuqian, and the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince, at the time of that aggressive attack, was blasted away by Yi Fuqian's strike. How can it be? Many demonic beasts were watching the scene in disbelief, as were the human cultivators. They had all witnessed the great strength of the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. They had watched him crush Tan Zimo. But now he was knocked out by Yi Fuqian's staff. The cultivators from the violet heavenly palaces' faces changed. This meant that Yi Fuqian was far stronger than Tan Zimo. Otherwise, how was he able to smash the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince with a single strike? The eyes of the 8 major thunder clans, such as the Purple Underworld, were even more interesting. That dazzling figure who stood in the sky, shrouded entirely by the sacred light, integrated with the will of the Great Path, and exploded out of his body. All powers morphed into a single strike. That one blow from Yi Fuqian knocked back the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince, and those from the realm of the Saint of True Self couldn't even withstand a single attack from the great demon of Zhu Yan. Once, when Yi Fuqian rejected the Purple Underworld, some felt sympathy for him, sad that he had missed a great opportunity. Looking at it now, did he need to cultivate it all in the Purple Underworld? Was this the true reason for his refusal of the Purple Underworld and the Violet Heavenly Palace? Well played! The people of Heavenly Mandate Realm suddenly became interested. Yi Fuqian had given them a reason to be excited. Before this, the people of Heavenly Mandate Realm did not take Yi Fuqian seriously, but now they discovered that this man possessed combat power comparable to those of their disciples of the most supreme power. There weren't many like him in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. What would the Emperor of the Purple Underground think after he learned of this? Of course, the most surprised were the cultivators from the demonic clan. Before, they had been extremely excited and shouting. But when this strike fell, the area of the celestial demon arena quieted down, and these demonic beasts, eyes wide, stared at the void. The Demon Crown Prince was knocked back. Above the void, Zhu Yan's body was bent. After he got a hold of himself, he raised his head, and his golden eyes swept toward Yi Fuqian. His overbearing physique once again stood up, staring at the figure opposite him. After the efforts were spent on staff techniques and strength, he was defeated by a human. He stepped up and shook the void. When he moved, the violent beast behind him appeared again, its body spinning, turning into golden lightning, and instantly descended above Yi Fuqian. A terrifying roar rang throughout the heaven and the earth. A fierce breath came from the sky, and an immense staff of divine golden flame appeared between the heaven and the earth, crashing down. The sacred and radiant light beams around Yi Fuqian's body rushed straight into the sky, and as he walked in the air, he went upward against a force, and an awesome might swept across the heavens. As this happened, shining stars appeared twinkling all over the sky. The starry staff in his palm continued growing. He lifted both arms, and a mighty power rolled out to sweep the void. Boom! The two massive staffs collided, and the void seemed to violently tremble. The extremely aggressive Demon Crown Prince felt the infinite power blasted on his body, then rush into him, attempting to destroy his physical body. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the tense body could no longer support its weight and was once again knocked out by the staff and blasted toward the endless sky. Everyone's hearts started beating fiercely, even the demonic beasts. They looked up at the sky. At this level, the Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince would exert all his effort, which would only prove that, without resorting to the transformation of a giant war beast, Yi Futian's offensive power was indeed stronger than his. Above the firmament there came an incomprehensible horror of coercion. The demonic atmosphere permeated the space, turning into a terrible storm. An immense beast came from the sky and moved toward Yi Futian incredibly fast. This time it was the real giant beast itself. Its monstrous force seemed to be able to trample people to death. Boom! Yi Futian stepped in the void. His body spun. The long staff danced in his hands. His body, likewise, grew larger and transformed into a starry battle form. Infinite starry streams sprinkled down and flowed into the staff techniques. Above his head, a giant staff slammed down from the sky, destroying the heavens and splitting open the earth. Yi Futian's staff went up against the force, and all the stars of heaven were one. The will of the great path was unified and turned into the path of all destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the rolling shadows touched, the sky seemed to collapse. They were fighting in the air, but the crowd felt that the ground beneath them was shaking. The two figures seemed to stall above, and that moment seemed to last forever. Two pairs of eyes stared at each other. Both were extremely arrogant. The next moment, the two flew apart. This time Yi Futian also retreated, but Zhu Yan was knocked toward the sky. Only when Zhu Yan looked down at Yi Futian, he saw a mighty force was manifesting, and the momentum of the staff techniques seemed to still exist, as if the next attack would be even stronger. At that moment, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince lost his confidence. It was the first time he was unsure. In the past, he always felt invincible in every battle, no matter who was in front of him. He knew he could take them down. Those deep human eyes made him feel like he couldn't see the end, just like Yi Futian's staff techniques. "Do you wish to continue?" Yi Futian asked Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince. To be able to fight again under the encroachment of the 9 heavenly attacks, the deed of thorough comprehension, the starry great path, and the great path of destruction avenue, and still able to continue. There was no question that Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince was the most talented, great demon of the region. He even could defeat the cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince looked down at Yi Futian. His eyes were still full of ferocity, but the violent demonic atmosphere between the heaven and the earth was gradually dissipating, and his massive body was also shrinking, returning to human size. The long staff in Yi Futian's hand also disappeared, and the starry battle form dissipated, as did the sacred radiance surrounding his body. On the staff technique alone, I lost, but if it was a real battle of life and death, who would win? Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince stared at Yi Futian and asked. Tan Zimo from Violet Heavenly Palace had asked him this very same question before, and he proved that Tan Zimo could not. Then what about Yi Futian? The man in front of him was stronger than Tan Zimo. Yi Futian said nothing. A sense of will pervaded him. In an instant, a turbulent storm of space started blowing. Even Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince felt that his body was shrouded by space will, which bound him. In terms of speed, the Demon Crown Prince had proved that he was strong, but in the face of space will, his speed had no advantage. The Crown Prince needn't be concerned. In my cultivation thus far, none within the realm have been able to rival me. Yi Futian said as he looked at the Demon Crown Prince. His answer was quite obvious. In the battle of life and death, he would be the winner. Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince should not feel bad about this. This was really, you are too arrogant, Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said. But you are qualified, at least more qualified, than the people from the Violet Heavenly Palace. People from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked terrible when they heard what Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince said. Tan Zimo's face was even more unsightly. a person who was not the top force of the heavenly mandate realm, but was just a casual cultivator who claimed to be invincible in his realm, was declared in front of those who were of the supreme power of the heavenly mandate realm. Besides listening to your conversation previously, it seemed that the people of the Violet Heavenly Palace forbade you from using the Thunder Method? Zhu Yan Demon Crown Prince continued and glanced at the people from Violet Heavenly Palace. Today, I came here to see about the real strength of the top cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, but now it seemed that reality did not live up to its reputation. Upon hearing his words, the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace were even more embarrassed. Before, when he was at the Purple Underground, a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace claimed to have banned Yi Fuqian from cultivating the Thunder Method. It seemed as if the world of cultivation could not tolerate Yi Fuqian. Looking back now, did Yi Fuqian need to cultivate the Thunder Method? Based on the display of his combat effectiveness, it was safe to say that he regarded the inheritance of infernal thunder of Wutu as beneath him. It was just one battle, and it was laughable to make such a conclusion based on that. Tan Zemo of Violet Heavenly Palace responded, "Among the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there are many who are stronger than me. In the Violet Heavenly Palace alone, there are many. Although the strength of the Demon Crown Prince is great, using it as a measure for the world is short-sighted. Not to mention, those who cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, not even those who are in the supreme body of the Great Path, dared to claim to be invincible, even to those within the same realm. You people are indeed short-sighted. You think that there is only one thunder cultivation method and ban the thunder method of others." Xia Qingyuan looked up and said to Tan Zemo. Tan Zemo looked at Xia Qingyuan, as everyone else from the Violet Heavenly Palace stared at her. Would this matter never be forgotten? For the Violet Heavenly Palace, this was truly not something that made them look good, and now the other party mentioned it several times. "Do you have a right to speak here?" asked a cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace indifferently. They were the supreme power from the Heavenly Mandate Realm, and these people were poking fun at them. Yi Fuqian turned his gaze toward the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace. "Why, no right." Yi Fuqian stepped down from the Celestial Demon Arena and looked at the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The pressure of might bloomed from the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace, and in a moment, a violent will shrouded the vast world. Feeling this might, Yi Fuqian said again, "The right you are referring to was about to your identity as a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace or your strength. If your strength is not good enough, and you are making a threat as a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace, then we are indeed not on that level. Strength not good enough." Yi Fuqian's voice made the people around him speechless. He said that the strength of the people from the Violet Heavenly Palace wasn't good enough. You are using one person's combat power to judge the overall strength of an institution. A leading figure from the Violet Heavenly Palace asked, "The four realms of the divine path, your choice." Yi Fuqian stared at the other and replied. This arrogant man shocked the crowd into silence. Yi Fuqian had told the top force, the Violet Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, that out of the four realms of the divine path, they may choose as they please